Our story begins with a cruise ship full of high schoolers being attacked by terrorists. On the ship, we see our main character, Amamiya Hiroto, rushing in desperately trying to save a female student who is falling overboard, only to wake up and see himself along with the entire class of Yasaka High School in an empty void, now dead. As the students try to get a grasp of their situation, we see a male student, Machida Aran, complaining about his unfortunate death as he wishes he could have played around with girls a bit more. Almost too soon, he slides in to flirt with a female student, Shimada Izumi, but she bluntly rejects his attempts and takes charge of the situation, trying to diffuse the tension and bring everyone back to their senses. She's backed up by another male student, Minami Asagi, who chants for his classmates to stay calm even though they don't have a single clue of what to expect for the future. This doesn't keep everyone's spirits high, as the classroom teacher, Murakami Junbei, comments on his students' unusually perky attitudes to them being dead. As the two go back and forth, our main character spots the girl he previously risked his life trying to save, Naruse Narumi. He laments about his attempts to rescue her, because in the end, it didn't matter since she died along with him. He admits that the two aren't close, but that doesn't mean he wanted her to die. Just then, the students hear a voice speaking to them. Another male student, Roku Odihiriji, sees a bright light appearing before them, taking the shape of a godly being named Rodcourt. Students Tsuchiya Kanako and Konode Miyaji completely act hysterical, but luckily Izumi is there to calm them down. Rodcourt tells the classroom that he would grant each of them a special power as well as a new life somewhere different than Earth, and luck of their own. Hearing this perks the ears of Hiroto, as this is his first time hearing about reincarnation. Rodcourt goes on to explain that anyone who wishes to stay on Earth is allowed to do so. However, they wouldn't be granted any special powers and their memories of the void would be erased. He then goes on to ask anyone who wishes to stay on Earth to speak up. During this, Hiroto thinks to himself about the pros and cons of being reborn and believes that being reincarnated in a different world with powers completely outweighs any pros of staying on Earth. One of the students, however, didn't think the same as our main character and offered to stay on Earth. Luckily though, everyone else chose to be born with superpowers. One by one, the gods started to call the names of the students to bless them with these special powers and transport them to another world. Hiroto assumes that it's going to be a while until his name gets called, so he sits down and begins reflecting on his life. He admits that his life wasn't all that spectacular, his parents dying when he was young, and he didn't have any friends or siblings or anyone close to him growing up. The worst part being his father's relatives, who he thought wouldn't care that he died and would probably cash out on his life insurance. These things don't bother Hiroto as much, as he begins to think of a much better life in the new world, with a loving and caring family. Just then, Rodcourt calls the name Amimiya Hiroto, and the boy steps forward. Our main guy thinks to himself how he's never noticed that student before and how it was weird how the names were so similar. And not just their names, but their appearances were weirdly identical too. Rodcourt blesses the boy with 8 special light spheres, which is way more than what he gave the previous students. And with that, he casts a spell to make everyone in the class be reborn to their new world. Until he notices our main character who was left behind. Rodcourt asks our main guy his name, to which he replies Amamiya Hiroto. This makes the god realize that he made a horrible mistake, as he thought the other student, Amimiya Hiroto, was our main guy. Not only that, he basically gave away all of the special powers to the wrong guy. Rodcourt explains how he can't give him the power that he already gave away, to which Hiroto asks if he'll just start over at 0 like before. But Rodcourt says it's more complicated than that. The god goes on to explain how he was supposed to save our main character's life, but fate is cruel, so now his life will never be blessed. So basically, Hiroto thinks that there's no point in reincarnating anymore and just asks to go back to Earth. But the god tells him that that opportunity is long gone, and the chance to be reborn is almost up. Hiroto is rightfully upset and complains that he's the only one out of his class that didn't receive anything, and that now his life is destined to be full of bad luck. Rodcourt, however, does tell him that he'll be compensated by explaining how, unlike his classmates, his soul would become an empty core. And in that core, instead of strong abilities, it'll store magic. He does warn him that the compatibility with magic is extremely low, which understandably annoys Hiroto, as basically he'll be born with the capacity for magic, but unable to use any of it. Rodcourt does pity Hiroto since he can't bless him with any luck, and tells our main guy that his life is going to be full of struggling times. But at last, he gives our main guy some optimistic words before making him reincarnate. Hiroto wakes up from a violent amount of electricity shocking his body and a guard mocking him for trying to rebel. The guard leaves and talks about another experiment coming up, giving Hiroto some time to recollect his memories from his past life and cursing the god who put him in this situation. He realizes that he's been reborn into another world called Origin, that's somewhat similar to Earth except with the combination of science and magic. In this life, his mother was a prostitute and his father was an alcoholic, and they both sold him out so they could make some petty cash. Not long after being sold, he was purchased by a shady research organization who does illegal experiments. So, all in all, our guy is living the worst life possible. We jump ahead to see a scientist talking about an unordinary subject, which piques the interest of one of the two men. They take note that his magic compatibility level is extremely low, and all in all, he has no magical talent. The scientist explains how normally a person possesses 1 out of 7 elements: earth, water, fire, wind, light, life, and space. However, our main character doesn't have an ability for any of these elements. One of the scientists figures our main character is useless and suggests getting rid of him. However, the other scientist brings up how, despite his lack of affinity for the elements, he does have a huge magic source inside of his body, and that there's a possibility he just hasn't discovered that element yet. We cut to see Hiroto doing an experiment in using magic on a dead rat to bring it back to life. This amazes the scientist, who determines that his element is to control corpses. In other words, the element of death. The two scientists congratulate our guy in being the first ever death mage. Later, we see Hiroto being summoned to an office where he's surprised to see that he's been given an offer to have some sort of freedom under the condition that he agrees to be a test machine. The man explains how the facility is placing high hopes on our guy's death magic, and if he can develop a new kind of spell, he'll be given his freedom. A few days go by, and Hiroto is putting all of his efforts into creating a new spell in exchange for his freedom, which greatly pleases the scientists. However, one of them grows paranoid due to the rate that he's progressing at, to which the other scientist explains how there's nothing to worry about since they've implanted bombs inside of his body just in case he tries anything funny. Not only that, they also installed a GPS tracker, replaced his right eye with a special camera, and a secret recorder inside of his ears and mouth. They even go as far as to restrict the amount of food he eats to prevent him from getting too strong, and won't allow him to leave his room unless it's for an experiment. So, to put it lightly, they have full control over his entire body and know his every move. However, despite the insane amount of precaution, the other scientist still feels uneasy because Hiroto can use his magic at will, which could pose a threat to them in the future. The scientist with the glasses mocks his colleague by saying he's being too paranoid, but asks if he has any solutions. Later, we see Hiroto enter an unfamiliar room, and he asks about the experiments regarding developing his new spell. However, one of the scientists says how before that, they're going to do a quick examination of his body first. Hiroto does as the scientists say and lays down on a table before he becomes bound to that table. He demands to know what's going on, but a group of doctors come into the room and begin performing surgery on him. We cut to post-operation to see the scientist telling Hiroto it's mealtime, but Hiroto notices that he can't move a muscle or speak. The other scientist walks into the room to check on Hiroto, and his colleague praises the operation being a success. And now, Hiroto can't control his body and his magic is completely disrupted. We now see Hiroto completely wheelchair-bound. The scientist with the glasses is elated about how now they have complete control over Hiroto, and his colleague mocks our main guy for being the first ever death mage who can control the dead, but not his own body, reduced to now being a puppet. Hiroto thinks to himself about his dire situation and calls out for help, but he can't do anything, and he remains completely helpless for 10 years. The next chapter opens up with the scientist in glasses escorting another scientist into the room where they keep our main character. The man is completely shocked to see the near zombie-like state he's been kept in, but more importantly, he's ecstatic to uncover the secrets behind the death mage, and perhaps even surpass his predecessors. Meanwhile, Hiroto begins to see the spirits of a woman, a little girl, and a dog. The woman begins talking to Hiroto, and the little girl turns to the scientist and asks if he's the new guy in charge of his experiments. Hiroto tells them that these scientists are rotten people and how unbearable his situation has become. The woman apologizes about how they can't help him and wonders if there's any way they can help him try to escape. But Hiroto just thanks them for simply giving him company in a place like this. The woman says she's glad and how they're thankful to him for helping them calm down, with the girl explaining how neither of them can reincarnate and were pulled here one day. Hiroto suggests that it was due to his death magic since he's able to see spirits. Maybe he summoned them. The girl goes on to explain how there's many souls wandering the facility and how they all love him and want to see him escape one day. But since they're just spirits, they can't help him at all. That's when Hiroto begins having a flashback to his old classmates and Narumi, the girl he had previously tried to save on the ship. He thinks about how they were all given powers from God, but none of them came to rescue him. Meanwhile, the young scientist is frustrated about how he hasn't been able to gather enough results over the past month, and fears being kicked from his position. He then snaps and punches Hiroto out of his wheelchair, which makes the woman's spirit rush over to him. Out of desperation, the scientist begins typing at the computer in hopes of releasing Hiroto's limits and letting him reach his full capacity. Hiroto begins going into shock, and the dog and little girl spear try to stop him, but all they can do is pass right through him. The scientist then begins to realize the insane levels of power Hiroto has, and how he's 10,000 times more powerful than the strongest mage on Earth. However, during his experiment, Hiroto is still currently going through shock and dies on the floor. The young scientist begins freaking out over accidentally killing his subject and turns away. All the while, a black aura begins pouring out from Hiroto's body. This alerts the monitor as well as the scientist as he sees Hiroto's power still increasing. The man becomes overly excited with his newfound revelation. However, before he could say another word, Hiroto snatches at the man's neck and begins choking the life out of him. Dropping the man's corpse, Hiroto starts to laugh at his newfound freedom. Not only has he gotten back his body, but his magic as well. Hiroto wastes no time and punches a hole through another man while storming out of his cell, and approaches the two scientists who were responsible for him losing his body and magic. The two scientists are completely stunned and wonder why he's even able to move. Meanwhile, the only thing Hiroto can think about is killing them for putting him through all that for the last 10 years. One of the scientists begins firing a pistol at Hiroto, but he easily slips past the bullets and sucks the life force from his body. The other scientist quickly determines that Hiroto must already be dead, and because of that, he was able to use his death magic at full potential and became an unstoppable undead mage. This revelation excites him as he praises Hiroto for his accomplishments, but our main guy decapitates him before he could finish. Hiroto laughs as he realizes that his rampage has just begun. He starts to turn on the doctors who performed surgery on him 10 years ago, and mercilessly skewers them with their own medical tools. He continues to escape from the facility, easily bypassing the bullets being shot at him, all the while realizing the excitement that comes with having full control over your own magic. He later comes across a large door and believes that there are survivors inside. He uses his magic to open the doors and stumbles into a room full of people who have been experimented on. He believes that the facility was hoping to try to recreate a death mage with these people. Hiroto restores the mobility of the kids and leads them out of the room before telling them that he'll go on ahead just in case there are more enemies. Hiroto charges on ahead and opens the door to the outside, where he sees all of his old classmates who he believes are here to rescue him. With tears in his eyes, he approaches his classmates, but they quickly go on the defensive and begin firing at Hiroto. Hiroto is completely stunned by this level of betrayal, as he thought they'd remember him being in their class. The students stopped firing as they were underwhelmed at how seemingly uneventful the battle was, as they were told an undead had broken out of the facility. Asagi, the one who told his classmates to cheer up about being dead, explains how the undead stood no chance against them, since they are 30 out of 100 heroes in the world. Narumi, the girl Hiroto tried to save on the ship, added how this one person was able to wipe out everyone at the facility and even called death magic disgusting. That's when Amemiya Hiroto steps in and suggests that the undead simply wanted to die because he was one of the experiments at the facility, to which Narumi agrees. Hiroto immediately recognizes the guy with the oddly similar name to him. Narumi and the other Hiroto decide to put our undead Hiroto out of his misery, so they try to destroy him with a powerful spell. Meanwhile, undead Hiroto is completely seething with rage at this other Hiroto who basically stole his good life, his good luck, and every blessing that God was supposed to give him in this world. However, his anger wasn't just at the other Hiroto, but at his classmates who all lived great lives while he was left to suffer. And he swore to kill them all. Narumi and the other Hiroto finish off zombie Hiroto and sent him back to God, who already suspected that he wouldn't last that long anyway. As soon as Hiroto sees God, he immediately tries to swing at him, but only phased through him. However, this didn't stop Hiroto from letting God know how he felt about being cheated in his second life. Rodcourt tells Hiroto that even though his second life sucked, he would be able to give him a much better third life, which catches Hiroto's attention. Rodcourt says that the next world will be called Lambda, and this excites Hiroto since he'll be first in line to receive some blessings and tells the god to hop on it. However, Rodcourt says that he can't give him any new abilities and sends him off. This infuriates Hiroto and he asks Rodcourt what the big deal is, but he simply replies that he can't have Hiroto going around killing his classmates, and that the new world is a bit behind on development and it's basically up to our protagonist to build that world up with his own hands. He says to see his second life at Origin as a training period, which Hiroto refuses since it was just a living hell. He says he will never forgive God for what he's done, but before he can finish, Rodcourt places a curse on him and says that he needs to give up on his quest for vengeance. and only then will he remove all of the pain and suffering in this next life and return him to his normal reincarnation cycle. With that, Hiroto reincarnates to Lambda, where he meets an elf girl smiling down at him. She asks him to cry out every once in a while, and that's when we see Hiroto as a baby elf. The next chapter begins with Hiroto, now called Vandaloo, with his elf mother Darcia, who is making a meal. He tries to wrap his head around his newfound life in Lambda, and how he's now an elf baby who can't speak. Later, he compares his appearance to his mother, who takes notice of it and explains that he inherited his looks from his father. We then get some history of Vandaloo's new world. In Lambda, there are elves who slightly resemble humans, and he determines that his mother is a dark elf, but he wonders about his father who isn't around. His mother continues to dote on him despite him doing things that a baby his age shouldn't be able to do. But still, Vandaloo doesn't mind her constant praises since in his previous life he never experienced the feeling of being raised by someone. Vandaloo tries to earn more praise from his mom by attempting to crawl, but he's still too young for that. His mother wonders about his stats because of his early accomplishments, which confuses our main character. That's when a status screen appears in front of him. After reading it, he realizes that he's half vampire, and thinks that his father must have been a vampire too. He begins to think about how during the last few months since he's been born, no one has ever visited their home, which strangely resembles a cave, and determined that because of his heritage, people would begin to target him. He even thinks there's a possibility his father is already dead. He goes back to his status window and sees how maxed out his magic points are and tries to use his magic skills, but nothing happens. He returns to his status window and sees how God put a curse on him to be unable to use any experience from his previous life. He's also unable to learn any jobs and unable to gain experience. Vandaloo is shocked but refuses to lay around and do nothing and tries to see if there's another way to learn magic. However, before he can start, his stomach begins to growl, and Darcia figures it's time to feed him, much to his embarrassment. His mother notices how his fangs are starting to grow in, so in response, she butchers a rabbit right in front of Vandaloo and tells him to drink its blood. Surprisingly, our guy thinks it's pretty delicious, apart from his mother's milk. His mother warns him about drinking blood in public and to only do it around her, which makes Vandaloo realize the struggle it must have been to raise a half-blooded vampire child, and is happy that she chose to stick by him and raise him rather than abandon him. Meanwhile, while his mom is trying to swat a pesky fly, Vandaloo uses his new vampire ability, microorganism elimination, to kill it, which earns him some praise. Vandaloo realizes that in this world he's still able to use death magic. Though he's happy with his mother, he feels it's not enough, as he's determined to gain more power in order to seek revenge. He realizes that God brought him into this world to help it develop, and understands that sooner or later, his other classmates will join him in this new world. While he's deep in thought, his mother pinches his cheeks and says how he doesn't express his emotions much, to which Vandaloo thinks it's also a part of the curse God put on him. She then tells him that she loves him, but wonders if he's felt it yet. The next day, his mother takes him to the front door to test if he inherited the vampire's weakness to the sun, but luckily he didn't. With a sigh of relief, she takes him outside for a stroll and the two enjoy their time outside, something that makes Vandaloo shed a tear, to which his mom hugs him and mentions how one day, she'll bring him back to her home village so he can be free to do anything he wants. This brings Vandaloo to admit that he loves her, and this newfound feeling makes him realize just how painful it'd be to not be able to express his true emotions. That night, Vandaloo thinks about how dangerous his life would be and how he'd want to keep his mother safe and, when he's able to talk, to be able to tell her everything. However, for a moment, he thinks about spending a happy life with his mom and how if he was able to do that, then he wouldn't need a fourth life. He then remembers what God told him before he reincarnated and made up his mind. He refused to die and live another life. He'd rather live peacefully with his mom until the end. The following day, his mother leaves him home alone while she goes to the nearby village to buy the necessities. While she's gone, Vandaloo practices his magic until she returns. But she never came back. Vandaloo wakes up from a nap only to find that his mother still hasn't come home. He begins to get a bad feeling and thinks about going out to find her. He suggests preparing for his journey and uses his magic to resurrect the rabbit using an undead summoning death spell by using a nearby wandering spirit and binding it to the rabbit's corpse to turn it into an undead. However, he realizes that one rabbit won't be enough, so he uses his magic to resurrect all of the furniture to serve him, and heads out with his small undead army. Vandaloo soon reaches the town and uses one of the skeletons to help him enter the town more discreetly. Using his magic, he infuses souls into the bricks to possess them as the undead opens up an opening for him to enter. After walking around for a bit, he comes across a human soul who tells him that he saw his mother in the town square, which excites him, and he hurries over to find her. It wasn't long until he found her standing in front of the fountain and went to approach her. His mother turns around with a smile and reveals that she's now a wandering soul. Vandaloo is completely shocked. His mother explains how she's sorry that she couldn't make it home to be with him, and Vandaloo asks her what happened. His mother is shocked to be able to hear his voice, but she goes on to explain that despite her trying her best to hide him, the church eventually found her and brutally killed her. She then warns her son to flee since he'd inherited the ruby and purple-colored eyes from his parents, which will let people know that he's a Dhampir. He refuses to leave her and asks who are the ones that killed her. She hesitates, but he uses his ability Mesmerizing Spell to compel her to tell him. Under his influence, his mother talks about her being ambushed by the Baronet Bastero's men, the priests, as well as a few adventurers. She fought back as best as she could, but then a guy who goes by Iridescent Sword stepped forward to fight her. His mother admitted that she ended up being captured and tortured by the church. The people of the church demanded that she reveal where her son is, but she kept quiet until the very end when the church burned her at the stake. This horrific realization made Vandaloo gain a new skill, mind corruption. He learned how he was the reason his mother died in such a painful way and was filled with regret. All the while, his new skill leveled up to level 2. Just then, the flies he can control using his magic came back to him to allow him to eavesdrop on multiple conversations around town, many of whom are the people responsible for killing his mother and talking about how she deserved to die for having a Dhampir child, and how they chose to celebrate her death, and even a group of adventurers planning on hunting him down and killing him the same way they killed his mother. All of this talk fueled his anger and raised his skill level to level 7. Vandaloo thinks to himself about how cruel and disgusting the world is, and how in each of his lives he can't just have a normal life. Just then, his mother tells him that she doesn't have much time left and begins fading away. She tells him how she wishes she could watch him grow up into a man and live a wonderful life, but most importantly, to be happy. All the while, his skill continued to level up until he reached his maturity limit. He then unleashes his power in an attempt to save her and binds her soul into one of her scattered bones, and vows to give her a new body one day. With that, he goes back home with a newfound vengeance against the ones who killed her and vows to become stronger. Our chapter begins with Vandaloo back in his home staring blankly out the window. That's when the soul of his mother asks him if he's awake, to which he replies yes and talks about how tired they both must be after their long travels, with Vandaloo becoming so hungry that he resorted to drinking the blood of a raccoon. Vandaloo thinks about the promise he made to his mother about giving her a new body and tells her that he swears to one day be able to resurrect her, to which she in turn swears to stay by his side. Later on, Vandaloo talks with one of his skeletons, one he calls Skeleton Monkey, and asks him to gather the rest of his undead army to have an important meeting. There he discusses the situation of the Baronet's knights, along with the town priest who are currently searching through the forest to hunt him down. But most importantly, he talked about how 3 adventurers had supposedly already figured out where his house is and are most likely coming as they speak. He says how he currently has 30 or so skeletons in his army, and if he can plan things out right, he should be able to come out on top, although he isn't sure about the adventurer's skills and capabilities. Vandaloo then asks Skeleton Monkey to hand wrestle him for a moment so he can test out his strength, and to his surprise, he was a lot stronger than he anticipated. We then cut to the 3 adventurers trudging through the woods on the hunt for our main character. That's when one of them notices the footprint of what they think is a large monkey and a bear. They figure it's too shallow to be the footprints of those creatures, and the other asks if there's perhaps some creatures out in the woods that they don't know about. However, the leader says that's impossible, and they continue walking on until they find Vandaloo's house. One of the adventurers notices how messy the surrounding area is, which makes the leader wonder if the town knights had gotten to the child before they could. In a panic, he orders his group to search the house. That's until the ground beneath him starts to rumble and shake, causing him to tumble down a large, steep hill. Looking up, the man is horrified to see an earth golem staring down at him. However, his group yells about how it's not just the golem they should be worried about, but an entire undead skeleton army rising out of the ground. Terrified, the men run away screaming, but the leader gets his foot caught in a trap of what he believes to be a snake slithering up his foot. However, he soon realizes that it's in fact vines on their own. Before one of his friends can help him, he's knocked out by a possessed frying pan. The earth golem slowly approaches the group and knocks them out. Soon, the adventurers wake up, now tied up to trees and gagged. That's when our main guy, Vandaloo, approaches the men while riding on the shoulder of Skeleton Monkey and asks if they're finally awake. We open up with the tied-up adventurers completely baffled at how a small child has the ability to control so many undead, and how, compared to the town priest, Priest Gordon, Vandaloo and his army are covered with a pure sense of energy. Vandaloo begins to interrogate the men, but since he still can't speak properly, he just ends up speaking in baby babble, which none of the men can understand. So to make up for his lack of speech, he uses his magic to begin writing in the dirt in English. However, the men don't understand what he's trying to say, which confirms Vandalu's suspicion on the main language of this world being Japanese. He remembers back when his mother told him about how many years ago, the people of this world had to battle against a demon army, and how the god of this world summoned 7 warriors from other worlds to help them become victorious. After sealing away the demon lord, the 7 heroes passed down their native language, Japanese. Vandalu assumed that the adventurers also spoke that language and rearranged the dirt to read Japanese, which the adventurers were able to understand. Vandalu first demands that they tell him about the baronet, to which the leader of the group says how, besides running the town for 10 years, he's nothing more than an ordinary noble. Vandalu then asks about the Knights Legion, but one of the adventurers says how, despite being properly trained, they're nothing special either. He then asks about the head priest, Priest Gordon, and his holy knights. The adventurers explain how the priest and his followers only moved into town about a month ago in the search of a Dhampir child and its mother. This enrages Vandalu. The adventurer explains how the priest is known for being a powerful vampire slayer and that his strength rivals that of a Class B adventurer. One of the adventurers tries to reason with Vandalu and even get him to try to team up and spare his life if he doesn't want the priest to capture him. Vandalu orders one of his skeletons to release him, and before the adventurer can say his thanks, Skeleton Monkey grabs his face and the Dhampir child begins to drink his blood until he drops dead. He then reminds the adventurers to only tell him what he asked to know. Nothing more, nothing less. This little reminder was enough to get the remaining adventurers to obey him. Vandalu begins to understand that the leader of the iridescent sword, named Heinz, is a B-class swordsman, and the rest of his group are around C-class level. This all means that his toughest enemies yet are the priest and the leader, Heinz. The adventurers plead with Vandalu to spare their lives, to which the young child shuts them up and begins questioning why they, of all people, are pleading to live when they mercilessly slaughtered his mother and left him an orphan. He had already decided their fate, to become his food. 2 months have passed and we see Priest Gordon and his followers still searching the forest for Vandalu. One of his followers suggests that Vandalu must have escaped by now, or at the very least died. Priest Gordon reminded his follower about how the 3 D-ranked adventurers who had gone to find the child had disappeared, and even still, no one had found their bodies. His follower doesn't believe that a newborn infant could have done that to those adventurers, but Priest Gordon believes otherwise. He believes that as the days go by, that Dhampir child will grow stronger and become a real problem later. His follower argues about how it's already been 2 months since they started searching and still haven't found the kid, and they're slowly beginning to run out of resources and the people of the town are starting to show discontent. Priest Gordon says how he's well aware of their situation, but still believes he has to find the child, to which his follower yells about how there are still other vampires running around hurting people and how it's his job to protect the innocent. This starts to get through to Priest Gordon, and for now he'll give up his search for Vandalu come the following day. We see Vandalu embracing the welcoming sun after being on the run for months. 2 months ago, he discussed with his mom about where to live, since currently they're in the Bangaya continent, and that Milgu is one of the Ahmed Empire's settlements. This place isn't fond of vampires or their descendants and actively hunts them down, and because of this doesn't leave Vandalu with many options on finding shelter. And even if he's able to find somewhere to stay, he can't bring himself to rest until he's absolutely sure he and his mother are safe. He then thinks of a suitable place to hide for the time being, a huge cave. He orders his earth golems to begin digging out the cave and dress it up to make it seem like it's been collapsed. As he does, he's suddenly ambushed by the 3 souls of the adventurers he had killed, who are naturally drawn to him due to his power, and are annoyingly showering him with affection. Desperately wanting his personal space, he binds one of the souls into an earth golem and orders him to work on the cave to keep it from collapsing on them as the others dig it out for all eternity. Over the course of a few days, he continues to dig out about 50 meters of the cave and figures he should be able to survive there just fine since he has enough food and water. However, half a month later, he realized that he ran out of food and water, which forced him to survive off of earthworms and accidentally flooded the cave in search of water. After who knows how many days of misfortune, he wasn't sure if he'd be able to continue on like this, but in the end, he was able to make it back out and see the sun. He waddles back to his army, but stops to look up at the sky and wishes that the iridescent sword party and Priest Gordon to still be alive so he can kill them himself. Later, Vandalu begins training his skeleton army, but suddenly realizes that he has no idea how to do that. Since they're a bunch of walking bones, they don't need to develop speed or strength, and they're not that adept at weapons training either. He then remembers how people can gain experience in this world, like swordsmen, farmers, and blacksmiths. He then wonders how the undead can gain skills. Vandalu runs into a goblin and orders his army to kill the creature. He figures that in the end, the undead are still a type of monster and should gain experience by killing other monsters. And since he himself is unable to gain experience thanks to God's curse, he'll have to rely on his army to protect him so he doesn't have to go into hiding ever again. After killing the goblin, all of his skeleton army members level up, and Vandaloo levels up to 3. Confused, Vandaloo checks his status window and wonders how he was able to level up despite still having the curse. He determines that as his army levels up, some of their experience transfers over to him, and he'll be able to level up through them, effectively finding a loophole in God's curse. After burying the goblin, Vandaloo focuses on leveling up the skeleton man, skeleton monkey, skeleton wolf, vulture, and bear as his primary bodyguards. Months go by, and Vandaloo turns a year old, and his mother and skeleton army celebrate around a campfire. Vandaloo thinks back to his first life as Hiroto and how his family never celebrated his birthday, as they thought that by doing that, they would spoil him and make him a weak man. We return to Vandaloo explaining to his mother how he's not used to celebrating his birthday and is happy that he's able to do it for the first time with people who care about him. He also explains that since he's able to talk properly, he can finally communicate normally without having to use his magic, and even learned a new spell, Chant Cancel, which allows him to cast spells without needing to chant, which surprises his mother. Vandaloo also explains that over the course of their training, his skeleton army was able to level up and become bone monsters now. His mother congratulates him and wonders if they'll be able to escape the forests, but Vandaloo doesn't think it's a good idea quite yet. But he does say that his army should be strong enough to exact his revenge, though he still isn't sure what to do after that, since he'll still be at risk of being hunted down for being a Dhampir. So he concludes that he should go hunt bandits to level up. His mother was supportive at first, until she realized what her son said and immediately objected. Vandaloo explains to her that despite killing a bunch of monsters, Bone Monkey and the others haven't leveled up, and thinks that they instead should start killing bandits to fix that problem. Of course, he doesn't see it as a bad thing since he'll be killing criminals, but his mother insists that it's too dangerous. However, our main guy says that he'll launch a surprise assault, and he has a few bandits in mind of who to start with. We cut to a group of bandits celebrating in a cabin in the woods and drinking. Then one of the subordinates tells his boss about how recently some of their own have been going missing in the woods lately, and thinks it has something to do with the nearby lord of the land. However, the boss just laughs it off. Meanwhile, we see Vandaloo looking down at the cabin, accompanied by the soul of the man who the bandits murdered previously who led him there. The man pleads with Vandaloo to avenge him and his daughters, to which he agrees. Vandaloo explains how over the past month, he and his army have been wiping out lesser bandits, but figures that the main group in the cabin would be a lot tougher and fight with combat ability. However, despite that, he's come prepared. We open up this next chapter with a couple of bandits talking amongst themselves, when suddenly one of them gets shot in the neck with an arrow and tumbles off of the guard post. We cut to see Vandaloo standing with Bone Man who fired the shot. This alerts the other bandits of them being ambushed as they see Vandaloo and his army storming the camp. The leader of the bandits tries to get his men to calm down and instruct them to switch their weapons to axes and maces to kill the monsters, and led the retaliation against Vandaloo's army. One of the bandits goes up against the bone bear and attempts to attack it, but the creature grabs and crushes his body with a literal bear hug. All the while, the bone monkey leaps down from the trees in the middle of a group of bandits and effortlessly kills his opponents. The bone wolf then attacks another bandit and mauls him, while the human bone man unsheaths his sword and mows down enemies in his path. The bandits begin to retreat as they've never faced off against monsters like these before. Their boss encourages them to keep fighting, while at the same time he's thinking about sacrificing his men as a distraction while he escapes. While his men are fighting the bone beasts, the boss slips away and makes a beeline to the merchant's wagon, but gets cut off by Vandaloo raising an earth wall in front of him. The boss finds himself cornered by Vandaloo and the souls of the innocent man's daughter he'd previously tortured while they were still alive. Vandaloo commands his bone bear to his side, which forces the bandit to begin pleading for his life, and even surrendering to Vandaloo and offering himself to be a human ally. Unfortunately for the bandit, Vandaloo doesn't see any use for him and orders his undead ally to kill him quickly. Meanwhile, the rest of the bandits flee and unintentionally start kicking over the vulture bone beast, who still hasn't acquired any combat skills, and since it's a skeleton, it can't fly either. The creature becomes sad after hearing that, but Vandaloo tries to cheer it up by saying maybe once it levels up enough, it can fly. After the battle, Vandaloo uses life detection to check the cabin for any survivors and detects someone inside. He asks the soul of the bandit boss who it was, and he explains how it's a merchant they'd captured a few days ago who turned out to be a member of a wealthy family, so they tried to hold him for ransom. Vandaloo becomes intrigued and enters the house, where we see a young boy locked inside of a cage. Vandaloo uses Spirit Flame to free the young boy and tells him that all of the bandits who captured him are all dead. With that, he warns the boy to never mention that they met, and he turns to leave, thinking that it would be smarter to leave no witnesses. But at the same time, he doesn't want to stoop to the bandits' level about killing innocent people. Besides, he knows sooner or later his classmates will reincarnate into this world one day, and he doesn't want them to kill him out of justice. The merchant boy follows Vandaloo out of the cabin and is glad that Vandaloo, despite looking like a ghost, is just a kind child. That is until he sees his army of undead surrounded by the corpses of the bandits. And that's when Vandaloo warns the boy that if he ever told anyone that they've met, his undead army will hunt him down. The next day, Vandaloo is with his mother inside of the bandit camp as they raid it for all of their valuables. His mother asks him if he's going to wave the merchant child off, but he figures that his skeletons can do that for him. Besides, at the very least, he returned all of his stuff back to him, so he thinks that should be more than just enough from him. After all, the kid is just a stranger to him. Vandaloo thinks about using the bandits' leftover food for cooking a meal for himself, but his mother objects and says that he's only a 1-year-old and shouldn't be cooking at all. Vandaloo tries to explain to his mother that he's a lot tougher than a normal 1-year-old and he can use magic to cook, but she isn't hearing any of it and reinforces the fact that it doesn't matter how much power he has, he's still just a baby and should listen to her, which he does in the end. Afterwards, Vandaloo says that they should load up their loot into the wagon, but his mother asks how they're going to drive the wagon since Vandaloo gave the only horse to the merchant child. That's when the soul of the man who was murdered by the bandits offers to drive them since he was a carriage driver and a horse trainer in his previous life, to which Vandaloo agrees. After taking control of the wagon, the man is able to steer it with ease and provides Vandaloo and his mother a ride. And with that, they set off. We see the Baron relaxing and enjoying a glass of wine, while his servant is congratulating him on his status promotion. The Baron thinks nothing of it and relishes in the good luck and prosperity his town now thrives in after the death of the Dark Elf they killed. Not only that, but the reports of bandits and social order has drastically decreased, as well as the disease problems seemingly solving themselves overnight. Truly, they're basking in a new era of peace and wealth as luck seems to be on their side. Meanwhile, Vandaloo gives an order to destroy it, which simultaneously causes the structure of a brick wall to collapse in front of a group of patrolling guards. The bricks seem to gather themselves and form a large towering creature with glowing eyes that lets out a trembling screech. On the ground, the guards scurry around out of confusion as they're unsure of what's making the ground shake beneath them. The captain of the guards demands to know what's going on, and that's when one of his men informs him that the outer wall randomly turned into a giant golem. The captain orders for his men to stop panicking and to attack, but one of his guards pointed out how the creature is showing no interest in them, but instead just turns and walks away. The captain doesn't want to hear his excuses, since without the wall, how will they be able to protect the town from bandits and creatures? The guard wants to comply, but asks even if they wanted to, they don't know how to stop a creature like that. The captain was about to yell in response, but came to the realization that he also doesn't know how to stop the creature. Instead, he orders his men to get going. Next, we cut to one of the servants rushing towards the Baron to report the catastrophe, but before he could, the entire house began to shake, making the Baron think it's an earthquake or something. The servant then urges the noble to leave the estate. Just as he does, the noble turns around to see his entire house being broken down and morphing into another giant golem. The creature takes his first steps away from the town, nearly crushing the Baron under its feet as it did. The servant rushed to the Baron's aid as the creature continued to walk away, and the noble demanded to know where the knights and explorers from the guild had gone. Unfortunately, the servant replied how even the buildings of the guild had turned into a golem and walked away. However, even more importantly, the wine and wine sellers also got up and walked away. This news devastates the noble as he was a particular fan of his fancy wine. The only thing he's left with now is no wine, no guild, and heaps of rubble. Meanwhile, on the top of a nearby house, we see Vandaloo spectating the chaos he's caused, watching as the people of the town run around in distress as their buildings and materials suddenly got up and walked away. Still, Vandaloo is pleased with himself, his plan being how every night he snuck into town and placed a golem in various places, waiting for the right time to strike. He's proud of himself for his plan working out the way he wanted. He turns to his mother saying how the people who laughed at her are now running in fear, to which she thanked him for everything he's done. She even compliments how hard he worked for his proper revenge. This makes him stop and think it's true that if it weren't for Heinz and Priest Gordon, Vandaloo would have just killed everyone in town. Instead, he destroyed their town but questions why he left them alive. He tells his mother that he isn't sure how long it'll take to revive her, but he says how it'll also take the townsfolk years to rebuild everything that they've lost. His mother says that it's fine since, in the end, he spared them and gave them another chance. She goes in to pet his head but hesitates for a moment. In the end, she shows him affection and smiles at him. This feeling makes Vandaloo remember how she'd used to pat his head all the time when he was much younger. He thinks about what she told him about proper revenge, and swears that the people who killed her don't deserve that and that one day he'll kill them with his own hands. With that, he flies back down to the wagon with the help of the skeleton bird, who's now a phantom bird, rank 3. We see Darcia and another vampire trudging through the scorching hot desert. Darcia becomes overwhelmed by the harshness of the environment and nearly collapses, but is luckily caught by the vampire named Valen. She apologizes for slowing the two down, but he tells her not to worry and suggests that the two take shelter under a large rock. During their break, Valen apologizes for dragging her through the desert, even though she's currently pregnant. He then swears that he'll protect the two of them even if it costs him his life. And Darcia lays down, thanking him but says that he can't die. She says that the three of them should run away, to which Valen agrees. He then asks Darcia about what they should name their child. Jumping back to the present, we see the merchant wagon strolling through an open field. Darcia then explains the 4 different types of vampires in the world. Firstly, the vampire born between the goddess Vita and the undead hero Zakart, known as the True Ancestor. However, they've already perished long ago and their name was lost to time. The second type are the purebloods, who are either the direct descendant of the True Ancestor or they've received their blessing. Underneath them are the nobles to the purebloods, whose bloodline was thinned over time. And lastly, underneath them are the subordinates, who were created by giving blood. She concludes by saying the closer one is to the True Ancestor, the more power you'll have. However, a common weakness amongst vampires is their weakness to sunlight, their life attribute magic, and their need to sustain themselves off of blood. Vandaloo asks if his father was subordinate and served the purebred vampire, to which his mother says that he was. In the beginning, he was a human who lived in the slums, a thug from the slums as he used to say. This news conflicts with how Vandaloo expected his father to be, given how proudly his mother talked about him before. She further explains how his father was still an amazing man. He had resistance to the sun unlike all other vampires. Vandaloo figures that his natural resistance to sunlight wasn't because he didn't inherit the weakness, but instead because of his father's natural resistance. Darcia goes on to explain how his father was valued by his pure-blood vampire master because of his sunlight resistance, and was ordered to do various tasks in the society, like doing back-alley deals and gathering info. And that's when the two first met. Darcia flusters over how the two first met, to which Vandaloo insists his mother fell for a womanizer. She goes on to explain how, over time, she became pregnant with Vandaloo, but simply mixing the vampire blood with another race infuriated his father's master, and he ordered for their execution. Out of desperation, his father took both of them and ran away, luckily being about to run throughout the day as the other vampires couldn't follow them. However, as the months passed, their escape became more and more difficult, with her growing stomach as well as for his father, who was busy trying to keep both of them safe. Still, even during all of that, Darcia never felt anxious while she was with Vandaloo's father. She had a fun time. We see Darcia and Valen discussing what to name their child in the middle of the desert. Darcia asks why he wants to give their child a name, since neither of them know whether it's going to be a boy or a girl. But Valen insists that they should start coming up with names before the baby comes. Valen goes on to think of names and suddenly comes up with an idea to give part of his name to his child. Darcia agrees and suggests that they should combine the two, and Valen agrees wholeheartedly. Darcia suggests the name Varcia if it's a girl, and Valen agrees with it. He then starts to think of a name for a boy. Suddenly, it begins to rain and the two enter a seemingly vacant town where they're approached by shady-looking hooded men. The men immediately pull out their weapons, and Valen shouts for Darcia to run while he holds them off. Darcia pleads for him to come with her since he doesn't stand a chance against 3 vampires, but he shouts for her to hurry up and go. With tears welling up in her eyes, she turns and leaves him behind. Valen carries a smile on his face, knowing that his love and their child will be safe. He then charges towards the vampires. We now see Vandaloo in the wagon with his mother, talking about his father's final moment. Darcia explains how it was because of his father that she was able to run away towards the forest and give birth to him. As she was laying next to her newborn, she smiles while thinking of Valen and calls her son Vandaloo, the name his father wished for him to have. Darcia asks Vandaloo if he likes the origin of his name, to which he replies that he does. His mother is glad that he does and remembers that she was originally talking about the vampires. Meanwhile, Vandaloo thinks to himself about the numerous times she had already told him the story of his father, and thinks that her memory is beginning to break down. He compares her situation to Sam, the man who died at the hands of the bandits, and thinks about how he died with strong resentment. But for his mother, it's as if he'd forcefully stopped her from dying peacefully. If he were to leave her alone, it wouldn't be out of the ordinary had she disappeared. She looks to the piece of bone where he bound her soul and thinks if he'd put in more magic, he should be able to keep her situation stable. But in order to keep her mother's soul, he needs to find her a new body. Just then, the wagon hits something outside, and Vandaloo asks what happened. But Sam reassures him that he'd only hit a goblin on the road. Vandaloo says how he's unable to level up from goblins and would prefer to be level 3 by the time he reaches the mountains. His mother reminds him that even at level 2, he's already strong enough, since it usually takes a whole group of people to take down a goblin, to which he agrees but says how that the place they're going is full of unordinary people, and would like to, at the very least, level up everyone else. We then see that a few days ago, the group had made a stop inside of a cave where Darcia explains how they shouldn't go to the Dark Elf village without her, since without her being there, Vandaloo wouldn't be able to prove he's half Dark Elf due to his appearance. He agrees and suggests that they should instead stay in a place that is enemies with those who hunt Dhampirs, to which his mother suggests the Orbom Kingdom, since their religion conflicts with the main religion of Alda that the hunters practice. She also assumes that Orbom might treat Dhampirs differently compared to those in the Amid Empire. Though she herself has never been there, she says how there are beastmen and giants who are dukes there, so her son should be fine at the very least. Vandaloo can't be too sure, but he knows for a fact he can't keep living in caves, so he agrees to his mother's plan and they begin to make their way to the Orbom Kingdom. Cutting back to the present time, the wagon makes a quick stop and Vandaloo announces how he'll take a nap during the day. Just then, a man approaches the wagon, startling Sam, but Vandaloo assures him that it's just a broken spirit who is attracted to his powers. The man calls the boy rude and offers him some special information, to which Vandaloo questions the man's identity. He replies how he was a spy for the Amid Empire, but was killed before he was able to give away the information. Then, out of nowhere, the man becomes weirdly persistent to tempt Vandaloo into hearing the super secret information he's offering. Vandaloo reluctantly agrees to hear the man out. Later, the man feels a wave of refreshment after telling Vandaloo and peacefully passes on. His mother asks him if he was just talking to someone, and he responds that he was and informs her of the impending war between the Amid Empire and the Orbom Kingdom. This further complicates things for the group, as with the war brewing, if they were to approach the Orbom Kingdom, instead of being stopped and questioned for being outsiders, they'll most likely end up being attacked. Vandaloo figures it can't be helped, and orders Sam to head southeast from the border and cross southeast from there and to make their way into Orbom. Sam is hesitant to travel there, since southeast from here is full of high mountains infested with monsters. And these monsters are so dangerous that adventurers, or rather any human at all, doesn't dare step foot in there. He even adds that that place is where Zakhart died. Vandaloo is well aware of the dangers, but he figures it's a lot better than running into any humans. Sam reluctantly agrees and obeys Vandaloo's orders. Their next destination is right into the Devil's Nest, where no human has ever gone. Before they could travel too far, the wagon stops and Sam calls for Vandaloo to look outside, where he finds a gate of some sort. Sam corrects him and says that it's a dungeon, a natural den that harbors monsters because the land above is polluted with magic. Vandaloo asks if they've already reached Devil's Nest, but his mother doesn't believe so since there are hardly any monsters around, and believes that the monsters in the dungeon must be weaker compared to the ones closer towards the Devil's Nest. Vandaloo suggests that they should stop by the dungeon, which puzzles his mother since he's behaving unusually casually about walking into a dungeon. Despite the monsters being weaker than the ones at the Devil's Nest, it doesn't change the fact that it's still a dangerous place. Vandaloo says that he understands, but he also sees the pros of going inside so he can level everyone up, so that when they face stronger enemies in the Devil's Nest, then they'll be able to navigate more safely. Darcia is still hesitant, but Sam adds that he agrees with Vandaloo and vows to protect him at all costs. Darcia becomes more accepting of the plan, but also makes him promise that he'll stay safe since she can't protect him. He agrees and assures her that he'll have Bone Monkey along with everyone else at his side. With that, Vandaloo and his group storm in to conquer the dungeon. Once inside, Sam begins mowing down all of the goblins in his path, something that makes him say that this dungeon is a lot less dangerous than he anticipated. Vandaloo asks him how so, to which his mother explains that the dungeon may be newly established and that no one has tried entering it yet. Sam questions that if someone had seen the dungeon, would they leave it unexplored? Darcia explains that the dungeon was probably not worth conquering, which Vandaloo agrees as he says how humans don't take action unless there's something to benefit from it. Sam remarks on how wise Vandaloo is and wonders if it has something to do with him being reincarnated as he'd explained to him before, and warns him not to act so adult-like in front of others. Vandaloo admits that he does act more mature despite his physical age, but he will pass on using baby words to hide his mental maturity. Vandaloo then brings up how formal Sam is with him and asks him not to refer to him as Master. Sam suggests that he'll call him Young Master since he's a year old, but Vandaloo didn't mean it that way either. His mother adds that there aren't many spirits Sam could talk to since the bone creatures are the souls of animals so they can't speak, though we're not sure about the Bone Man. And as for the souls of his daughters, Rita and Saria, since they're being controlled by the fear they suffered before they died, they're unable to speak as well. Sam begins to wonder if anything can be done about that, but he loses his train of thought when Vandaloo asks him if something's bothering him. Sam only replies that he's here to serve Vandaloo, so it's normal for him to admire him. The group continues on until Darcia tells Sam that she needs to rest, and that she leaves the safety of her son into his hands. Before she goes, Darcia tells Vandaloo goodnight and disappears back into the bone. They continue on until they come across some more stairs and begin traveling upward, and all the while, Vandaloo assumes that his team should be able to clear the dungeon in no time. However, he's completely unaware of the final boss of the dungeon, waiting at his throne for him. The skeleton army is busy pushing Sam's wagon up the long flight of stairs. That's when the team is ambushed by some poison frogs, forcing Vandaloo and his army to retaliate with full force. However, they didn't need to do much, as Sam easily ran the creatures over. He goes on to express his enjoyment in crushing monsters, something that Vandaloo doesn't mind as long as he doesn't crash the wagon. Later, the group finally reaches the 4th floor of the dungeon. As they explore the dark cave, an army of undead knights emerge from the ground with their weapons in hand. Sam suggests that they should retreat, something that Vandaloo agrees to until the undead soldiers stand in a line to salute the young boy. Vandaloo watches on in shock, as he wasn't expecting this. The undead soldiers even cast their weapons away to show their loyalty to our protagonist. Still, after being given a free pass to continue on, Vandaloo and his team cautiously pass through, as Vandaloo assumes that it's not a trap and uses his sense danger skill, just to make sure there's no funny business. Sam praises Vandaloo for being able to bend an entire undead army to his will, but he explains how it has something to do with his death attribute charm. Although he didn't think it would affect the undead that he didn't create. Still, he orders Sam to make a small stop for a lunch break. Vandaloo begins to cook the frog legs he'd collected from the poison frog monsters, but his mother quickly shut that idea down, and made Vandaloo pass the cooking off to Bone Monkey. After multiple failed attempts in starting a fire, Bone Monkey was finally able to prepare the frog legs for Vandaloo. As they all ate, Sam began talking about his past life with his 2 daughters. Despite serving a noble, they lived humbly, which didn't bother them in the slightest. He goes on to talk about his wife who'd passed not too long ago, and the unfortunate death of their lord, leaving them with not many options left but to hopefully start over in a big city. However, tragedy struck as they were attacked by those bandits and lost their lives. Sam looked to the souls of his daughters, and wished for Vandaloo to save them as he had done for him. Vandaloo notices Sam's sullen look, which made the man overly express his gratitude to the young boy, but Vandaloo had a feeling that he knew what the man was thinking as he looked at the souls of his daughters. Later, the group ventured deeper into the dungeon while being given a free pass by the undead monsters to journey on. Vandaloo eventually comes across a secret chest and opens it using his magic. Inside, he finds a legendary health potion that can cure most wounds. He decides to keep the potion and continues on inside of the dungeon, again with a generous escort by the undead creatures. They eventually walk into a dark, quiet room. Suddenly, the door is slammed shut behind them as an army of living armor rose up from the ground, seemingly waiting for the protagonist and his crew. Leading the army of possessed armor was a level 5 giant skeleton general. Everyone is terrified by the monster. However, Vandaloo notices something strange about the general and recklessly approaches it. The skeleton general readies his weapon and approaches the child, while Vandaloo steps to the level 5 creature with his army of bone monsters right behind him. The general raises his large, blunt weapon at Vandaloo, and then politely offers it to our protagonist, something that not even his own bone army saw coming. As usual, his mother praises her son for taking down a level 5 boss monster without a fight. Vandaloo takes the boss's weapon and offers it to Bone Man, and in exchange, he uses his magic to level up the general to a Black Skull General rank 6. Everyone is overwhelmed by the talent the young boy possesses, to which Vandaloo simply explains how he only raised the general's strength by 10,000. After that, Vandaloo thinks about using his magic to make living armor and add them to his army, to which Sam eagerly offers his daughters, explaining how if his girls had bodies, then he'd finally be able to talk to them. Vandaloo agrees and looks around for some suitable armor. Luckily, he finds a treasure room where he finds some in a chest that actually resembles more of a woman's bikini than actual armor. Sam explains how the armor set is actually magic-imbued metal armor specifically for women, and begs Vandaloo to bind his daughters to them. Vandaloo is hesitant to put his daughters in such armor, but eventually gives in and binds the souls of his daughters to the armor. The spell performs successfully. However, his daughters still can't speak. But Vandaloo explains how they would need to level up before being able to speak. Vandaloo is still puzzled how such armor could exist in this world, but notices how, despite the appearance of it, Sam is just happy that he's able to reconnect with his daughters again. In the end, Vandaloo says it doesn't really matter. We open up this next chapter with a group of adventurers fighting against the Black Skull General in the dungeon. With a single swing of his weapon, he was able to knock back most of the adventurers, nearly defeating them in a single blow. The leader of the adventurers group tries to keep calm and coordinate his team's attacks precisely. All at once, the group attacked until the leader struck the final blow, finally killing the boss. Exhausted and pushed to the brink of collapsing, the group celebrated their victory and went searching for the loot. However, one of their members informs the leader that there's not a single piece of treasure anywhere. This obviously infuriates the leader as he curses the person who'd beat them to the dungeon and stole everything. Simultaneously, Vandaloo sneezes. He's busy overlooking the progress of Rita and Saria, who are training with their new weapons against Bone Man. Vandaloo questions if they should be using a spear and halberd respectively since they're beginners, but Sam doesn't think it'll hinder them in any way, as he sees them trying their best to become stronger so they can serve Vandaloo. Vandaloo reluctantly agrees but doesn't want to force the girls to do something they don't want to. But Sam reminds him that since they don't have a physical body, it won't be as if they could get hurt. Vandaloo agrees with him and calls the girls over, and attempts to help them to get stronger using his magic. However, he doesn't think it worked. Sam questions this, and Vandaloo suggests that there must be some requirements he has to meet in order to level up someone like he did with the boss. Just as he turned away, Rita and Saria ask him to try again, assuming that it must have worked in some way. But Vandaloo rejects this, as he wants them to level up properly before trying again. After training, Vandaloo begins trying to make some walnut sauce with the guidance of his mother and an earth golem he created to assist with the fire. His mother noted how Vandaloo inherited his claws from his father, and Vandaloo agrees as he thinks it could be useful for him in the future. After he mentions that, his mother asks him what he plans to become in the future. The boy gives a straightforward answer: to become a high-leveled adventurer, gain lots of achievements, and become a noble. His mother thinks he has a lot of ambition, but asks if that's all he wants. To which Vandaloo questions this, as he thinks that there's nothing more he could possibly want other than ultimate status. He believes that with great status, then no one can ever hurt him again, which his mother nervously agrees to. However, she asks what his plans are after all of his enemies are gone. This stumps Vandaloo, since he never thought that far ahead. After thinking for a long time, he answers that he would want to live a happy life. Darcia asks him what does a happy life mean to him. He answers something like a cozy family, social status, and a luxurious lifestyle. His mother comments about how he really desires to become rich, but Vandaloo explains how it's not like that. He would just like to have the ability to buy whatever he wants and simply have freedom to exist in the world. He then thinks back to his first life as Hiroto in a classroom. He's taking a test when he accidentally drops his pencil and a classmate behind him picks it up, and teases him for having such a small, dulled pencil. Hiroto begs for his classmate to give it back since it's the only pencil he has left and all of his other pencils are all used up, but chooses to save them all until they've become completely useless. He asks for him to give it back, but instead of giving it back, his classmate offers him his own pencil with a character sticker on it. He apologizes for laughing at him earlier and allows him to take it home. Hiroto is grateful for the gesture and goes home to complete his homework with a warm smile. However, a family member of his snatches the pencil away, assuming it was a toy, snaps it in half, and tosses it into the trash. With a heavy slap to the boy's face, Hiroto's relative begins insulting him and reminds him that he's forbidden to have any toys since it'll just make him weaker in the future. We now see Vandaloo looking sullenly into the completed walnut sauce. His mother praises him for his hard work, and Vandaloo replies that he doesn't know what it means to live a luxurious life yet, but he'll think about it more when they reach the Orbom Kingdom. The group continues onwards when Sam notices that winter is coming in earlier than expected. Vandaloo suggests that they should halt their travels and live off of killing bandits and wild animals until spring, something that Sam is all too eager to agree to. He mentions how since the group entered the dungeon, he was able to rank up and even acquired spirit ghost horses to pull the carriage. As the group continues on, they hear the screams of a girl and Vandaloo smells the scent of blood. Sam asks Vandaloo what his next action would be, and the boy contemplates his options before sending Bone Vulture to scope out the scene. Looking through the eyes of Bone Vulture, Vandaloo is able to see a group of men surrounding an unconscious young girl and getting ready to violate her. This makes Vandaloo come to a decision: kill them all. Although he is prioritizing to rescue the girl, if she were to become a liability and spill anything about the group, Vandaloo will personally shut her up. Now going towards her at full speed, Vandaloo and his team will fight for justice. We open up with a small tribe being taught how to differentiate the herbs out in the wild by the chief Zadiris. One of the tribe members, Vild, doesn't see the importance of learning any of this since there's tons of edible plants near their village and doesn't see why they have to learn the plants out near the demon territory. Zadiris explains that despite their bountiful amount of herbs near their village, she believes that it's still important to know the unfamiliar herbs outside of their territory, in case of an emergency and they have to flee. She also says that with this information, then they won't have to waste their time exploring the wilderness. Her tribe members agree with her while also admiring her cuteness, despite the fact that she's the eldest of them. Zadyrus tries to get them to stay on track for their lesson, as she thinks to herself how she doesn't have much time left to live since she's the village elder, and wants them to learn as much as possible from her so she doesn't have to worry about them after she passes. Zadyrus continues to teach them about herbs and which ones to use for healing others when suddenly she hears the footsteps of an intruder. An arrow is fired at her but misses just barely. It's revealed that a group of adventurers who had been tracking them for a while had finally found them. They all charge towards the girls, but Zadyrus uses her magic to fend off her tribe members using her growls. One of the adventurers casts a net over the other members, but they swiftly defended themselves and Zadyrus quickly cast a blinding spell on the men. She turns to her tribe members and urges them to flee. They obey her and run past the stunned men, but Vild notices that her chief is choosing to stay behind. Zadyrus assures them that she'll be fine and tells them to leave her behind. With tears in their eyes, the girls run away and Zadyrus is left to face off against the men. The adventurers try to run after the fleeing girls, but the leader of the group says to let them go since their real prize is the chief, since she has a much higher magic level compared to the other three, and would fetch a higher price on the slave market. Zadyrus leads the men away from her tribe members as best as she can, but her old age starts to catch up with her, as she's not as strong as she used to be. The men continue to chase her and fire arrows at her, but they all end up missing. Zadyrus continues to flee while thinking about how to lose them, but she accidentally falls off the side of a cliff and is sent tumbling down. Left beaten and weakened on the ground, Zadyrus figures she'd die an honorable death since she'd sacrificed herself to save others. And at the very least, someone else can take over as chief. The 5 men eventually catch up to her and kick her over to her back, admiring her rather alluring beauty. They begin discussing how much they'd be able to make off of her if they sell her off. This upsets Zadyrus and she screams at him, revealing that she understands their language, and she lunges for his throat. Caught off guard, the man quickly reaches for his sword and plunges it into her body. The overwhelming pain sends Zadyrus into shock as she collapses onto the ground and screams in agony. As the other adventurers hold her down, the man who stabbed her tells her that the sword used was a magic item imbued with pain up status, explaining how she'll suffer 3 times more pain than usual. One of the adventurers figures that they should indulge in their sick pleasures as payment for all the effort it took to catch her. The man twists the blade deeper into Zadyrus' body and tears off her shirt. However, as he did, his friend ends up with an arrow lodged into his shoulder. This pulls their attention away from Zadyrus as they expected that the rest of the tribe came back, but instead discovered a merchant wagon charging straight towards them. On the wagon, Bone Man fires another arrow at the men but misses his target. Vandaloo then casts a magic-absorbing field around the adventurer mage, preventing him from finishing his spell. Sam warns for the men to surrender or he'll run them all over with his wagon. The men scatter at the sight of the barreling wagon, and Sam confronts the adventurers while unknowingly flinging Vandaloo off of the wagon. The battle commences with Vandaloo's undead army against the human adventurers. The Bone Army proves themselves to be more than what the adventurers were initially expecting. However, the men began pushing back against Vandaloo's army, first pushing Bone Man into a tree and another adventurer slicing the arm off of Bone Monkey. The leader of the group asks the mage to cast some support spells, but he replies how he can't inside the magic absorption field. Vandaloo notices how the mage was able to figure out how his spell works, but figures that it wouldn't do them much good since no matter how badly they fight against his skeleton army, it wouldn't make much of a difference. He says how it was a hopeless battle for them the moment they lost their mage. One of Sam's daughters charges straight for the leader of the group and nearly swings her spear at his neck, but the man dodges. However, he began to notice that the girl has no combat ability and is just swinging her weapon around. Still, he's unsure of how to defeat her since she doesn't have a body or obvious weakness. Despite that, out of desperation, he reaches for his blade and aims in the center of the girl's chest, accidentally snapping her chest armor. Embarrassed, the girl tries covering herself, even though no one is able to see her. Unfortunately for the man, this enrages Sam as he rushes in full speed at him and runs him over with the wagon, sending him tumbling across the field. The battle ends with the bandits defeated and Sam apologizing for losing his cool during the fight and flinging the young boy out of the wagon earlier. But Vandaloo says it's fine since he had advanced healing abilities. He looks to his Bone Army and notices how much damage they all sustained and figures that the adventurers were a lot tougher than he expected. Still, he takes this as a lesson to be learned for when he'll later encounter higher-leveled fighters like Hines. Sam asks Vandaloo that despite figuring the adventurers would be higher level, he'd still risked everything to save the girl. Vandaloo thinks back to what happened to his mother and Sam's daughters and replies, of course he would. However, next time he'll set up an ambush. Vandaloo turns to Zadyrus and notices the magic blade still lodged in her body. He neutralizes the blade's magic and assures her that he'll be able to heal her wounds. Sam asks how he's able to do that since he can only use death magic, but Vandaloo reminds him of the healing potion they acquired from the dungeon. Vandaloo returns to Zadiris and quickly pulls out the blade and cleans her wound with the potion, healing her instantly. Zadiris sits up and Vandaloo introduces himself to her and offers a towel, but she doesn't respond. Instead, she zones out completely. He suspects that after what happened to her, it would make sense that she wouldn't speak to him, and thinks that if it were his mother or Sam's daughters, maybe they could get through to her since they're all women. However, Sam and his daughters cheer for him from the sidelines to break the ice with Zadiris. Vandaloo admits that despite living through 3 lives, he still lacks experience talking to women and doesn't know how to talk to someone who is almost assaulted. Still, he tries to make small talk with her, until she unexpectedly throws herself on him and begins to cry. Vandaloo wants to comfort her as best he can, but Zadiris' unusual strength coupled with her claws digging into his back is making it much harder for him to do. Our protagonist tries to endure it as best as he can, but secretly on the inside he's calling out for his mother to save him as he wasn't prepared to be hugged by a woman for the first time in his 3 lives. After gathering herself, Zadiris thanks Vandaloo for saving her from the men and leads them back to her village. She goes on to inform the young boy that despite being a ghoul, she never experienced such pain from the magic item. Vandaloo asks if ghouls are considered an undead, but Sam explains to him that ghouls are closer to vampires, to which Zadiris agrees and explains how they share the same bloodline with vampires, their ancestor being the twin sister to the direct offspring of Goddess Vita and Zakart. Vandaloo adds how his mother told him that ghouls are rarely seen outside of their villages, and Zadiris agrees, but still found herself in an unfortunate situation with those adventurers, and wonders if they'd mate with anyone like orcs. Vandaloo disagrees as he sees her as being really attractive. This makes Zadiris blush as she wonders if what she's experiencing is what they call a vampire's charm. She tells the boy that she's an old woman, which prompts Vandaloo to ask her age, which turns out to be 290 years old. She goes on to explain that a ghoul's lifespan is 300 years, so she doesn't have that much longer to live, which bums out poor Vandaloo. As they continue to travel, the group encounters a small army of beast men traveling towards them. Zadiris says how it's the boys from her village, but both the tribe members and Vandaloo's bone army go on the defensive when confronted up close. One of the tribe members explains how they came to rescue her after Vilda's group informed them what happened, and he immediately questions why she's leading outsiders to their village. Vandaloo questions how the burly lion men are also ghouls, to which Sam informs him that the males look vastly different from the ghoul women. Zadiris commands for the ghouls to drop their weapons, as they are in the presence of her saviors, and how Vandaloo is the one leading the undead. Then, stepping out from the crowd was a tall ghoul, who Zadiris calls Vigaro, who tells Zadiris that she's needed back at the village as the chief. However, Zadiris was willing to give her position to him since she's going to die soon. Vigaro tells her to stop speaking nonsense, and that despite his strength, none of the tribe members would let him become chief. The two go back and forth for a while until Vigaro asks what they should do with Vandaloo's group, since allowing outsiders to their village is taboo. Zadiris says how she wishes to welcome them as honored guests, even though Vigaro was hesitant to allow that. But upon sensing no immediate threat from Vandaloo, he allows it. After unleashing a terrifying roar to let the other members know of their plans, Vigaro leads the undead group back to their village. The celebration festival is in full swing in the honor of Vandaloo and his team for rescuing their chief from danger. Vigaro offers Vandaloo some of the cooked meat to show sincerity, but Vandaloo politely declines. He admits that he's grateful for the gesture, but he doesn't really want to take it since it's actually the meat from the dead adventurers. He thinks to himself that despite their village looking similar to a typical human village, they're still ghouls and even eat human meat so casually. After declining the food, some of the village girls quickly surround Vandaloo and shower him in affection as thanks for saving their chief. The girls nearly tear Vandaloo apart trying to smother him, and he thinks about the natural charm he has on women and figures he can die peacefully in this life. Later inside of the wagon, Vandaloo informs his mother how their group will be staying at the village until spring, to which his mother isn't comfortable with since it's filled with ghouls, and Vandaloo has no control over them. If they ever got hungry, they could devour him. Vandaloo doesn't think that his life is in danger and even says how he'll study magic under Zadiris to learn a few new spells. Darcia asks why doesn't her son just register in a magic guild in Orbaum Kingdom, but Vandaloo says that it'll be a bad idea for him to do that since he'll need an ID to register with them, and that ID would reveal all of his information including his death magic, which he doesn't think exists in the current world. And thanks to the curse God put on him, he could be at risk for becoming an experiment again. His mother begins to understand and wishes for him to just be careful for her sake. That night, the village women continue to surround Vandaloo and ask if they could dress him up as a girl and cut his hair, which is something he is greatly against. That's when another woman named Bastia returns to the village with a sack of meat for the village to eat. She notices Vandaloo and asks who that thing is, and wonders if he's a ghost. One of the other women explains how he is super strong and even saved the village chief, piquing the tall woman's interest. She steps to Vandaloo, who couldn't help but admire her impressive muscles, and she thanks him for saving her mother, Zadiris. After taking him inside, Bastia begins preparing the meat for Vandaloo and asks him if he likes it. Vandaloo doesn't have any strong opinions for or against the meat, basically concluding it's painfully average. Still, though, he fakes a smile and compliments her meal. Bastia is shocked by his response since everyone else hates her cooking, which makes Vandaloo regret not being more straightforward. After talking for a while, Bastia tells Vandaloo that she has to finish cleaning, which puzzles the boy since he heard that she was the best warrior of the tribe. Bastia admits that she has the lowest rank in all of the tribe, which makes Vandaloo question that since her mother is the chief. She explains how in their tribe, the men hold the power and the women only learn magic, and despite her fighting skills being immaculate, her magic is really weak. Still, she talks about wanting to get pregnant as soon as possible so she can avoid doing the chores and use her free time for training. Vandaloo asks why she's in such a rush. Bastia replies that she's 25 years old and normally women of their tribe become mothers much younger, basically saying how she's becoming too old. Vandaloo disagrees with her and says that she's overthinking things and even calls her beautiful. Bastia thanks him for the compliments but says that Vandaloo is too young to have seeds, something that nearly made Vandaloo choke on his food. He tells her how he's surprised by what she said, which she doesn't get yet. She suddenly remembers how Vandaloo could use unfamiliar magic and asks if he could give her his seed through magic, or perhaps let certain parts of his body grow up. Vandaloo finally rejects her offer. After that embarrassment, Zadiris apologizes for her daughter's behavior, but questions how, despite his age, he was still able to understand what she meant. Something that Vandaloo didn't think about since he's actually supposed to still have the mentality of a 1-year-old. Still though, Zadiris regrets trying to force motherhood onto her daughter and explains how, unlike humans who can choose their partners, it's much harder for a ghoul to become pregnant, which could put their entire race in danger. Vandaloo then asks if ghouls wouldn't know who their father is, but Zadiris says it's not like that, and says that the father of her daughter is Vigaro. She goes on to explain how she and Vigaro had done the deed and warns Vandaloo the dangers of getting too drunk. Zadiris switches the topic back to magic and asks Vandaloo to replicate the spell he cast on the adventurers. After casting the spell, Zadiris is shocked to see the boy cast a spell without chanting it first, and Vandaloo explains that it's because of his chant cancel skill. She wonders how a boy his age has access to that type of skill and wonders if he's some sort of genius or perhaps a demon. But Vandaloo says that he doesn't know why he has that skill, and it's just something that he knows how to do. After explaining his death magic to her, Zadiris questions if it really exists, and wonders if she can teach him anything, since he would be skilled at manipulating magic as well as non-elemental magic. This catches his attention, and he asks about non-elemental magic. She says how it's basic magic knowledge, but Vandaloo reminded her that despite his power, he's still just a beginner. Agreeing to teach him, she asks what his magic power amount is, to which he replies that it's 100 million, very casually. Zadiris is completely stunned by his insane capabilities, as she only had around 10,000. But regardless of that, she agrees to begin his training. Spring has nearly come, as 6 months have passed since Vandaloo and his group started staying in the ghoul village. Vigaro notes about how much stronger they've all become thanks to Vandaloo using his magic to preserve the meat that they eat. He comments on how abnormal the child is as he pops out of the ghoul's mane as they stand over the edge of a cliff. Vigaro suddenly remembers something and asks the young boy what he thought of his daughter, Bastia. Vandaloo goes on to compliment her impressive physique extensively, and all the while, Vigaro thinks about if it weren't for the boy's age, he would have offered him as many women as his heart could desire in order to force him to stay in the village. We then see Vigaro enthusiastically enter Zadiris' hut, asking if Vandaloo is still continuing his training in the village. Zadiris says that he is, which excites the ghoul as he wonders if the boy would perhaps stay all throughout spring and maybe even summer. Zadiris notices the ghoul's unusual behavior and teases him about it. Vigaro complains about how she wouldn't understand how he felt, but Zadiris explains that she does. How she too wants Vandaloo to stay in the village with them, but understands that if he chooses to leave, then there's nothing they can do. We cut back to the present as Vigaro scopes the ongoing battle from the cliffside. His tribe members are busy fighting other beastmen and notice how they're struggling with coordinating their attacks. But despite Vandaloo suggesting that they should help them, Vigaro says that his men won't learn anything if he steps in. Meanwhile, down on the battlefield, we see Rita and Saria performing much better as capable soldiers. On the sidelines, Sam is watching proudly as two of his daughters become stronger even after his death. Just then, we see Chief Kobold approach one of the girls and the two clash weapons. However, she becomes surrounded by another warrior joining the battle and charges towards her at the same time. Luckily, her sister swoops in and cuts through the warrior with a single slash of her halberd. The two sisters both join forces and attack the chief until a ghoul warrior appears behind him and launches a surprise attack. From afar, Vagaro determines that the battle is already won, as the Kobold chief is losing the will to fight. Just then, stalking through the bushes was another warrior who joined the battle, letting out a roar that swept through the field, even surprising Vagaro. Appearing on the field was Gaion, the Kobold king, rank 5. Vandaloo urges them to join the battle to help the ghouls, but Vagaro suggests that they should just stand firm and support them with magic. However, Vandaloo says that his men won't be able to escape without him. This fills the ghoul's spirit as he launches himself onto the battlefield and charges straight for the king, clashing their weapons fiercely in a locked battle. Saria says that her and her sister should help out Vagaro, but Rita says that they can't due to the enemies being rather persistent. The sisters look to the Bone Army to help out in the battle, and we see the undead army now much stronger and ranked 4. The bone creatures swiftly leapt into the battle and tore into their enemies. Vandaloo uses his magic to raise the ground and mercilessly bury some of the Kobold warriors under the dirt alive. Even the ghouls thought that that was a bit cruel. Meanwhile, Vagaro and the Kobold king continue to clash their weapons. The king narrowly sliced some of Vagaro's mane, accidentally revealing Vandaloo dangling inside of the creature's mane. Taking his opportunity, Vagaro charges his weapon and slashed at the king's chest, letting the blood splatter to his face and tasting it. Vagaro promises to cook his enemy's flesh before eating it after the battle. This enrages the king and he powers up, breaking past his limits. The two continue to clash, but Vandaloo could tell that Vagaro doesn't stand a chance based on pure strength alone. We cut to the time where Zadiris teaches Vandaloo about the magic orb technique. He explains how he would have to harden his magic into the shape of a sphere and launch it at the opponent. And since it has no element, it'll affect anybody. Vandaloo tries to perform the spell but struggles with it, and he realizes it's more difficult than he thought. Zadiris explained how before, Vandaloo thoughtlessly used his death magic and that not granting an element to his magic would be harder for him. Still, she encourages the boy to continue working hard at it. Shifting back to the battle, Vandaloo says how he still can't control the magic orb well enough and has to think about what he can do for now. Stepping out of Vagaro's mane, he stands before the Kobold king and spits into the creature's open wound. The Kobold king at first stares blankly at Vandaloo, before becoming angry and raising his weapon to strike the child. However, he loses control of his hand and drops his weapon to the ground. Following his hand, he begins to lose all of the feeling of his arm. Taking the opportunity, Vagaro decapitates the king and takes victory over the battle. The ghouls reign victorious in their battle against the kobolds. The scattering few rush off into the woods with the ghoul army hunting them down to make them for dinner. All the while, Vagaro asks Vandaloo about his trick he did earlier, to which the young boy explains that he changed his saliva into poison and paralyzed his enemy. Gross. Still, Vagaro was impressed by our guy's powers, and the group headed back to the village to celebrate their victory. Later that day, as everyone ate, Vandaloo begins thinking about how since he's come to the village, his life has been much easier and carefree. But he has to keep focusing on getting a body for his mother's soul, so he doesn't have time to relax. Zadiris notices Vandaloo's silent behavior and tries to offer him some food, but our protagonist could only just stare blankly at her. He could see the shadow of death looming over her, meaning within a couple of days, Zadiris will die. Vandaloo calls her over to have an important talk, and Zadiris had a feeling she knew what he wanted to talk about. Once alone, Zadiris starts by bringing up the topic of his training and how he has no talent for magic. Vandaloo already knew of this, since he hasn't mastered level 1 of non-elemental magic, and everything he has been able to do so far was all because he was just copying what he'd been doing in his previous life. Still, Zadiris believes Vandaloo could still become a great sorcerer one day, and she wants to teach him every skill she knows. But first, she wants him to extend her lifespan just a little longer. Vandaloo was surprised that she was aware of her impending death and agrees to her terms. Once everything is prepared, Vandaloo asks her to strip off her shirt and puts his hands through her body in hopes of making her young again. With his magic, he believes he should be able to reverse the aging in her body, but nearly exhausts all of his mana. After Vandaloo finishes with the procedure, Zadiris was once again blown away by the boy's talents. And Vandaloo adds how he'll extend his stay in the village since he has yet to have grown stronger. But before that, he plans on wanting to use his rejuvenation magic on Zadiris in order to exhaust his mana and push past his limit. After all, he tells her how he has a lot of magic points, and right now, the one spell that uses most of them is Rejuvenation. Zedirus agrees since she'll be able to get younger, and the two settle their plan. Days pass, with Vandaloo continuing his training and healing Zedirus. During that time, the tribe begins to notice how their elder is looking much younger and even cuter, and they wonder what her secret is. That's when one of the ghouls who peeked in on Vandaloo and Zedirus together starts up the rumor that the two of them might be in a relationship. This news devastates Bastia, and she laments about losing to her mother. Summer rolls around, and we now see Vandaloo improving with his magic. Zedirus gives him some words of encouragement and picks him up, but Vandaloo tells her that he's 2 years old now, so she doesn't have to treat him like a baby, even though he is still a baby. Anyway, Zedirus comments about how much younger she's become thanks to Vandaloo, and he replies how much his power has increased since. He then says he's going to help the women of the tribe with their work, but Zedirus warns him about doing everything by himself, or else the others would start slacking. Vandaloo begins his cooking until he meets with Bild, and asks her if she still wants to name her son after him. But Bild informs him that she miscarried and says perhaps next time she'll do it. This upsets Vandaloo, and he tries consoling her loss, but he quickly notices how miscarriages are common with the ghouls, and they talk about it rather casually. But the women don't mind since they plan on trying again with Vandaloo, which upsets Bastia once again. Vandaloo calls the woman over to speak with her privately, and all the while, the women of the village start loudly claiming their turn after Bastia. Once Vandaloo and Bastia are alone in the hut, the young boy was ready to discuss something with her, until he turns to see Bastia stripping down. After clearing up the misunderstanding, Vandaloo asks Bastia about the miscarriages that's going on in the tribe, to which Bastia explains how something like that is super common for their race, even though it may seem strange to humans. Vandaloo begins to think about how since he'd arrived at the village, there were no other children besides himself. Still, he figures it can't be helped, since their race has lived like that for thousands of years, and no one has asked him for his help to fix their problem. Well, that was until Bastia asked him for help to fix their problem. Vandaloo tells Zedirus that he wants to find a solution to the child problem within the village. Zedirus is overjoyed by this news, since prior to that, they would usually go around kidnapping women and turning them into ghouls to stabilize their population. Well, that sure is one way to keep your race from going extinct. Vandaloo explains to her how he's going to try his best to figure out a solution to their problem, though he wants to keep this hidden from his mother right now. After examining one of the ghoul women, he determines that the core problem is within their reproductive cells. The lifespan of these cells is too short, but he thinks that he should be able to lengthen that with his magic, which excites the woman since she'll be able to have a child. He got to work using his magic on the women of the tribe, and luckily, everyone was able to become pregnant. Later that winter, Bastia comments on how all of the women were successful in carrying their children, and Vandaloo adds how he's working on a magic tool to continue giving them the ability to get pregnant after he leaves their tribe. Bastia continues with talking about the possibility of her carrying Vandaloo's child, which he thinks is absurd for her to even talk about. But Zedirus joins in with even more crazy ideas, like her carrying his child too, and Vandaloo can already tell that the two are definitely mother and daughter. The scene switches to a group of adventurers fighting a group of goblins and kobolds. One of the adventurers calls out to a woman, Katya, who is being attacked by the creatures from behind. However, she swiftly cuts down the monsters and says how it's strange for the goblins and kobolds to be working together in the first place. The male adventurer Rickon thinks it could be because a higher-level demon beast is leading them. But before they could say anything else, the loud, terrifying roar of a beast cuts them off. The adventurers quickly find themselves surrounded by an army of monstrous creatures. Rickon tries to fend off the beasts while yelling for Katya to make a run for it. We cut to see the noble of the orcs, Bugogan, resting at his throne. That's when one of his subordinates informs him how there aren't enough women, and he asks permission to capture female ghouls. Bugogan grants his request under the condition that he leaves no survivors to protect the identity of their existence. Bugogan thinks about the military of the ghoul tribe, which isn't a big deal for him, but the real problem lies with the village elder mage. Bugogan brings forth a kobold and asks him if the village elder mage is still alive, to which the kobold says that she is. This angers Bugogan, as the kobold told him before that she was knocking on death's door. But the kobold informs him that something strange is happening at the ghoul village. Bugogan immediately kills the old creature as he didn't want to hear another word. That's when his soldiers return with the adventurers they've captured. The creatures take a specific liking to the women of the group while they decide to devour the man. Simultaneously, Vandaloo is alerted to the impending trouble brewing. He tells Zedirus to assemble everyone as a large army of orcs were coming to attack the village. He informs the tribe that the orcs aren't going to attack now, but they do see the village as an obstacle and they should start preparing themselves. He credits everything he knows to the spirit of the kobold that was killed by Bugogan. It's really lucky he can talk to spirits. The members of the village begin to worry since the numbers of their enemies is greater than their own, but another ghoul tries to encourage their spirits. However, there's still a problem since the women of the tribe are all pregnant, so they can't help out in the fight. Bastia suggests that they should cooperate with other ghoul villages, to which Zadiris agrees. Vigaro then adds in that he wants Vandaloo to leave their village, which puzzles the boy. Why would he want him to leave? Vandaloo refuses to leave, but Vigaro argues back and forth with him to get him to leave anyway. Vandaloo asks why he wants him to leave so badly given everything they've been through so far. Vigaro is moved by Vandaloo's words and says it's his choice if he wants to stay or not. But Zadiris explains Vigaro's unusual behavior is because he cares deeply for the young boy. She then asks what Vandaloo's plan is to fight against the orcs, to which he presents them armor that he's collected along his travels. The village is thankful for this gesture, and with so many benefits the boy has given them so far, Vigaro suggests making Vandaloo their king. He nervously gives them an unsure reply, which they take as their confirmation. But Vandaloo explains that that wasn't what he meant, as he was confused by their offer. Zadiris explains that since the villages are going to unite against the orcs, they would need a leader, their ghoul king, and they would like Vandaloo to be that person. Vandaloo still doesn't understand since he's a Dhampir, but the ghouls don't mind it since he's also not a human. And he'd told Zadiris that he possessed a skill that strengthens his army. Vandaloo asks if his skill was the reason they wanted him to be king, but Zadiris says that it was because of all the effort he went through to build their village, and unanimously, the tribe elected him as king. After giving it some thought, Vandaloo accepts their offer, and the tribe celebrates. Meanwhile, a lone woman with a dazed look is wandering the forest until she's approached by an army of orcs. She throws her weapon aside and allows the orcs to capture her. We see the chief of another ghoul village, Talia, praising her handcrafted jewelry with much admiration. Some of the tribe men are unsure if they should interrupt her during this, but a few other members barge in and beg her to make armor for them. She is, as expected, frustrated by their demands. Another one of her tribe members informs her about a freshly captured metal slime, which excites her as she begins thinking ways to craft more items from it. That's when she's interrupted again, but this time it's to inform her that an undead carriage was approaching their village. She gathers her soldiers and decides to meet with the carriage. With her army at her side, she demands to know why they've approached her village, to which she was informed of a common enemy marching their way. Talia asks to know more of the details, to which Vandaloo steps to her and offers to explain. After looking down at the 2-year-old, Talia and the rest of her army quickly kneel to him after sensing his superior power. Imagine being just a toddler and having armies bow to you. Vandaloo introduces himself to Talia and shows off his intensive knowledge about her impressive craftsmanship. He then asks her to help them in exchange for fixing their low birth rates and improving their food quality with his magic, to which Talia accepts. Although she does have ulterior motives to being involved with the boy, the first being to use him to expand their territory and the second being to live a luxurious lifestyle. We switch over once again to the dazed woman, now captured inside of the orc village. She witnesses the terrible condition most of the human slaves are kept in before experiencing the same torture herself. That's when we see a man, Luciliano, visibly disturbed. His butler enters his office and asks him if he's alright. Luciliano says that he's fine and asks him to report to the Viscount that he has some new information to tell. After taking some tea to calm his nerves, Luciliano begins to remember his previous meeting with the Viscount, Belnau Balks. Luciliano explains how he successfully infiltrated the orc's village using a life-dead puppet, a human corpse using life magic to reanimate it. He goes on to explain that the creator and the puppet share the 5 senses, so he's able to experience everything his female puppet does, which explains why he was about to throw up earlier. The Viscount wants to learn everything about the orcs and entrusts Luciliano to complete this mission for him using his puppet. Jumping back to the present, Viscount Belnau Balks rushes into the room and Luciliano fills him in on what he discovered, that noble orcs truly do exist. Not only that, Luciliano was able to determine that the orcs are allied with the kobolds and goblins, which would set their numbers at around 500 or 600. This all overwhelms Belnau, as he's heard rumors of some of the orc nobles being really powerful, and for a moment he isn't sure the humans can stand a chance against them. Luciliano doesn't think he should give up yet, since they still have plenty of B-ranked adventurers plus numerous C and D ranks at their disposal. This perks up the Viscount until he realizes that he wouldn't be able to move such a large army before the orcs attack them. But Luciliano informs him that the orcs most likely won't make their move until summer, so it gives them some time to prepare. Belnau agrees with this and pays Luciliano for his troubles. The man is overjoyed by this as he begins planning out his future vacation in his mind. That is, until the Viscount tells him that he has to keep monitoring the orc village, so he'll have to postpone his plans. We move back to Vandaloo as he's busy adjusting the armor for the ghouls. Talia was impressed by the boy's ability to use his magic to alter the size of the armor. And Vandaloo says how originally the armor set was made for humans, so if he didn't adjust them to the ghoul, then they wouldn't be able to use it. Talia is confused about how Vandaloo is working so hard despite his status. But one of the ghoul women informs her how Vandaloo has always done things for them back in their village, so it was nothing new. Still, this baffles Talia as a king shouldn't be doing the handyman's work. Next in line to have her armor fitted was Bastia. Vandaloo comments how the armor set she was wearing was made for a man, and this makes Talia say a sly comment about the muscular woman, which makes Bastia fire back with a few words herself. One of the ghoul men wonders why the two women have beef with each other, when another ghoul explains how Bastia caught Talia smothering Vandaloo between her chest when she was sleeping, and ever since they've been at each other's throat. Yep, you heard it right, these two are fighting over a 2-year-old. Vandaloo asks Zadiris what he could do to resolve the problem, but the chief is off in her own world sulking to herself when the topic of voluptuous breasts is brought up. All the while, Vandaloo thinks it would be better to drop the topic. Later that night, Vandaloo gathers with the ghouls to discuss a plan to defeat their enemy. After giving out a few suggestions, Vandaloo thinks it would be best for them to plan an ambush against the orcs and presents them a map he's drawn up of the orc camp to the ghouls. However, unbeknownst to the boy, none of the ghouls can read a map, and he's worked so hard on it. All of that gone to waste. He later built a model of the camp using figurines, and starts explaining their attack while also prioritizing saving all of the captured humans at the camp. After settling on the plan, Vandaloo concludes the meeting until Talia tells him that she appreciated the map he drew earlier, and reveals that she could understand it. Not only that, she was once a human. We see a couple of orc scouts high upon a lookout post talking amongst themselves. That is, until one of them heard a rustling sound and went on the defense. However, they weren't prepared for their own wall to awaken as a wooden ghoul and turn on them. We now see Vandaloo relishing on the success of Phase 1 of his plan, and leaves the orcs open for a full-on assault. The orc army begins going on the defensive, and Vandaloo leaves the rest in Zadiris' hands, who rallies her army and lets out the signal to charge. The battle ensues with Vagaro leading the first wave and takes on the orc general. Back on the sidelines, Vandaloo replenishes the mana of the mages, which impresses Zadiris as he was able to perform a non-elemental spell. Vandaloo leaves the rest to the chief, and sets off with Sam and his undead carriage. The boy gives Sam the command to go full speed, which Sam eagerly obeys and happily mows down all the enemy forces while laughing maniacally. However, Sam encounters the orcs, and Vandaloo feels it would be smarter to take a safer detour. But Sam mistook the boy's orders and instead, safely crushes his enemies. Sam somehow picks up more speed, even managing to surprise Vandaloo and tramples over his foes. As their father revels in crushing his enemies, Rita and Saria join the battle along with the bone monsters. As Vandaloo collects the souls of his enemies, he determines that his army should be able to wipe out his enemies in no time. But that's if the noble orcs don't show up. Back at the other ghoul village, we see Talia praying over Vandaloo and the others for their safe return. She's interrupted by one of the pregnant ghoul women who couldn't sleep and found her praying. Talia says that the woman didn't have to come so close to her, which makes her chuckle and says how she really does care for others. And she at first thought that Talia was a selfish person. Talia thinks the woman is being disrespectful given their status, but the woman just calls her weird, and even her hairstyle and voice also weird. Talia says it's normal for a pure ghoul to think that way about her, to which the woman asks what she meant by that, and Talia explains how she previously was a human who was kidnapped and turned into a ghoul via a ritual. The woman looks on sullenly and asks Talia if she hates ghouls, but Talia says how could she, since she's been one for over 200 years. Talia urges the woman to head back inside for the sake of her unborn child, but she replies that she wasn't tired, and the two sit outside together. Talia offers to tell the woman how she became chief of the village, and says how it all began when she was a child, how her father was an expert craftsman, and because of that, she grew interested in a similar skill. Here in this chapter, we learn a little bit more about Talia. As a young girl, she used to craft impressive weapons that slightly concerned her father, as he tried steering her to behave more ladylike and practice her cooking instead, something Talia had no interest in. Her brother, Theo, barges into the room covered in dirt, and his father chastises him and tries to urge him into crafting amazing weapons like the ones Talia makes. The boy doesn't see the point in even trying, since his older sister was much better than him, and he should just give her the shop when she's older. This upsets their father, and he tells Talia to go help her mother. A few years go by and Talia's father struggles to keep his shop open after a big company moves into their hometown, and as a result, her father becomes depressed. Still, Talia tries to raise his spirits, to which her father mentions how it's been a while since they've spent time together and offers to take her out. Talia becomes elated upon hearing that. Her father leads Talia through town and into a dark alley where they meet two men. It's then revealed that her father sold her off to the men in return for enough money to restore his shop. Talia tries calling out for her father to save her, but he says even though she has an amazing talent, only the men could inherit the shop. And since she was more talented than her brother, he lost motivation to become a craftsman. He finishes it by saying her talent was a burden, while the men drag her away. Some time has passed and Talia now works as a prostitute, but as she's applying her makeup, she's determined to escape. Later, after presenting herself to a customer, she brings him into the room and stabs him and makes a run for it, escaping the town and making her way into the forest with a new goal to start over somewhere new, where no one knows about her. However, she was then discovered by a group of ghoul men. The ghouls begin to perform a ritual in front of Talia and finish it by adding their blood into the concoction and chanting an unfamiliar spell. After that, they pushed Talia into the pool of strange liquid and forced her under until she lost consciousness. She came to, finding her body now transformed into a ghoul. She asks them why they would do this, and the ghouls explain that their population was low and they didn't have enough women. Ever since that day, Talia felt like her life was a living hell as she couldn't escape the village. And even if she could escape, she couldn't return back to a human society. Then, one day, a ghoul brought her a dead animal and told her to prepare a meal for them. But after examining the creature, she mentions how its hide could be used for armor. This intrigues the ghoul and asks her if she can create armor, to which she replies that she could, and the ghoul tells her to do it. After crafting the armor and giving it to the ghoul, he inspects it and compliments her craftsmanship. This makes Talia think back to the time when her father used to compliment her skills, and it brings Talia to tears. From that point on, the men of the tribe begin asking her to craft more weapons and armor for them, which little by little brings a smile to her face. Soon, all of the men continue to fight for her attention to get her to craft things for them. This newfound reputation gets the chief to call her to his hut, where he explains how, thanks to her, the hunting success rate has increased, along with the tribe being able to oppose the adventurers trying to hunt them. Talia is thankful for his praise, and this makes the chief ask her to craft a special set of armor for him in exchange for anything she wants. Given the offer, she says that she wants to be by his side. The chief accepts her wish. Later, the women of the tribe become furious with Talia and remind her that she used to be a slave and she should remember her place. Talia agrees with the women and determines that they're jealous by the amount of male attention she was receiving. The women agree and demand that, as a former slave, it's her place to share the men with them. Talia begins to understand the women and tells them that bullying her isn't the way to get the men to fall for them, and instead, they should agree to be her friend, and she'll teach them her ways of getting a man's attention. The village women all began lining up to be her friend after that. And that's how, little by little, Talia was able to raise her status and even spread her influences to other ghoul villages because of her trading her armor for food. And with that, her village population grew and she, once the weakest ghoul, now rose to the top and became the chief. We jump back to the present, with the ghoul woman keeping quiet after hearing Talia's story. Talia assumes that her story must have made the woman lost for words, but instead, she just thinks Talia's story was super cool. Talia assumed that ghouls weren't able to understand her story, but she grew accustomed to it, and even became comfortable telling her story to other people. The woman asks her who else she'd shared her story with, to which she said Vandaloo, but the boy didn't have much of a reaction to it either. But she adds how he told her that he was unable to express his emotions, but was able to understand her story. From that, Talia was able to get what Vandaloo in some way was able to relate to her based on the expression of his eyes. He must have gone through something awful himself. The ghoul woman says that the boy was surely strong, and how she wishes to name her child after him and one day give her child a sibling. Talia was confused on how their conversation switched to that topic, but figures to just walk away from it. As Talia wonders about her growing competition between her and the other women, she remembers that a few days ago she improved Bastia's weapon, in an attempt to get the woman to show some appreciation. But Bastia took the weapon and says how she'll put her craft to good use and that she should be thankful. Talia decides to get some sleep and wonders how Bastia is doing on the battlefield. We then switch over to Bastia, who is terrified after seeing the noble orcs joining the battle. Vandaloo describes the 3 noble orcs using the sight from Bone Vulture. After confirming the creature's identity, he informs his team that the nobles have joined the battle, and one of them is heading towards Bastia's team. This brings everyone to a shock, as they didn't plan for this to happen, and even Vandaloo himself is unsure of what to do next. Either choice he plans to make would jeopardize the mission and cost them the victory. The pressure begins to weigh on the small boy as he finds himself at a crossroad. Meanwhile, Luciliano continues to suffer the torture of spying on the orcs and wonders if the Viscount is trying to drive him mad. Suddenly, the orc noble was interrupted and warned about the ghouls attacking their village. But Bugogan doesn't see them as an issue and says how he'll join the battle later. Through the puppet, Luciliano became aware of the ghouls and decided to report back to the Viscount. Back on the battlefield, Bastia is busy killing the last of the guards and moves in to rescue all of the captured women. She finds them all in horrid conditions and comes across the human puppet, and decides to rescue her too, despite their races being enemies. That's when she and her men hear the calls of the orc noble right outside of the hut. Bastia is shocked to see a noble, while the creature calls for his men to capture Bastia. The ghouls go on the offensive as the orcs charge forward. Suddenly, that's when the orcs get a sickening feeling of death looming over them. At first, they didn't see anything, but they sure felt it. What they didn't see coming, however, was an undead wagon charging full speed towards them. Vandaloo pulls up to aid Bastia to fight against the orc noble. Sam asks the boy about the ability he casted on the orcs, and Vandaloo explains how it was a spell to summon a familiar. The familiar unleashes a killing aura, and Vandaloo uses it to confuse the orcs. While the two were talking, the orcs begin to stand back up, but Sam quickly backs up against them to make sure that they don't come back. This enrages the noble, and Vandaloo orders Rita and Saria to take care of the remaining orcs, while he and Bastia deal with the noble. Bastia is unsure if she can stand against the noble, but Vandaloo says that she'll be fine and he'll never let her die. Seeing no other choice in this, Bastia takes up her weapon and faces the orc. However, for a split second she doubts herself, and just then, she could feel the orc cutting through her body. Luckily, she snaps out of her trance and moves at a quick speed. The orc continues to trade blows with the woman, but Bastia dances past his attacks with ease. The orc questions how Bastia could be so quick, but not even she knew why. That was until she remembered Vandaloo is with her. Vandaloo reveals that he was using his magic to aid her in battle, and with this reassurance, she grows confident in her fighting. She now knows that with his support, she could predict the orc's attacks and dodge them. In other words, she's much stronger now. She quickly finishes off the noble, and is surprised in the fact that she was able to overcome her opponent. Vandaloo goes to congratulate her, but Bastia asks about Vagaro, to which we now see that earlier, Vagaro urges Vandaloo to aid Bastia in her fight against the orc noble, and to leave him and Vidiris. He also acknowledges the boy's strength, and how he found himself sometimes relying on the child. But now he's happy, and vows to show Vandaloo a fight he'll be proud of. Vandaloo promises to return for him after helping Bastia, and he hurries off, leaving Vagaro to face off alone against the orc noble. The battle between the strongest warrior of the ghoul village, Vagaro, and the powerful orc noble commences. The two waste no time and start clashing their weapons. However, Vagaro notices how insanely fast the noble was, but he won't let that stop him, and he launches another attack to break the orc's defense. Vagaro plans to keep wailing on the orc noble until he can find an opening to strike, but the orc seemingly ignores his attacks and keeps charging forward until he's able to land a heavy blow against the ghoul. This unfortunately knocked Vagaro unconscious, and the noble was ready to claim his victory. Elsewhere in the battle, we see Zadira struggling herself against the orcs. The other ghouls suggest that they retreat for now, but Zadiris understands that there's no way for them to run without suffering casualties. That's when one of Vandaloo's undead flies attaches a thread to Zadiris and outspawns the undead bone army here for reinforcements. Zadiris then tells everyone that they don't have an option to run since Vagaro and Vandaloo are unable to rescue them, so their only choice is to crush their enemies. Her army argues that it's impossible to do that, but Zadiris says how their enemy is underestimating them and to use that to their advantage. With their morale raised, Zadiris led the retaliation against the orcs. Still, the orcs don't let up, and one begins firing arrows into the ghouls, but the mages were able to raise a shield against their attacks. The orc is confused by the amount of mana the ghouls had, until he realizes that, slowly, his own army is beginning to cripple, while the ghouls are still going strong. That's when Zadiris revealed that as long as they have Vandaloo with them, they will claim the victory. The orc noble tries aiming for their barrier, until one of the bone monsters confronts him and scratches his face. The orc then soon found himself completely surrounded by the bone army, and they begin to wail on him. Unfortunately, the noble was able to slip away, but Zadiris wouldn't let him get far. Back with Vagaro, he wakes up just in time before the noble was able to take his head. He bites into the orc's neck, but the noble was able to throw him off and he lands near his weapon. Taking hold of it, he launches from behind the orc and shatters through his defense and strikes the final blow. Fired up, Vagaro lets out a victory cry as his family was able to successfully defeat their enemies. The news travels back to Vandaloo, who informs this to Bastia, who is overjoyed by their accomplishments. However, the true final boss was still waiting. This worries Vandaloo, as, so far, this is the strongest opponent he's ever faced, going far beyond his expectations. He begins going over possible plans to defeat his enemy, maybe even going against the boss alone, but it would end with a 50% chance of him dying. Still, he takes his chances and flees from the wagon and confronts the toughest orc so far, all by himself. Vandaloo and the strongest orc noble face off. Jumping straight into it, the noble charges up and uses earth spikes against Vandaloo, but he deflects it with his magical barrier. The orc tries to cut through the barrier, but his blade only breaks through the outer layer. Vandaloo starts going on the offense and charges up a giant magic ball and fires it at the orc, but he unfortunately deflects it. This prompts Vandaloo to fire multiple magic blasts at him and uses his familiar to catch him off guard. And to add on to his assault, he even commands a golem to rise up from under him. However, none of these attacks prove to have any effect, and the orc even stomps the golem to bits with one kick. This battle is starting to prove to be a challenge for our little guy. The two continue to trade blows, with Vandaloo on the offensive and the orc noble on the defensive. Vandaloo even tries spamming his attacks, and even doing the most common trope in action series, hitting him with an even bigger attack. The two come to a stalemate, with both parties realizing just how powerful the other is, and even thinking that at this rate, either one of them could die. Meanwhile, Vagaro and Zadiris go back and forth about whether or not Vandaloo could one-shot the boss, but Sam tries to get them to calm down and help out their king. Vandaloo's squad tried coming in clutch for him, but this proved to be worthless, since the noble was much too strong for them. This makes Vandaloo think that the situation is getting risky, and if everyone gets involved, they could all die. And even if he were able to resurrect them as an undead, he's unsure if his enemy has the power to damage souls too. Suddenly, he gets an idea. Just then, the noble turns his attention back to Vandaloo, and with a single strike, he breaks through his barrier and delivers the final blow. The noble, pleased with himself, tasted the blood of his enemy with great pleasure. Darcia and everyone else is devastated by what they've just witnessed. Vandaloo falls to the ground along with the orc, and everyone runs over, with Vagaro ready to take his revenge. But that's when he discovered that the orc was already dead. Zadiris rushes in an attempt to save the boy, but Vandaloo shows that he's perfectly fine, and Sam begins to understand what the boy did. He goes on to explain that at the very moment Vandaloo was struck, he turned his organs intangible and used his magic to heal himself. As for how he defeated the orc, he simply turned all the blood in his body into poison, and when the orc licked his blood, it sealed his fate. Zadiris was relieved about the news, but plans to give him a lecture for scaring her in the first place. Vandaloo telepathically told Sam to keep what he's done a secret from his mother, but it was too late. After the battle, Zadiris asks Vandaloo about what he should do with the human females they rescued. All the while, Luciliano observes the ghouls' victory through the puppet, and is shocked by how easily the ghouls managed to defeat their enemies. But most importantly, he was interested in their so-called king. He begins setting his expectations, for he's unsure of what kind of king he'll meet. That's when he hears a human woman trying to resist the ghouls' aid, and he believes that she'll be tortured or even killed by the ghouls. Plus, even if she manages to get rescued by humans, her life would be a living hell, and it would be hard for her to recover from the events of being a slave. Suddenly, his puppet is approached by Vandaloo, and Luciliano figures that he's a Dhampir. But what is a Dhampir doing with a bunch of ghouls? Vandaloo asks Luciliano directly what he's doing inside the woman's body, surprising the man that a child could detect his presence. Luciliano tries playing dumb, but Vandaloo can see past his nonsense and even says how he can see the spirit of the woman and how she's begging for him to give her body back. Luciliano was able to, for the first time, see the spirit of the woman whose body he's been manipulating the entire time, and lets out a horrified scream. We return with Vandaloo interrogating Luciliano for spying on them through the woman's body. Luciliano tries to flee, but Vandaloo grabs him by the throat and demands he tell him why he was in the woman's body. Luciliano, seeing no other way out of this, explains how he was an adventurer using the woman's body to spy on the orc village. Vandaloo asks him if the war minister, Palpapek, was the one who sent him, but Luciliano says that it was instead the Viscount and warns him that the war minister was planning to send an army to attack the orc village. Vandaloo asks what would happen now since the orcs are now dead, to which Luciliano says that they would just turn their sights on the ghouls, since they were strong enough to defeat them, and in the humans' eyes, they are now the enemy. Vandaloo figures he'd heard enough and wonders what to do with him since he can't risk his identity being discovered, but at the same time, he can't kill him. He then asks Luciliano if he was the one to have killed the woman, but he says he wasn't and she was brought to him already dead and he simply just used her. To which the woman pled for the man to release her. Vandaloo understands this and, with a stern warning, lets Luciliano go. Vandaloo inspects the woman and finds that her body is still alive due to the mana inside her and offers to revive the woman. She's delighted by the news, but Vandaloo adds that he can't bring her back to life, but he could bind her soul to the baby that's inside of her. Disgusted, she refuses to be resurrected as an orc's child. But Vandaloo says he'll be able to make sure that the orc genes would be suppressed so that she could live again as a creature that resembles a human more closely. The woman accepts his offer and he brings her body back to the wagon, where Sam asks why the boy would do so much for her. Vandaloo explains how he's using her as an experiment to see if he's able to implant the soul of another being into a zygote, and Sam asks if that's what he plans to do with his mother. Vandaloo denies that since the probability of finding a zygote that's compatible for his mother is really small. Back at the ghoul village, Vandaloo is getting an earful from the many women in his life for scaring them due to his reckless stunt, though they admit that due to their lack of strength, that was the reason why he went so far into battle. Vandaloo is confused by their reaction since previously, whenever he was scolded, he was used to being yelled at a lot more and even beaten. His mother comforts him, but Zediris and Bastia ask him what kind of parents Vandaloo has. Vandaloo tries to explain that his mother wasn't like that, but Darcia says it's fine since the other women can't see her. But still, it mattered to him what other people thought about her. Vandaloo decides it's time to gather everyone to tell them something important, and that's when Vigaro steps inside the hut, looking insanely different than he did last time. Bastia figures it was because he ranked up since their last battle. Anyway, after gathering everyone, Vandaloo explains to them about his reincarnation, and why he was given such broken abilities. Surprisingly, everyone bought it at face value. Even the part about Vandaloo's other classmates also possibly reincarnating into their world and them having broken abilities too. Vandaloo says he should still be stronger than his classmates, and everyone shrugs it off since they think they should be fine. However, Vandaloo disagrees since they all have cheat skills. Vigaro explains that even if all of his classmates are stupidly overpowered, it doesn't mean they're invulnerable. This makes Vandaloo think that if his classmates don't die in Origin, then they can't reincarnate into his current world. Zediris adds that everyone is naturally scared of those who are stronger than them. But Vandaloo shouldn't worry too much, since he also possesses a weapon that none of his enemies have. And his mother encourages him to believe in himself more, to which Vandaloo thanks them. Then, at the last second, he warns them about the human army coming to wipe them all out. We switch the scene over to the War Minister Palpapek writing in his office. That's when a vampire bat begins to mock the man for doing such a meaningless task. The two go back and forth for a moment until the vampire reminds him of the deal they previously made. How Palpapek's older brother should be the one sitting in his chair instead of the War Minister, not to mention all the benefits the vampires would have by having a noble such as the Minister on their side. The Minister switches the topic and asks the vampire if he's heard of a Dhampir named Vandaloo. The vampire doesn't recognize the name, and the Minister fills him in about how the boy was born to a dark elf and one of the vampire's former subordinates. The vampire remembers his former subordinate, Valen, and the Minister continues on by saying that their child could possibly be a necromancer, and be leading an army of ghouls. The vampire dismisses the fact that a mere toddler could have such abilities, and says that sooner or later he should be taken care of. The War Minister agrees as he says how the subjugation began, being led by the priest Gul'dan and a man named the Breeze Spear, Riley. The vampire shows interest in Riley and asks if he's useful, to which the Minister assures him that he's strong enough. The War Minister also brings up the incident with the golems and infers that it was Vandaloo's doing. The vampire laughs off the man's suspicions since he was overestimating the capabilities of a Dhampir, and their strength is based on the strength of their vampire parent. The vampire takes his leave, leaving the Minister to wonder alone if Vandaloo is really as strong as he believes. If he is, then it could be a problem for Riley and the High Priest. We cut back to the ghoul village, where the captured women willingly undergo the ritual to become ghouls. And Vandaloo wonders where Talia was during this. Bild mentions she probably wouldn't want to witness the ceremony, since it could remind her about how she was turned into a ghoul against her will, and Zediris says that she can take over from here and Vandaloo leaves with Bild. They stop by Talia's hut, where they find the woman happily chopping away at the orcs for their meat, and the two figure they should just leave her be. That night, Vandaloo gathers everyone to properly explain how the human army is coming for them all. We open this chapter on the human army marching straight ahead. Priest Gul'dan meets with Riley, and the young man tries warning the priest that he's not like Heinz and he'll be the first one to slay the Dhampir. But Priest Gul'dan couldn't care less about who gets to him first, as long as they complete their mission. However, the priest does warn the young man not to let his guard down, since they'll also be up against the ghouls who are most likely preparing for them. He finishes by saying that he doesn't want Riley to underestimate his enemy. Riley doesn't take too kindly to the priest seemingly looking down on him, since at the end of the day, the young man was here to surpass Heinz. The army finally reaches the ghoul village, but finds it completely abandoned. This infuriates Riley, since every ghoul village they've encountered was empty, and he demanded an explanation. One of the knights informs the priests of the carriage tracks and concludes that all of the ghouls, along with Vandaloo, took off without anyone knowing. Riley grabs the collar of one of the knights and demands why none of his spies reported this, but the knight replies that they only investigated the city and the forest, and that no one could have predicted that the ghouls would take off into the mountain range, not to mention no one has heard of ghouls using carriages. Still, Priest Gul'dan didn't falter as he came up with a plan. We jump back 2 months ago, seeing Vagaro urging for a fight with the humans, but Vandaloo shuts that idea down. Since, unlike the orcs, the humans have been planning their attack for months, and even if they were able to defeat the first wave of humans, many more would come back stronger until they wipe them all out. And on top of that, they have to look out for the pregnant women of the tribe. Talia agrees with the boy and asks him what they should do now, to which he figures out a plan. Cutting ahead, we see the ghouls and Vandaloo traveling along the mountains, with Vandaloo opening up passageways for the group and sealing the entrances behind them. After 3 long months, the group had finally made it to the Devil's Nest, a place where no human has traveled to before. Everyone admires the large land, but still, some wonder if they would be able to blend in, not to mention all of the unknown high-leveled monsters lurking within. Vandaloo figures they're right, and plans to set out an investigation tomorrow, but for now, they set up camp. That night, Vandaloo tends to the woman who was used as a puppet, which makes Talia say how they seem more like family. This makes Katya, the female adventurer who was captured before, fire back an insult to Talia, and the two women butt heads. Talia then asks if she's comfortable about being a ghoul now, to which she says it's a lot better than returning back to the humans, and even says how the ghouls seem to be good people. She waves them off, and Vandaloo begins to think about how they do really seem like a family to him. That's when Vandaloo was hit in the back of the head by a bone and turned to see one of the children who threw it. The child's mother scolds him, and this makes Vandaloo wonder about the new race of children, who were born of the ghoul women and the goblin and orc men. Basically, due to the weird genetics, they're pretty much new species. Zidiris thinks that Vandaloo's magic may also have something to do with it, since he was using it to keep the mothers healthy during their pregnancy. But in the end, she doesn't mind, since they're smarter than regular monster babies. And now, since there's a ton of them, their family has grown quite a lot. We cut to see the War Minister informing the vampire that he can no longer aid in the Dhampir's extermination. This stuns the vampire, and he asks if he could send out another adventurer, but the minister declines, since now that the ghouls are in the Devil's Nest, no adventurer would want to take the job offer. The vampire asks about the priest, but the man replies how he had other duties to attend to. The vampire is visibly frustrated by this, and the man comments on it, but the vampire just flies away without explaining himself. All the while, he's panicking about Vandaloo already being at the Devil's Nest and how it could spell trouble for him. Back at the mountains, Vandaloo and his team go out to inspect the area, noting how gigantic everything is compared to what they were expecting. Vandaloo suddenly runs off, which puzzles Katya, but it only makes Sam and his girls tease her about not being able to tell when Vandaloo is excited about something. Katya catches up to the boy and tries to scare him with ghost stories. But it obviously fails, since Vandaloo travels with spirits and can command the dead on a daily basis. Suddenly, Vandaloo senses an enemy approaching and is stunned to see real-life dinosaurs in this world. Vandaloo's crew immediately jump into action while the boy gawks at the creatures with starry eyes. Not only are there many dinosaurs, but there's also a giant jumping shark. The dinosaurs surround the team, and Vandaloo is overwhelmed with joy at the mere sight of them. Real-life dinosaurs right in front of him. If it weren't for his deadpan expression, he'd have a smile reaching from ear to ear. He thinks of a solution to kill the creatures without causing too many wounds, and then resurrecting them to join his undead army. Well, at least that was the plan, until his group began mercilessly killing the dinosaurs. One by one, everyone began hacking away at the animals, leaving Vandaloo in a slump since he wanted to preserve them without any wounds. None of his teammates understand why Vandaloo is so upset about dead animals, to which the boy explained how wanting to see live dinosaurs was a passion of his back in his previous life, and he was always wanting to visit a museum. However, his uncle wouldn't let him. Vandaloo sinks more into his despair, even when Zadira suggests that they should keep moving forward. Suddenly, the boy comes up with the idea to just create the museum himself. Now in better spirits, the group continues on until they're greeted by a strange presence. The being steps forward and presents himself as the Oracle of the Emperor. Everyone is stunned to be in the graces of an undead from the Titan tribe. The undead seemed weirdly overjoyed to see Vandalu and even called him the prophesized Holy Son, and asks him to bring salvation to them. He then introduces himself as Nuaza the Lich. Vandalu introduces himself and asks Nuaza to explain what he meant earlier, to which Katya asks if they should even care about what he has to say, but Vandalu thinks if things go well, then his group could be able to live here. Nuaza informs Vandalu that he was awaiting his arrival, as it was foretold by the oracle of the goddess. Vidiris thinks the description fits Vandalu close enough, but Vandalu says how he doesn't know anything about the country, and asks Nuaza to give him a brief history lesson. Nuaza goes on to explain how his city was called the City of the Sun, and how long ago it used to be prosperous, thanks to the hero Zakart and the goddess Vida. But then 200 years ago, everything changed, when the Merg Shield Nation attacked. He goes on to explain how suddenly the nation slaughtered almost everyone, including himself, which turned him into an undead as a result. Sam mentions how he's heard of this story before, since it was common, and Vandalu asked to know why the Shield Nation invaded. Sam explains how it was due to an order from the Amid Empire, and Nuaza adds how since the Amid Empire and the Titans worshipped different deities, it ultimately became a conflict of religions. Nuaza, curious, also wanted to know how the nation that wiped them out ended up, to which Sam explains how after the war it cost them a great loss, losing their hero, and in the end, the Titans didn't have any treasures or resources they could use. Nuaza corrects this by explaining that their princess, prior to the war, was sent outside the country along with their treasures and resources. Still, even with all of that, Sam says that the true loser of the war was the Amid Empire. Because the Titans were allied with the Orbam Kingdom, they joined the war and completely defeated the Shield Nation as well as Amid. Not just that, the Orbam Kingdom recovered most of their territory that was seized by Amid previously, and the two countries have been at war for 200 years. This had gone down in history as Amid's biggest failure. The news made the undead burst out into hysterical laughter, as he believes that Amid deserved it for all the trouble they caused in the past. Vandalu agrees and says how the Shield and Amid Empire should just die, which excites Nuaza as he claims that Vandalu is the reincarnation of the true ancestor vampire. We learn how when the true vampire ancestor died, he made a prediction to one day return to bring death to the arrogant god. Nuaza spirals into laughter once again, but Vandalu criticizes him for mixing what the oracle said and what the ancestor predicted. Still, Nuaza said how Vandalu said how he was going to destroy the Shield Nation, but the boy tried to correct him. However, everyone starts twisting his words. Changing the subject, Vandalu asks if the ghouls are allowed to stay in the city, which Nuaza calls upon the undead citizens of the city to ask for their opinion. Luckily, everyone is very friendly and inviting, despite their frightening appearances. Vandalu tries to conclude things with Nuaza, but the man says how he's not in charge, and the person he should be speaking to is the hero of their land, Borkus. Vandalu goes to speak with the hero and he asks Nuaza what kind of person Borkus is. And he replies that he is the strongest undead amongst them, and not only that, he hasn't moved from his spot in 200 years. Borkus lays his eyes upon the child and asks who he was, to which Vandalu introduces himself as the Ghoul King. Borkus at first mistakes Vandalu as a girl, but later shows no interest in the child. Vandalu tried offering himself as a peacemaker between the ghouls and titans, but Borkus refused and even deflected Vandalu's death attribute charm. Vandalu tries to play it safe with the guy since one wrong move could get him killed. Switching tactics, Vandalu offers to grant a wish to Borkus using his death magic, to which Borkus asks him if he could remove a curse from a legendary class item. Vandalu accepts without hesitation, which shocks the two undead as no one has ever been able to do such a thing. But to Vandalu, he explains how it shouldn't be difficult. This manages to persuade Borkus, and he begs the child to save his comrades. Vandalu accepts the task. Vandalu follows Borkus into another room where the boy feels the frigid air upon the door opening and figures it was due to mana. Inside, he sees a giant ice shard in the middle of the room with a severed hand trapped inside. Nuaza says how it belonged to Miss Zondia, but lucky for the two, Vandalu says he could melt it with his magic, but first he wanted to know what happened. Nuaza gladly offers to explain and tells him how long ago in their land, Talosheim, there were 5 heroes: Borkus, Gina, Ogban, Berrigan, and Zondia. During the war against the Shield Nation, the 5 defended their land against them, but they soon went up against the nation's own A-rank hero, Mikhail. Their hero wielded a powerful spear, and with that weapon, all of the Titan heroes fell. At least, that's the story Nuaza was told. Truth is, no one really knows what happened between the heroes. Borkus fills in more of the missing details. He says that Gina, Zondia, and himself all faced Mikhail. Despite their close rank, he was killed, and when he awoke as an undead, the first thing that he saw was the ice shard. He then asks Vandaloo to melt the ice, and adds how he's unsure of the state of his comrade, but at the very least, wants to apologize to them. Luckily, he can do it sooner than he thought, since Vandaloo melted the ice while he was talking. Taking the hand, Vandaloo uses his power to connect to the thoughts Zandia had and saw the battle that happened long ago. It was gruesome until the bitter end. Vandaloo was able to determine that Zandia and Gina must have died before Mikhail went underground, though he's unsure, and the only way to find out is to go descend underground. As the two descend further down the stairs, Borkus begins discussing with Vandaloo about the fee for bringing Zandia and Gina back as undead, and even offers them to him as his brides. Vandaloo thinks what the man was suggesting was a political marriage, and explains the problem that the two would still be a pile of titan bones. Not to mention neither of them had the authority to marry the women off. But Nuaza ignores the boy and says that it should be fine since he's basically the chosen one. The three reach their destination, but find a dragon golem frozen in ice. This makes things complicated, since they can't continue on without melting the ice and unleashing the dragon. Nuaza adds how the dragon was created by the goddess Vita to protect her heritage, and Mikhail must have encountered the creature. But the dragon was too strong for him to handle and retreated. Nuaza asks Vandaloo on the probability of the girls being further ahead, but Vandaloo says that even if he brought them back as undead, they would get annihilated by the dragon. Borkus says that it's fine, as long as they have the goddess's heritage, they could bring back their bodies as good as new. This alerts Vandaloo, and he asks more about the heritage, to which Borkus says it's a dead resurrection device. That's all Vandaloo needed to hear. The device is deeper here inside of the catacombs. Vandaloo asks Nuaza if anyone knew a safe way to get to the device, but he says only the Empress knew. That seals it. Vandaloo has no choice but to become stronger to defeat the dragon golem, as he has someone in mind to resurrect. With that, the three sit down and try to think of a plan to defeat the golem. Borkus suggests using the Adventurers Guild to give them any useful resources, but Nuaza says that the resources from the guild were taken and that the only safe was stored in a job change room. This alerts Vandaloo, and he asks if he, or perhaps the ghouls, could use it. And Nuaza says how it was never tried with monsters before, but Vandaloo thinks that it's possible. He then looks to Borkus's missing arm, and casually says how he could restore it for him, something the man wasn't expecting to hear. After regenerating his limb, Vandaloo decides to head back to his group, and barges in to tell them the great news. Unfortunately, he walked in right as Bild was about to give birth. Vandaloo watches over as Bild is ready to give birth. Sam rushes in and tries to give Vandaloo some advice in keeping his confidence, and his daughters cheer for him from afar, which makes him question why everyone is treating him like the doctor. Not only that, but Zadiris encourages the boy to hold Bild's hand, which makes him wonder if he's the doctor and the husband. Despite the situation, he does it and gives her some encouraging words. As sweet as it is, on the inside, Vandaloo has no idea what he's doing. Still, his efforts put a smile on her face. Suddenly, Vandaloo senses the presence of death, and uses his magic to check on the health of the baby. After discovering the problem, he swiftly fixes it, and Bild safely delivers her daughter. The birth of the child puts everyone in a good mood, even Nuaza and Borkus, who suddenly showed up upon hearing the good news. After throwing a celebration, Vandaloo brings up the job change room and the resurrection device, and Zadiris decides to give it some thought. But in the meantime, she bans the child from working until his next birthday, due to him working too hard and needing proper rest. Vandaloo tries to argue with her by saying that all of his work is so he can bring his mother back to life, but even his mother agrees with her, and warns her son to get some rest, and if he doesn't listen to her, she'll return to the cycle of reincarnation. Vandaloo goes on to think of what he should do to rest for the next couple of days, but surprisingly, he's finding this hard to do. While bathing, he asks Vagara what he should do, but not even he himself can give the boy any advice. He spends the rest of the day asking other people what he should do to relax, but none of their answers help him. Eventually, he finds the Adventurers Guild and decides to read through its collection of books. He wakes up after falling asleep at the guild and goes out to find his bone monsters training together, but notices Skeleton Man sitting off on the sidelines. He asks why he's sitting out, to which the skeleton squeaks in response, and somehow, Vandaloo can understand him. Rita and Saria join him and ask him what he's up to which Vandaloo says that Skeleton Man is just bummed out about being the only one of his undead army to still be rank 3. The girls carelessly add on to the skeleton's sour mood, but Vandaloo says that he's possessed by the spirit of a rat, so it's only natural for him to be weaker. Still, given that, the skeleton desires to become stronger. Lucky for him, Vandaloo knows just the right method to fix his issue due to him reading all of those books yesterday. All he needs to do is bind the spirit of a human into the skeleton, and the undead is ready to give it a go. After performing the spell, at first everyone thinks it didn't work, until the skeleton begins talking properly to our protagonist. Not only that, but he is ranked up to rank 4. Surprised, Vandaloo asks Skeleton Man if he remembers his previous life, to which he does. And he describes his previous life of being a husband and a father, but one day he was attacked by a vicious beast and left for dead. We later find out he was referring to a cat, and the memory he was describing was that of a mouse. The days go by with Vandaloo's group tending to their own individual tasks. Then, one day, Vandaloo is asked to take off his blindfold, and he's greeted by his friends and family presenting him with a magnificent museum for his birthday. Bastia tells the boy how she even killed the prehistoric animals herself, but she saved him a Triceratops as a pet. His mother congratulates him on his 3rd birthday, and the boy thanks everyone with tears in his eyes. We switch over now to a group of vampires sitting at a table discussing something amongst themselves. As they do, we see someone bound and imprisoned somewhere. One of the vampires starts the meeting with the first topic being about a Dhampir child. We see a vampire woman slamming her wine glass down, furious at the fact that the Dhampir got away from them. The woman, Turnicia, is worried that the Dhampir child could meet with the supposed ancestor vampire and it would be a death threat to them. She then demands another vampire, Berkine, to hurry up and kill the subordinate who failed to kill the Dhampir. But Berkine says that he's decided to give him another chance. With a snap of his fingers, he summons Serkrant Ozba, the vampire who was meeting with the War Minister before. The vampires all begin torturing him until he drops dead, and Turnicia says how he was Gubamon's responsibility and wanted to know where he was, but he's been absent for a while. Berkine understands the woman's frustration and offers one of his lovers, Eleonora, to aid Serkrant in eliminating the Dhampir. He orders Eleonora to not only search for the Dhampir, but also take care of Borkus, since it would make Gubamon owe him in return. Still dissatisfied, Turnicia warns Eleonora to not screw up her mission, unless she wants to suffer the same fate. We then jump to a distant memory, where a band of adventurers leave behind Katya as she could no longer keep up with them. Katya wakes up only to realize that it was a dream. Meanwhile, we see Vandaloo in the job-changing room. He thinks about how in this world, by taking a fitting job, it's possible to improve the abilities one has started with. For instance, if a ghoul completed a job change and took the job of warrior or magician, they could achieve a rapid progression in their abilities. Vandaloo thinks about the curse God had placed on him, but to his surprise, the system works for him. He figures that as long as the job he wanted didn't already exist in his current world, he should be able to acquire it. Still, now that he thinks about it, the god he met when he reincarnated was never mentioned in his world, but decides not to dwell on that for now. Right now, his mission is to become strong enough to defeat the dragon golem and get the resurrection device. He selects the death attribute Mage Job, and he immediately levels up all the skills that were previously hard for him to improve, leaving him quite impressed. 4 months pass, and Vandaloo, along with his group, spend their time exploring dungeons to level up their skills and collecting resources, and even coming together to rebuild the city back to its former glory, making him ask her what's bothering her. She replies that it's nothing and asks the boy what's troubling him, to which he mentions how the other children in the tribe have grown up much faster than him, and it made him feel left behind. Katya assures our guy that he still has time to grow, and this raises his mood a little. As Vandaloo walks out, we see Katya with a sullen look. Back inside one of the dungeons, Katya was almost attacked by a shark until one of the children of the tribe, now grown into an adult, killed the creature before she had a chance to react. Another man compliments the boy's skills, and Vandaloo agrees, saying he has a future in being a ninja. The monster boy tries to warn Katya about losing her focus in battle, but she harshly tells him off. The group eventually reaches the boss floor, and that's when they're confronted by the hidden boss, a gigantic island turtle. The turtle begins to attack the group, and Vandaloo goes on the offensive towards the giant turtle, while he instructs everyone else to deal with the small minions. However, one of his teammates informed the others that the creatures were a lot tougher than they seemed, and Vandaloo added how even his magic blasts weren't damaging it. Changing tactics, he used his claws coupled with his super strength to pierce through the turtle's shell. All the while, Katya recklessly charges in to finish off the turtle, but to her utter shock, her blade shattered upon trying to stab its outer shell. Then, the minions fired themselves straight towards Katya, but luckily, Vandaloo appeared and cast a barrier around them. However, he forgot about the boss that was still alive, and to make it worse, Vandaloo injured his arm after his attack, and he can't fly Katya and himself to safety. The boy drops to his knees, and Katya begins to think about how much Vandaloo sacrificed for her, and thinking quickly, she grabbed the child and ran away. However, she noticed that the boss wasn't following them. That's when it's revealed that Vandaloo trapped it using his magic, and that's when Katya realized he activated the trap when she saw him drop to his knees earlier. After defeating the boss, Katya begins crying and apologizing to the group. After calming down, she goes on to explain how, as an adventurer, she had a hard time increasing her level, and she began falling behind her comrades. Despite that, though, she kept at it. That is, until she was captured by the orcs. She recalls the dreams she used to have as a human, but since she has become a ghoul, she was much stronger than a human, and felt she could achieve her goal of becoming stronger. Vandaloo tries to relate to her by remembering how impatient he was in his past life, and how he felt inferior to everyone around him. He says how even now he's still impatient, and brings up his classmates who all have cheat skills and how much stronger they are than him. But Vagaro and the others think he should stop talking since he's giving her the wrong kind of advice as the king. Still, he tells her that with careful choices, she could defeat those higher ranked than her, and that with his special weapon, he feels okay with being inferior to others. He also advises her to try magic, since ghoul women have a higher affinity to magic as opposed to using a weapon. She asks what she should do if trying magic doesn't work out for her, and Vandaloo jokingly says that she could become a maid along with Saria and Rita. Vandaloo apologizes for joking around, but Katya seriously begins considering it. The next chapter opens with a group of vampires fighting off against a dragon. Serkrant urges his fleeing men to stay and finish off the creature. Just then, Eleonora zips past him and uses her skill to land a volley of slashes upon the dragon with ease. Serkrant summons a bolt of lightning and finishes off the monster in one fell swoop. After the battle, he informs Eleonora about the amount of casualties his men suffered after the fight. He also brings up the fact that they still haven't found Vandaloo and wonders if they really have to search the mountains for him. But Eleonora brings up that they should search through an abandoned city in Talosheim since there's a possibility the Dhampir could establish a colony there. But Serkrant waves that idea away, as if Vandaloo would ever do something like that. Serkrant's cocky attitude starts to anger Eleonora since he's busy trying to claim the recognition rather than trying to listen to reason. And if she stays with him too long, she could end up being punished too. Eleonora takes off without Serkrant to find the Dhampir herself, but he quickly follows her. Meanwhile, back in the city, Vandaloo shares his miso soup with everyone. That's when a young girl, Pavina, tries to have some soup, but Vandaloo tells her that she's still too young to eat it. We learn that after Vandaloo and his group came back from a dungeon, it was revealed that the child of the live dead was born. But she lost her previous memories and carried over some characteristics of an orc, but luckily she still resembles her old face. She carries Vandaloo on her shoulders and runs around with him until accidentally bumping into Bastia, who is now pregnant thanks to Vandaloo's magic tool that helps with fertility. Later, Vandaloo meets with his mother, who asks him if he took Zandia's hand, but he says he never took it. Darcia then tells him that the hand was missing, and Vandaloo goes to check the last place he put it, only to find out that it was actually gone, and he wonders who could have taken it. That's when we switch to Pavina, who notices something crawling past her. She goes to investigate and finds the severed hand crawling around on its own. The young girl runs around trying to catch the hand, and after a long chase, she accidentally causes a mess that catches Vandaloo's attention. He scolds her for doing something dangerous, but his mother finds the hand, and just as Vandaloo suspects the girl must have taken it, the hand begins to move on its own right in front of him, showing that it's now an undead. Vandaloo calls a meeting to discuss the hand, and they wonder if the spirit of Zandia is possessing it. After asking a few questions, they figure that the hand isn't sure if it's Zandia or not, but Borkus figures that Zandia might have forgotten about her previous life, and asks Vandaloo to inspect the hand for a spirit possessing it. Vandaloo checks the hand and says that he can't tell, as once a spirit begins to lose its memory, its shape becomes vague. But he believes that there's a chance it's at the very least human. With that, he gives the hand a new name until they can figure out if the spirit does belong to Zandia, and calls it Leftia in the meantime. Later that night, we see Eleonora and Serkrant already on the outskirts of the city, discovering how lively the city now was. Not only that, but the Temple of Vita was reconstructed, and this makes Serkrant believe that the true ancestor could be here, and how they don't stand a chance against him. Eleonora argues that they should stay since the Dhampir could be in the city, and warns him of what would happen if they were to abandon their mission. Serkrant understands the consequences and figures to capture one of the ghouls and interrogate them about Vandaloo. All the while, we see a ghoul woman wandering down the street, until she peeks into a dark alleyway where she's confronted by two vampires. We see Eleonora using her vampire charm to manipulate the ghoul into telling her everything she wanted to know. The ghoul told the vampire where she could find Vandaloo, and Eleonora asks who was the one to receive the benediction of Goddess Vita, to which she said it was Vandaloo, shocking the vampire. Eleonora thanks the ghoul woman and commands her to sleep. That's when Serkrant pulls out a dagger and plans to get rid of any witnesses. However, Eleonora stops him before he could. and explains to him that the ghoul cares for Vandaloo, and if she were to die, her spirit would rush over to him and give away their plans. Even if they were to purify the body with holy water after she dies, neither of them can see ghosts, so they can't confirm whether or not the spirit would disappear. All in all, killing her would actually risk everything. Not to mention they don't have much holy water as it is, so they should use it sparingly for now. Serkrint reluctantly goes along with her plan, and the two hurry to find Vandaloo. After sneaking into the castle, the two eventually find the boy's room, and Eleonora goes to open it, where she finds the small boy seemingly waiting for her. After confirming that he's Vandaloo, Eleonora wonders if her magic eye has any effect on him since his behavior is rather odd. To test this, she begins asking the boy some questions, and ends it by getting him to praise the evil god. And when he complies, this gives Eleonora the confidence that she has the child under her control. She begins to ask him about the benediction, to which Vandaloo asks if she means the prophecy. This confirms to Eleonora that Vandaloo was still under the goddess's protection and wonders if it's safe to attack him. Still, she had to follow Berkheim's orders no matter what. That's when Serkrint barges in and asks her what's taking so long and tells her to just get it over with. However, she tells him that Vandaloo is protected by the goddess, and if they were to attack him now, it could anger the goddess. But Serkrint says that he couldn't care less, and that the reason they're even here was to kill the Dhampir. He goes on to wonder if she'd grown fond of the boy already, but she tells him to stop making a fool of her and to kill him while she's binding him with her powers. However, Serkrint tells her that she has to do it. If she refuses, he'll report her to Berkheim. She calls over Vandaloo, and as he walks to her, she begins wondering why now, of all times, she's beginning to feel guilt for what she's about to do. She had thought she casted that feeling away when she swore her loyalty to Berkheim. We begin to learn more about Eleonora. She was sold off to work in a mine until she was selected to serve Berkheim as his subordinate. From then on, she went through strict training and watched many awful punishments given to those who disobeyed. Still, she was able to make a few friends, until she was forced to fight to the death against them. One day, during one of her punishments, Berkheim told her that there are those who rule and those who are weak, and if she doesn't want to get bullied, then she'll have to become the bully. From that point on, she believed that that's the only way to protect herself. Eleonora questions why now of all times she's beginning to question herself, especially since she's killed so many before. She realizes that Vandaloo is in front of her and she grabs him by the throat and is ready to impale him, but she finds that she can't disobey him for some reason. That's when Serkrint orders his men to stab Eleonora, but Vandaloo is able to pull her forward at that very moment. Vandaloo approaches the man, and that's when Eleonora realized that her ability never worked on him in the first place. Despite that, Serkrint decides to finish off the Dhampir himself, and orders his men to charge at the boy. But Vandaloo easily commands the ground to break apart beneath them. However, this attack didn't work on them, and Serkrint called it meaningless. But he now sees Vandaloo and Eleonora inside of a magical barrier. Eleonora questions why he saved her, to which he explains that he simply didn't see her as an enemy the moment she lost her murderous intent. Serkrint orders his men to finish off the child, but before that could happen, his arm gets sliced off by Borkus, who showed up just in time. While Eleonora was impressed by the fact that Borkus was tamed by the child, Vandaloo commands his undead T-Rex to finish off the last of the remaining vampires, leaving Serkrint as the last one remaining. The man charges up an attack and fires it at Vandaloo, who blocks it with a shield. Angered, he instead decides to rush him with his claws while telling him he plans to kill him like he did his father. As Serkrint tried piercing his barrier, Vandaloo demands to know if he was the one to have killed his father. Serkrint says that he was, and finishes it by saying he'll make Vandaloo suffer an even worse fate than his father did. Serkrint launches at the child, but Vandaloo blows off his arm and says that someone who's taken something from him doesn't deserve to die and reincarnate. Using his magic, Vandaloo pulls his spirit out from his body, and as a punishment for making his mother cry by killing his father, he sets his spirit ablaze until nothing but his soul remains, and then he crushes it. And we're back. We pick this chapter up with Taria vehemently apologizing to the group for accidentally selling out our main characters, Vandaloo's, secrets to the other vampires. But luckily Vandaloo is pretty chill about it, and was more worried about finding her sleeping outside on the street. The woman is delighted to hear that Vandaloo seemed so worried for her condition, although ghouls can't catch colds so easily, so there really was nothing to worry about. Still, Vandaloo decided to close the distance between him and Taria, since he heard that that's what's been bothering her lately. Obviously, she's surprised to hear that her secret has been revealed, and asks who told him, to which he said Eleonora. Almost immediately, the woman was ready to throw down with the vampire chick and asks why she's even still here. Eleonora replies that she's only here to tell Vandaloo everything she knows, and everyone's willing to hear her out. After being given a brief rundown of things, it's more complicated than Vandaloo initially thought. For starters, everyone knew that the Merg Shield Nation depended on the Amid Empire, who in turn expected Alda to proclaim that vampires are the natural enemy. But to find out that it was the vampires pulling the strings behind the shadows in the Shield Nation definitely put things in a new perspective. The purebred vampires and Thomas Palpapek, the marshal in charge of military affairs, working together, did make their enemies' numbers increase by a lot. Not only that, but these guys are on a whole different level compared to the noble orc they recently fought. They barely got out of that one alive. Suddenly, Borkus shouted at Eleonora after realizing that she and the other purebred vampires might have been behind the war 300 years ago. But Eleonora can't confirm that since she wasn't born yet. However, she does drop hints that Gubamon was sending his men to collect the corpses of the heroes of Talasheim, prompting Borkus to ask why they were doing that. Eleonora explained that Gubamon has a sick hobby of collecting the bodies of fallen heroes to add to his undead collection. It explains why he keeps starting wars. Borkus is, of course, disgusted by this, and asks if that psycho had Gina and Miss Zandia somewhere in that collection, but Eleonora doesn't know for sure. Borkus then asked why they didn't take his body after he died, and Eleonora explained that his body was far too damaged, and more importantly, Mikhail had already appeared. The vampires were trying to kill him to bring him back, but even without his spear, he still forced them to retreat. The group determines that that fight is when he must have died. Now all fired up, Borkus proclaims that they should hurry and retrieve the bodies of Gina and Miss Zandia from Gubamon. However, before that happens, Tadia demands that Vandaloo do something about Eleonora. Ally or not, she's gotta go. But unexpectedly, the vampire woman bowed, showing her remorse for what happened last night, not caring to throw her pride away as a noblewoman. Zadiris questions if she's doing this out of fear of Vandaloo and the Oracle, to which she admits that at first it was because of that, but then she noticed that he possessed something greater than the gods, Soulbreak. It was a power that only the Demon King possessed, and no other being could do that. It would explain that even with no current Demon King, that Vandaloo stands as the most frightful being. Borkus makes a snide comment at Eleonora, suggesting that's why she betrayed the vampires for their little squad, to which Vandaloo thought was ridiculous, since at least with the vampires, she's getting a decent enough salary. Of course, no one gets it. Again, Vandaloo explained that here with them, their people are crying over miso soup, but Eleonora has never heard of it before. Everyone goes on about how much they love the dish, which makes the vampire woman start reflecting on her life. If she could catch Berkine's attention, she could have better food and a warm bed. It was either taking the opportunity from another woman, or returning to the hellish life she'd lived before. That's why she always kept smiling in front of him. But now, after seeing Vandaloo's little ragtag team interact, it made her chuckle a little, catching Borkus's eye. Of course, she denies it quickly. Getting back to things, Vandaloo asked Eleonora if she really wanted to side with them rather than the vampires. I mean, sure, he can destroy a soul, but it's not like he can pull that move on any enemy. Eleonora agrees, but she's pretty confident that one day, he'll be able to crush Berkine's soul, and even the little vampire toddler agrees. So with that, she's staying put with their group, and Vandaloo accepts her choice. Still, this causes his mom and even Zadiris to protest against the decision, since she could just turn on him one day. But he doesn't care, since isn't that how the world works? Vigaro announces that even if someone stronger appears in the world, that he nor their group will betray him. Vandaloo appreciated the gesture, and assured them that he doesn't think they're all like Eleonora. But for now, if the vampire lady says that she won't betray them, then that's that. Or at the very least, they should trust her for now. To be specific, she's not exactly their companion right now, but they can use her to get as much information about the vampires who support the evil god as they can. After that, she can fight alongside them. Borkus, somewhat satisfied with that answer, agrees to the notion. After all, from his perspective, he believes that the reason the little vampire guy is going easy on Eleonora is because she's very attractive. Vandaloo, with a deadpan expression, agrees. This sends Tadia into a jealous rage, and even makes her question if he finds Eleonora's body more attractive than hers. Vandaloo says that he finds her more generally attractive, and this flatters the woman, although everyone else knows that he meant her muscles and nothing else. Steering the conversation back on track, Vandaloo already suspects that there would be other people in their camp who wouldn't be too fond of Eleonora joining them, and figures that they need some insurance. He cooks up an idea to use a piercing golem and use that to track her movements at all times. If she shows the slightest bit of betrayal, he'll immediately poison her. Problem solved. Vandaloo asks where he should place the piercing, to which he got a few silly answers, so he just settled to pierce her tongue. Later on, Vandaloo gathered his group to build up the defenses for Talishheim starting this spring, hoping to finish it by midsummer. Of course, everyone thinks the little guy has gone insane, but he's completely serious. Look at that face. That's the face of pure desperation of a dying man. Getting to it, Vandaloo used his golems to construct many traps and builds for the impending army. Meanwhile, Eleonora is impressed by our guy's magical skills, but Vandaloo doesn't think much of it, and even questions if the other vampires can do what he can do. Eleonora says no, and even goes on to say that even the great Gubamon and Ternasia couldn't tame those who have already become undead. She then asks if she can do anything to contribute to the fortification, and he gives her a small but important task. He then explains his idea of disguising his ghouls into everyday items to act as monitors outside of Talishheim, especially one near a destroyed tunnel connecting their region to the Orbom Kingdom. Borkus questions if such a thing even exists, and Vandaloo can't confirm it, but he wants to be sure just in case. However, there's one little obstacle. Nearby is a continent that's filled to the brink with high-leveled monsters, and even the Ancestor would consider it too dangerous. But Vandaloo plans to use that area as a defense for their cause. Vandaloo concludes the meeting and later talks to Sam about his ideas, even planning for an aerial assault attack in case any vampires start flying over their walls. Luckily, he had just the pair for the job, Tadia and the new guy, Datara, the blacksmith. He asks the two to make some crossbows, but Tadia explains that they can't exactly use their skills to make that. Understanding this, Vandaloo figures that instead, he'll use his spirits to infuse into the weapons and make cursed weapons. This is all starting to excite Tadia, and she and the blacksmith start their work. Soon enough, summer came. We see a couple of ghoul girls step out from a relaxing bath and talking about a few rumors of Tadia spending a few nights with Vandaloo. Their gossip is cut short when they see Tadia seemingly eavesdropping, but before they could say anything, she runs past them in a panic. Just then, Vandaloo sweeps past them. That's when we hear Tadia begging Vandaloo that she can't take it anymore, but the little guy is insistent on using youth transformation on her to give her 10 more years in preparation for the catapult test firing. Oh, and he's now 4 years old. Cutting away from that, we find Berkheim furious over the sudden disappearance of Eleonora. However, his rage is cut short when he hears the voice of Lord Hihiryu Shukaka. It's not just him, though. The Lord calls out to everyone, Berkheim, Ternasia, and Gubamon. He orders them to bring down the Oracle, to bring down Vandaloo. Everyone meets up in the hall and Ternasia makes a comment about not seeing someone's face in a while. That face being Gubamon. We see the 3 vampires performing a ritual to bring Eleonora back as an undead, but it fails, leading Ternasia and Gubamon to infer that Berkheim's favorite pet betrayed them. This, of course, enrages him to the point that he strikes down his own subordinates. While Berkheim is having a little fit, Ternasia makes a comment about them underestimating the little Dhampir kid, and Gubamon figures he must be pretty powerful. This only excites the old man to get his hands on Vandaloo's corpse to add to his collection. After Berkheim calms down, Ternasia wonders if they should move their army, since there are plenty of guys willing to do anything to gain immortality. Berkheim asks if they even have an army, but Ternasia says confidently that in 2 years, she can pull together an army in the several thousands. Gubamon is surprised that she's willing to use humans. She doesn't want to hear it coming from the old man, and says that she'll give them the intel, and when it's over, she'll deal with them herself. Back in Talishheim, we have babies, ghoul babies. Some of them look like cats though, and this scares Skeleton, but Vandaloo tells him to chill out. Among the new mothers is Bastia with her little baby Jadal. Bastia is worried about her baby not having any claws yet, but another ghoul woman assures her that her baby might be a late bloomer with that. We then see Darcia, and she's asked when Vandaloo grew his claws, to which she said he was about 3 months. This delights the mothers, and we later see Vandaloo happy that with his new magic, his mother is finally able to be seen and communicate with other people. Still, he desires to give her a real body so he doesn't have to rely on that magic. His thoughts are interrupted when a ghoul baby starts messing with Vandaloo, and we even see Pavina again, who, despite being a year old, is already starting to tower over the Dhampir. Off to the side, we see Eleonora also enjoying the baby's company, when Vandaloo asks if the vampires are even coming. I mean, after all that planning, all that building, and all that effort, it wouldn't be in vain, right? Eleanor says they shouldn't lower their guard, since the vampire's concept of time differs from everyone else. A short while to them could be 10 years to everyone else. Still, she doubts they'll leave them be for that long. But Vandaloo doesn't want to waste his time waiting around. While there's a window of opportunity, he plans to get the resurrection device and bring his mother back to life. Of course, it's not that simple. He can't just storm the dungeon to get the device. As soon as he melts the ice, he could get killed by the dragon golem. But Vandaloo says that they'll train to become stronger so that outcome won't come to be. Bastia is more than pumped for that idea and even offers to participate. But of course, Zadiris had to remind her that she's a mother now and can't go into the dungeon recklessly. However, Bastia is worried that she'll lose all her muscles by then. Not her precious muscles. Still, Zadiris puts her foot down and orders Bild to keep an eye on Bastia so she doesn't abandon her child. In her place, she offers to go with Vandaloo instead. Later, we see Vandaloo squad on their way to a C-rank dungeon. Borkus warns Vandaloo about the upcoming dangers when he's interrupted by a monster charging towards them. Luckily, Sadia and Rita say that they can handle this. But as quickly as they said that, they were torn to shreds by the creature. Borkus and Vandaloo couldn't believe their eyes at how easily the girls were taken down. But it turns out it was all a prank, and the ladies make quick work of the monster. The girls turn to our guy looking for praise for their efforts, but instead, the two get criticized for pulling pranks on the battlefield. Suddenly, Vandaloo is covered in bees, poisonous cemetery bees according to Borkus, and Vandaloo plainly tells everyone they should watch out since they seem hostile. Vandaloo wonders if the insects like people, but Borkus goes on explaining just how dangerous and deadly those things are. One sting and it's all over. However, Zadiris asks if the reason the bees are all over Vandaloo is because of his undead charm, but I don't think the little guy heard her. Borkus is taken aback by Vandaloo's effortless ability to tame such creatures. Meanwhile, the bees take our guy up to the sky to act as his wings. From there, Vandaloo spots the dungeon boss, a venom wyvern. Vandaloo asks everyone to sit this one out, as he needs the confidence boost for his upcoming fight with the golem dragon. Everyone agrees and cheers him on from the sidelines. Vandaloo steps up to the dragon, already thinking of ways to immobilize it. But he shakes that thought and figures to fight it head-on to test his strength. He leaps up into the air and tries to tail the beast, but it easily dodges him, bringing our guy to shock. He tries to nail it with a few magical blasts, but it evades all his efforts. At this point, Vandaloo figures his best way is to charge in its opening, and just then, he's met with the razor-sharp fangs and claws of the wyvern. Luckily, he put up a shield just in time, and he took the chance to expand his barrier, launching it onto the beast's leg. It looks as if Vandaloo has the upper hand, but unexpectedly the wyvern tore off its own limb to escape the Dhampir. Seeing no other option, Vandaloo pulled out his trap card. Gathering his death mana, he fires straight towards the wyvern, immediately striking it down. Everyone is impressed by his efforts, and even Borkus hypes up our little guy. Back at home, Vandaloo finds Bastia working out with a little Jadal. Though she seems in high spirits, in reality, she's exhausted from the bearings of motherhood. Still, she wishes our guy luck on his next battle, and Vandaloo accepts as his next sight is on the dragon golem. We find Vandaloo back in the Job Changers once more, someplace he hasn't been back to in a year now. He thinks back to the advice Nuaza has given him about maximizing his opportunity and changing his job to match any unique situation. He's already level 100 with the Death Attribute Mage, so why not switch his job again? Of course, he's still nerfed by the God Rod Court, so switching his job won't come as easily. But as long as he can get his hands on Golem Transmuter, everything should be fine. He places his hands on the orb and sees what it has to offer. As expected, he couldn't get what he wanted, and is starting to get fed up with this, but oh well. He still makes a decision and heads down deeper into the dungeon with his party. While heading down, Rita asks why Vandaloo chose to bring her sister and herself along with them, to which he explains that he plans on bringing them back to life too. Figaro could already tell that it would be dangerous to bring anyone under rank 6 along with them, and Vandaloo added that he brought extra golems along too, not necessarily to fight, but to act as meat shields. I mean, it's not like he really cares anyway, since those golems carry the spirits of those orcs they fought a while back, so it's not much of a loss. Anyway, enough talking. They've now arrived. Everyone feels the tension of the upcoming battle, but Vandaloo is slightly confident in the fact that despite the dragon pushing back an S-rank adventurer, it's still in a weakened state, so they have a better chance of not dying. and even more importantly, he's eager to bring his mother back. He considers it a birthday present for himself. Vandaloo started melting the ice, and almost immediately everyone can see another golem start moving. They quickly try to guess its next move, but the dragon golem was quicker than their thoughts and kicked its head towards them. Vandaloo quickly tells everyone to dodge, and the beast's head smashed through the spare golems in an instant. Eleonora deduced that this was no ordinary creature that they were dealing with. No, in fact, this was the Iron of God, or a Callum. Despite its difficult to pronounce name, Vagaro says they should just attack it. But Eleonora explains that this golem was made up of a special type of magic metal that cannot be smashed through so easily. Still, Borkus takes a swing at the golem, only to be easily flung back into the wall. Eleonora warned that no sword would work on the creature, but still Vagaro takes a chance in order to buy the group some time. Eleonora leaps up into the air, pondering where the core could be located. She asks the group to pin the golem down, and Vandaloo uses his magic to trap it in place. Zediris doesn't think it'll be enough to hold it, but Eleonora takes that opportunity to strike into its core. However, it doesn't seem to be enough, and before she could react, she is suddenly stabbed through the chest. She could feel the creature piercing her heart, and she knows she can't be saved. Still, she makes one last stand and conjures up a mana bullet with the intent to push herself and her spear into the golem's core to take it down. Although she's made her choice, she still reminisces on her time spent with the group, finding genuine happiness in it all. All of a sudden, Borkus and Vagaro come rushing in, breaking off the piece that held Eleonora down to the golem. Vandaloo catches her mid-fall, and she tries to apologize to him, but he's busy working on saving her life and tells her not to speak. After she's healed, she thanks him, but he warns her to not do something like that again. Eleonora watches on, seeing the group attacking the golem with the new weapons now. Our guy explains that he told the others to gather fragments of the orichalcum, and having infused a grip to it, they can use it as weapons to fight the golem off. Borkus was going to deal the final blow, but Vandaloo sensed another attack and tried to warn everyone, but everyone faced the full frontal of the beam attack. Luckily, everyone can still get back up. Vandaloo questions why the golem suddenly changed its form, to which Eleonora says that maybe it's the result of the ice spear's magic losing control once it pierced its core. Despite the current state, the golem can still move, but Vandaloo spotted the resurrection device behind the door, and the group wonders if the golem plans to destroy it. Of course, we can't let that happen, and Vagaro and Borkus keep up their attacks in an attempt to stop it. Eleonora wants to get back into the battle to help, but she sees Vandaloo seemingly running on fumes. Even Zediris is telling him that he can't keep this up for much longer. Eleonora asks what's going on, and Zediris replies that Vandaloo is the one sustaining the newly forged weapons with his magic. Plus, he's also trying to transmute the ground to keep the golem in place for the others, while also trying to heal the bone monsters who got blasted away by the earlier attack. Basically, Vandaloo is coming in clutch, and is the only one holding things together. We get some insight of what Vandaloo is thinking. He's so overwhelmed by casting 6 spells simultaneously, and wonders if he could ease up the pressure by releasing the bone monster's spirits. No way, he can't. After everything they've been through together, he can't just throw them away. What should he do? Vagaro calls out to Vandaloo, saying that they need more hands, and this gives the Dhampir an idea to split his soul from his body. The sudden act of Vandaloo splitting his mind from his body shocks Zediris. He then tells her to keep focusing on healing him, while Eleonora is thrown for a loop. How can his body still be active while his spirit is split? The sisters immediately recognize this technique as long-distance control, a skill they've used before, and Vandaloo simply copied it upon seeing it. Now that Vandaloo is in his spirit body, he begins morphing and changing his shape into something honestly horrifying. The sisters are rightfully repulsed, while Eleonora finds it strangely beautiful. Vandaloo hands the women some extra orichalcum weapons, and they stand ready to end this battle. Bone Man also wants to get in on the action too, and Zediris' field goal kicks his head back onto his body and is given a weapon. Now, the B-Squad rushes in with the assists. Back with Vandaloo, he asks Leftia to toss him some rods, and with those combined with his telekinesis, he launches his own attack at the golem. The battle goes on, with Vagaro giving Borkus a moment to strike the creature. Of course, it won't go down without a fight, and sends flurries of icicle shards his way. He ducks and maneuvers through the attack, with the rest of the squad following close behind him. Taking his chance, he leaps up and strikes the spear out of the golem, causing it to collapse and finally ending the battle. Vandaloo reattaches back to his body, slightly dizzy but otherwise alright. During this, the other bone monsters approach Vandaloo and kneel before him, choosing to accept death, as they felt as they held him back during the battle. Bone Man then explains that by doing this, they want to become stronger. To become stronger, they want to become one. Vandaloo thinks he can do this, but he warns that once this happens, there's no going back. They all accept the terms, and one by one, Vandaloo says goodbye to his bony friends. It's a sweet moment that brings all the girls to tears, even Borkus. With his magic, Vandaloo combines the bone monsters and births out a bone chimera. Zadiris says her condolences to the deaths of the bone monsters, including Bone Man, except he didn't die and was standing right there. Although, to be fair, the way he was speaking did give off the impression that he was going to join his friends in the ritual, but he simply explained that he was translating for them. In fact, he wants to continue to use his body. Now looking at the chimera, Vandaloo thinks of a new name for it, and settles on Notchin, and he seems to like it. Vandaloo turns to pick up the spear when it suddenly starts talking to him. It didn't have anything kind to say. Vigaro asks why the child is talking to a spear when he replies that it can speak. After some coercion, Vandaloo figured out what happened 200 years ago. As expected, Mikhail did die here, and that this spear was the one who cast the ice curse underground. Borkus is a little taken aback by the fact that the spear was the one to have caused all of the icy problems. Even the spear itself was sort of surprised by Vandaloo being the one to melt its ice when it first met him. This piqued the child's interest, and he began interrogating the spear, asking it what it has been doing since the year Vandaloo first entered the dungeon. The spear taunts our little guy about the resurrection device he wanted so badly, and this makes Vandaloo rush off into the room, only to find it completely ruined by ice. On and on did the spear relish in its delight in destroying the device, all while Vandaloo stood there in silence. However, he wasn't going to take this level of disrespect. The spear warned Vandaloo that even if he destroyed him, the spear itself is a child of the ice god Eupion, so even if his vessel were to be destroyed, he would just return alongside Mikhail to stand against him. Still, all Vandaloo could do was coldly stare down the weapon. He simply asks if he's serious about his words, to which the arrogant spear gloats. Now sure, Vandaloo stabbed his hand through the spear and pulled out its soul. Of course, the spear said that its soul would return to a god, so for now, he's figured he would hang on to it. The spear's tone quickly changes to bewilderment, trying desperately to warn Vandaloo of the consequences, but our guy couldn't care less. After all, the spear was the one to threaten him first. He tells the soul to send a message to his god. "You're my enemy," and shatters him to pieces. Somewhere in the great beyond, we find Rodcart furious at the corruption of Origin due to Amamiya Hiroto. Still, he doesn't think it's too much of a big deal and starts to wonder about Lambda, since he last reincarnated there 5 years ago. Since he's not back yet, Rodcart assumes he's still alive and decides to check in on his stats, but nothing pops up. He's puzzled by this, and was extra sure that he reincarnated into that world, right? Suddenly he realizes that he must have fallen out of the system, and was in another soul reincarnation system. If he fell into the descendants of Vita's bloodline, then Rodcart wouldn't be able to see him. Still, there's a slim chance of that even happening, until he realized that what he did to Hiroto before he reincarnated was the cause of all of this. Digging through his database, Rodcart decided to search for Hiroto, and now finds him as a Dhampir. Even more so, he also remembers his past lives. This was another mistake on his part, but still he wonders what to do now, and decides to keep observing him. Also, when his classmates reincarnate again in a few years, he'll give them all assassination requests, because, hey, why not? After all, he believes Vandaloo doesn't stand a chance against his classmates with cheat skills. Back in Orbaum Kingdom, we catch up with Luciliano, who's still shaken up with his last encounter with Vandaloo 2 years ago. He's walking down the street when he bumps into a pedestrian, horrified by the black tears spilling from the statue of god Eupion's eyes. The man wails about hearing the screams of the god, and suddenly everyone around Luciliano drops to the ground. Elsewhere in Talasheim, the group worries for Vandaloo, as his chances of resurrecting his mother were stolen from him. In other news, Vigaro has 4 arms now. This was thanks to him leveling up from the dungeon earlier. In fact, everyone did, but their appearance didn't change as much as Vigaro's. Back to the topic at hand, Rita asks Vagaro to maybe speak to Vandaloo, but he's hesitant as Van is a tough kid to talk to. Eleonora says that Vandaloo's story about losing a parent is fairly common, but he should still try to move on from it. Zadiris somewhat agrees, but this is Vandaloo we're talking about here. He's the one who can raise the dead, so no matter the obstacle, he's going to resurrect his mother. Eleonora shouts that what he's feeling is sorrow, and that's not something his mother would want for him. She even adds that by pulling his mother's soul back and binding it to him is something like a curse. It's best for him to cut her loose once and for all. This outburst shocks everyone, making her apologize. In reality, she's feeling a knot inside her chest, as if she's depressed and wants to console Vandaloo. Borkus tells her that she's feeling the effects of the death attribute charm. He knows because he resisted it once before, but even now he doesn't want to. Despite Van's lack of physical expression, the boy has done a lot for the people around him. Compared to him, Borkus questions what he himself has done for his own people. He thought he could repay his debt to Vandaloo, but it kept growing, and despite his A-rank status, he hasn't completed anything. He smashes his hand through a wall, cursing at himself for not destroying that spear 200 years ago. This all comes to a halt when Bone Man appears with a message from Vandaloo, saying how he's going to study the machine a bit more, and that he's hungry, and asks for someone to get him some food. This puts everyone in a lighter mood, and they all chip in to make him a meal. We now jump a month later, with Vandaloo still studying the machine, when Darcia approaches. Vandaloo says how the machine was super complicated, and wonders if he could use his own magic to make it work, but in reality he wishes he could ask Vida if he knew where she was. Darcia tells Van about the story of Vida, a goddess who breathes life into the hero Zakart, making him an undead. This angered Alda and the three heroes, and they went to war with the goddess and her creations. Vida eventually fell from her godhood and died in the Demon Lord's territory. When it was all over, Alda didn't have the strength to wipe out the vampires and the other undead, so instead he took over Vida's place, as he was believed to be the god of life by his followers. It's been 10,000 years since, and the world is still in confusion. Vandaloo confirms that Zakart died in the Demon Lord's territory, which means Vida should be close by. However, if she's the one to have given Nuaza, then maybe she's not completely gone. Still, just wandering out into that territory is completely foolish. Not to mention, they're not sure when the vampires will attack. It's best to hang tight. Vandaloo apologizes to his mother for failing the mission, but she doesn't blame him, and even shows off that she has undead armor like the sisters. The mere idea of his mother in the same type of armor as the sisters doesn't sit well with Vandaloo, and he quickly changes the topic. He tells her about the new skill he learned, God Killer, after destroying the Ice Spear's soul. Darcia happily wonders if that means her son can kill gods now, and Vandaloo perks up at that thought. We start off with seeing Thomas busy in his office, when a servant of his comes in, suspecting that his master is bored. Luckily it wasn't that, but there was something on his mind lately, the mountain expedition at the border. It was an order given to them by the Amid Empire with two goals in mind: to kill Vandaloo and locate the Ice Spear of Mikhail. The Empire phrases it as a gesture to restore their honor back to them if they complete the task, but the servant thinks it's foolish to believe that it's anything of the same, and that this will be a repeat of the war from 200 years ago. Thomas agrees, but he's more surprised about Kirk Legston and the Mirg Shield Nation also co-signing this. He doesn't meddle in military affairs and doesn't know why those two are acting so buddy-buddy with one another, but he heard something about promising an expansion of their territory if this succeeds. However, he does think that there is one thing that could make Legston act so boldly. The Amid Empire's general, Langil Mavid, apparently found a safe tunnel passage through the mountains. Thomas thinks it's a lost cause because it's so dangerous, and the servant wonders if that, even if the rumors are true, then maybe they could achieve it without a major loss. Thomas doesn't disagree, but he thinks that the timing is way too perfect, and that there's something else at play. Back in Talashheim, Vandaloo has just completed a job change and acquired Undead Tamer. After being congratulated, he talks about finally getting rid of the dragon's carcass and making use of Orichalcum's material. Back underground, Vandaloo is getting ready to do his task when he's surprised by Leftia, who shows him the human corpses up ahead. They don't seem to be titans, and he thinks that they're the bodies of Mikhail's teammates still frozen in ice. From the looks of it, their bodies are too badly wounded, and Vandaloo doesn't think he could resurrect them, and opts to instead bury them. He thanks Leftia. Elsewhere, we see Thomas Palpapek being told that someone else will take over the search for Vandaloo, and the vampire telling him this warns him to not act irrationally. Thomas isn't sure if it's an order or advice, but even still he thinks Mauvid is tied to this somehow. The mere thought of the vampires using his army to defeat one Dhampir is almost insulting to him. However, if Mauvid is collaborating with the vampires, then he should be getting compensation somehow. Money, or immortality perhaps? His thoughts are interrupted by his servant, who asks him what's wrong, but Thomas waves it away and informs him that if this expedition happens, then it's basically over for this army. Luckily, Thomas is planning on relying on Riley, the Green Wind Spear. He plans on having him join Legston to act as insurance. Despite Riley's skills, Thomas already knows that he's a lost cause, and hopes that he'll at the very least take Legston and the others down with him. To add to this, he plans on spreading a rumor that Riley is the reincarnation of Mikhail, and even orders to bump up his ranking to an A rank, in hopes of allowing him to blend into the army without much hassle. Back with Vandaloo, he inspects the ruined bodies to check to see what all remains. It's not much, but he figures he could use some parts of the dinosaurs or monsters to give them a complete vessel. Once he's done, he introduces his creation to his group, who all immediately love it, especially Eleonora, who compares his skill to Gubamon. The sisters ask if the woman can speak, and Vandaloo replies that since her soul has been dead for so long, her mentality is that of a child's. Hopefully she won't go berserk on everyone. Vandaloo is confident that everything will be fine. That is, until she chomps his head. Everyone is frightened by this, but Vandaloo explains she just wants attention. Nochin sees this level of affection and wants to get in on it too. Ouch! A few days later, some of the ghoul children spot a random tree growing kobold fruit. They're a bit confused as to why it's growing all the way out here and decide to inspect it. All the while, Vandaloo infuses the tree with his magic, making it fully grown now. Another child tells Vandaloo that she spotted another tree, and this gives our guy an idea. Not too long after, Vandaloo grew an entire orchard for his people. The others ask how this is possible, and our guy explains that with the help of the children gathering other fruits and nuts, he was able to infuse them with his mana to turn it into a bountiful forest. Still, even with such a feat, Katya asks how much mana he spent on this, to which he says a small sum of 300 million, give or take. The others continue to inspect the new trees, and even discover fruits and flowers they've never seen before. Of course, Vandaloo is thinking long-term in using the oils from the plants to whip up some delicious meals. Just then, Rita notices a tree moving and tells Vandaloo about it. But that's impossible, trees don't move. Of course, he says that before seeing it himself. Vagaro suspects that it's a simple Trent and moves in to cut it down, but he quickly realizes all the trees are moving. In fact, they're running away. They were all Trents. Meanwhile, we find Riley in the middle of cutting down a monster in a dungeon and being praised by a mysterious vampire. We pick back up with Riley being praised by his party members, and he himself thinking that these monsters weren't anything special. Still, it was a request of Earl Mauvid, and he even thinks he made the right decision to ditch Palpapek. He continues on with his party members. Meanwhile, the vampires hanging back are cackling at their naivete. Riley is starting to boast in his newfound confidence, and is even sure he'll become a hero. Jumping back to the past, we see Riley meeting with Heinz, a newbie adventurer. Right off the bat, we can tell that Heinz is a kind-hearted guy, simply wishing to become a hero like the ones from the stories. Riley laughs at that, not in a way to insult him, and even offers him to join his party. Seeing Heinz wanting to become a hero reminded Riley of himself. Slowly, the two became good companions, and soon enough they grew their party to other members, Deliza, Edgar, and Martina. Together they formed the 5 Colored Blades, a band of rookies turned promising group of adventurers within a year. By their 3rd year, they've defeated their toughest dungeon yet, and Heinz reached B rank and earned the Blue Flame Sword. Sometime later, we see Martina surprised to find Riley drinking alone at the tavern. He could say the same for her, seeing how he figured she would be hanging with Heinz. She tried to shake off the comment, and says that Heinz would be training at about this time. This doesn't surprise Riley in the slightest. Typical Heinz, he thinks. Martina teases him, saying that Riley is a bit jealous of Heinz's success, but he makes it clear that's not the case. Martina eases up and reminds Riley that Heinz is a very reckless guy, and tries to remind Riley that without him, Heinz probably wouldn't be the kind of guy he is today. After all, Heinz views Riley as his best friend. She soon takes her leave, and Riley wonders if that was, in her own weird way, an attempt to cheer him up. But personally, Riley sees Hines as the main character of this story, and his role is to aid him. Later on, we see Hines catching up with Riley, who informs them of their new mission, to capture a witch who fell in love with a vampire and gave birth to a Dhampir. Next, we see the group surrounding Darcia, and Hines delivers a blow to the elf woman. With her in their custody, Riley thinks about how the mission was uncommon, but it was easy enough. The real problems begin afterwards. Hines sees the villagers setting the pyre to burn Darcia, and he quickly protests, but it was already too late. Since that day, Hines began to spiral. Riley tried to give reason to their actions, but Hines wasn't willing to hear it out. The rest of the party members were starting to get worried for Hines, but Riley tried brushing it off. Little did he realize how wrong he was. That night, we see Hines refusing an invitation to a festival from Palpapek, which puzzles the rest of his party. Most upset of all was Riley, who thought Hines blew their chances of making a name for themselves. However, Hines opened up about feeling that Darcia wasn't a true witch, and was even beginning to question the true virtue of their country. Riley couldn't believe Hines' statement, and personally he saw no problem with having one's own ideals and sense of justice. But why does he have to suffer for it? And that's when he reminded himself that Hines was the main character of this story, and Riley himself was just the support. But he feels as if that's unfair, and he wouldn't let himself go down in history as Hines' companion. This was the start of Riley's downfall, as he fell down the path of his vile actions, leading him to partner with the shady vampires. We catch back up with the present day, and Riley had just blown open a wall leading away to unexplored territory. The vampires pull out a device that they explain can detect other vampires. Specifically, they were searching for Eleonora. Eventually, they catch a lead to Talishheim, and wonder if Vandaloo and the ghouls are there too. This all sweetened the opportunity to Riley. The vampires reassure that they're totally on his side and won't betray him at all. This pleases Riley as he sets off in high spirits. Meanwhile, the vampires hang back and talk about how they're totally going to betray him. Back in Talishheim, we see Vandaloo cooking with his mother and Leftia. He tells her that he's making mayonnaise and that he's using the ingredients from the immortal Trents from earlier. Due to them not having that much death mana stored in them, he suggests that it's safe enough to eat for them. Probably. Eleonora walks in wishing to help make the disease or whatever Vandaloo is making, but he assures her it's a dish for eating. She gets excited to help with the cooking, but he quickly shuts that idea down, saying that she can taste test the mayonnaise, while he explains that the Merg Shield Nation's puppet was going to attack the place. Everyone finds the mayonnaise delicious. Borkus thought that Vandaloo was making some kind of deadly poison, but it turned out better than he expected. Although he's grateful, he still thinks it's rude to consider someone's cooking deadly poison without trying it first. To be fair, Vandaloo is cooking up a kind of disease in preparation for the vampires, but the faces he was making while cooking earlier made everyone think that he was serving that on the platter instead. Still, even Tadia thinks the mayonnaise is pretty good, and apparently so does Rapikage, who pounces on Tadia and licks her face like a puppy. Vandaloo wonders if Rapikage's lack of intelligence is due to the many souls in her body, despite the fact that she has the same amount as Bone Man, so why is she so different? Zediris and Rapikage were about to go at it due to the Frankenstein's monster eating her food, but Vandaloo quells this by offering her another bowl. Getting serious, Vandaloo informs everyone that the Merg Shield Nation was going to attack soon, but Borkus just figures they should slaughter them all before asking for more mayonnaise. Vandaloo said that he only had enough for a taste test, and this sullens everyone's mood, but he's trying to get everyone back on track. Only if he makes more mayonnaise, of course. Steering back to the plot, he tells everyone that some adventurers accompanied by vampires blew open a rock leading to a tunnel in hopes of recreating the war from 200 years ago. Darcia wonders how they could have found them, and Vandaloo thinks it was due to some sort of tracking device for Eleonora. She agrees, saying that they've already had enough of her blood to track her. Our guy adds how they could have swarmed them already, but instead chose to stay at the exit of the tunnel. For now, they don't seem to be making any moves. But couple this with the expedition and the festival praising their for sure victory, the humans seem almost too confident. The ghouls wonder why they don't just hurry up and attack, since they don't have long lifespans. But Tadia says that's just how humans are. Vandaloo adds that they wouldn't risk any monsters coming through the tunnel, and plan to wait it out before winter. Vigaro asks what they should do with the humans protecting the tunnel. and Vandaloo says that for now, they should leave them be, not risking their army doubling in defenses. Darcia noticed how Vandaloo seemed interested in this particular adventurers group, to which he said the name of Green Windspear Riley, the man who took his mother from him. He remembers the night she died, and how he was out drinking and cracking jokes about her death. This was very personal for him. Still, he assures his mother that he won't do anything reckless, and warns everyone to stay on guard. He also adds that Riley possesses a spear and is parading himself around as the reincarnation of Mikhail, which piques Borkus's interest. Since they're going to war, Borkus tells Vandaloo that he needs something, but the young boy thinks they already have the essentials. What more could they need? Borkus then basically had to spell it out to the kid that what he needed was a leader for his army. It was about time that he finally got around to discussing this, since Vandaloo thinks that Borkus, Vigaro, and Zadiris are enough as the tactician, but what he really needs was someone leading the whole force. In other words, his people needed a strong commander. Vandaloo is hesitant on accepting this role, but as Zadiris points out, he's already the Ghoul King, so hey, what's one more title? Of course, she adds that they're not forcing this responsibility onto him. It's just that they choose to be under his leadership. With that, Vandaloo accepts becoming king once more. A few days later, and we see Vandaloo readying to make his grand announcement as their new king. He's feeling a bit nervous about all this, but the sisters try to encourage him. The crowning ceremony is about to commence, but before that, Nuaza presents everyone with an awkward statue of Vandaloo. The crowd goes wild over it, and Vandaloo goes mild. The ceremony begins with Nuaza giving a roaring speech, followed by the announcement of Borkus becoming the head of military affairs, Zadiris the court magician, and Sam as the civil service head. All three of them were taken aback by their sudden new positions, but Vandaloo already made up his mind about this. The ceremony concludes with Vandaloo now crowned as the Eclipse King. As he accepts his new position, Vandaloo reflects on his life up until now. He never relied on anyone. He suffered through many hardships and didn't have any friends. In his second life, he went through atrocities and was left as a puppet for those scientists to control. But now, he stands 3 feet tall as a king, governing a people who all believe in him and wish to fight by his side. With a smile, he vows his life to Talasheim, and everyone erupts with cheer. Meanwhile, elsewhere, we find the high priest praying in his temple, reflecting on the words of one of his wards, telling him how they should focus their efforts on protecting the city, not going out on some expedition. Gordon reluctantly agreed with him, wondering if his obsession with finding our Dhampir pushed him too far. Suddenly, he hears a disembodied voice call out to him. It was Alda, his master, commanding him to search and destroy the shadow of the Demon King. Gordon asks if that means he's meant to journey through the mountains and kill Vandaloo, but instead of a reply, he's left alone in a silent temple. We start this chapter off with a lively celebration of the ones participating on the upcoming expedition. General Lango Mavid from the Ahmed Empire, Marshal Cesare Legston, Green Windspear Riley, and vampire hunter Bormac Gordon. One of the Viscounts makes a comment to Palpapek about the many big names attending the gathering, to which he monologues internally about the sheer size of the army essentially marching to their deaths for the sake of the Merg Shield nation. As he planned, he sent Riley out on his behalf, which made Legston cut the number of men down by 1/3. Everything was going well, until the king thought it was disgraceful to solely rely on adventurers, and tripled the number of soldiers so that their country doesn't look weak. The Viscount wishes for at least most of these men to return home safely, which Palpapek agrees to, seeing how they're quite literally their nation's best chances at defense. If just one of them dies, it will be a total loss on their end. For now, all he can do is pray. The Viscount adds that at the very least, the men will have the Thunderclap Schneider with them, a legendary S-rank adventurer who slayed the general of the evil god and massacred a swarm of monsters all on his own. Despite his status, he's also infamous for his vice. Palpapek says that it can't be helped, but internally he believes that those kind of idiots who rather play with women than sticking to their duties should just die. Back in Talasheim, Vandaloo, Zadiris, and Tadia are playing shogi that shows off his new skill, Parallel Thought Process. With that, he should be able to cast 6 spells at once without overexerting himself. Zadiris is quite impressed with the boy's skill, but in the end, she snatches the win. She then notices how Vandaloo seemed a bit down, and wonders if he's having trouble working on his new disease. But he said it's fine since he's testing it on the monsters and dinosaurs. Well, if that's not the case, then what's bothering him? We flash back to the previous day, where we see our guy telling Pavina that she can't participate in the war with the others. The little girl throws a tantrum over this, and even explains that she's capable of fighting, but he says that's not enough, since she's still level 1. Pavina thinks it's unfair since Rapikage can fight despite also being level 1 too. Vandaloo says that it's different, because he can switch out any damaged parts on Rapikage, but not on Pavina. This angers the 2-year-old and she storms off. Ever since then, it's been bothering Vandaloo, since she is still ignoring him. Zadira sees it as a little fight between siblings, and Tadia asks if the little girl knows that he's reincarnated. After all, he did announce it at the ceremony, but maybe she's too young to understand what that means. Tadia thinks that's why Pavina is so upset, since from her perspective, her big brother is getting special treatment. Vandaloo questions if he was perhaps wrong to sit her on the bench for the war, to which Tadia says he was right to do so, but he must also understand the heart of a woman. Vandaloo doesn't exactly get that, so Zadiris boils it down to Vandaloo having to choose his words correctly to the little girl, rather than being vague about it, and that they should make up. Vandaloo isn't sure how to do that, since he's never argued with anyone before. Not only in this life does he not have any siblings or friends his own age, but even in his previous life he was in frequent one-sided harassments. He was used to being despised and never got close with anyone. His mother reassures him that Pavina wants to make up with him, and encourages him to do so. But first, Vandaloo realizes that he's late for something and tells everyone not to follow him. This throws Darcia off and wonders if he's getting into trouble, but Zadiris assures her that he wouldn't do something like that. When we cut back to Vandaloo, though, it's very risque. Of course, he tells the reader it's not what it looks like, and that this is all for training purposes. But Bastia asks who he's talking to. Skipping ahead a bit after that, training, Eleonora comments about how despite the city being named the City of the Sun, it's pretty dark around here. Vandaloo chimes in, explaining that there were giant mercury mirrors on the top of the mountains around Talishheim that used to reflect the daylight of the city, thus giving it its name. It seems like an amazing story, but Nuaza informed the boy that those mirrors were destroyed 200 years ago during the war. Still, they seemed to be a product of knowledge from another world by Zakart. Seeing how the sun is a classic enemy of the vampires, Eleonora must be happy that it's gone now. This all makes Vandaloo think. Before he goes deep in thought, Bild calls out to Pavina, but the little girl runs away. The women wonder why she ran off, with one of them teasing that maybe she thought Vandaloo was bullying them. He quickly says how he has to make up with her, which catches Bastia's attention as it's unusual for him to argue with anyone. Still, she sees it as nothing more than a child's squabble, and doesn't see it as a big deal. However, the other woman says how it is a big deal, and even gives him some advice to help smooth things over. Firstly, start with a smile. Unluckily, Vandaloo gives off an unnerving smile that the other women beg him to stop. However, weirdly enough, Eleonora is a bit too into it. Darcia soon came in, telling Vandaloo that she saw Pavina running away and asked if the two made up yet. Van tried explaining that he's training to do so, but she kneels down and gives him some solid advice of not being afraid and to just speak sincerely to her. He thanks her for the advice and runs off after her. He later finds her alone and speaks earnestly to her while still making it clear that she can't join them in the war. She gets upset again, saying that Vandaloo must think she's weak, but he adds that that's not what he thinks at all. He admits that she is strong for her age and does treat her like a child, because to him he sees her as his sister, and as her brother, it's his job to train her well enough so that one day she can take on 20 soldiers on her own. That day is a long way away, so for now, he wants her to wait until she's an adult or level 5. Then they can fight side by side. Until that happens, he gives her a mace as a belated birthday gift, and she happily accepts. Darcia watches over the children making up, and Vandaloo feels much better now. Elsewhere, we see the expedition arriving at the entrance of the tunnel. We start this chapter with the expedition going over their plans. They're in the middle of discussing the tunnel situation, planning not to take the same path as they did 200 years ago and being on high alert for any monsters. Mavid believes Sir Cesare is being less than accurate with his report, which forced him to state that he's mainly worried about the rank 3 monsters that could be lurking in the tunnel. Riley doesn't think any of that is a big deal and believes he could easily take them on. However, Gordon thinks he's being overconfident. Mavid cuts in, hyping up Riley's supposed great potential, and gleefully stands with the young man. All of this talk makes Riley proudly declare that he, and he alone, will take down those monsters. But the looks on everyone's faces tells you just how much they believe in him. Gordon and Shizade leave the meeting, leaving Riley to freely discuss with Mavid on how he plans on getting rid of those two. Mavid says that besides the old geezer, he plans on making Shizade next in line as the Supreme Commander after he retires, of course. Besides, if he died, who would take responsibility for the invasion? Riley agrees, and asks the lurking vampire what they think of this, to which one of them removes their helmet, revealing a beautiful woman named Isla, who says that their society is more complicated than humans, and that she personally can't relate to them. They talk a bit more, and Mavid double-checks, asking if Isla and her vampire squad are going to help them take down Vandaloo and Eleonora. She says yes, since the only reason she is here is due to Ternesia's order. This excites Mavid, since with Isla's rank 10 stats and her band of 30 vampires, how could they lose? Suddenly, Riley jumps into the conversation, making it very clear that if anyone is killing Vandaloo, it's going to be him. Isla doesn't oppose this and says, "It's all yours." Mavid asks her if she and her group will be alright fighting in the sun, and she replies that as long as they keep their skin covered, they'll be fine. Several days later, Vandaloo can sense the army coming, which made everyone sigh in relief since they got sick of waiting around. He informs everyone that the enemy has around 5,000 soldiers, but he's not sure if there's any vampires with them. He tells Adiris that she and her group are good to go, and warns everyone not to eat any of the dead soldiers. They all agree so long as Vandaloo prepares a good meal for them afterwards. Our guy asks how the evacuations are going and if there's any panic, but everyone is doing fine. That's when Sam proposes a question of what they should do with those who surrender. Vandaloo says to just wipe them out. They can't risk owning prisoners at the moment. He's then asked why he can't just enthrall them with his magic, but Vandaloo clarifies that for him to use that skill, he'll have to torture them first. So in his eyes, killing them is more merciful. Meanwhile, the expedition group stands outside the walls of Talasheim, with Mavid thinking the place looks super old and unstable. Clearly, he's super confident about this mission, but Shizade tries to pull him back, saying how the wall looks higher than what was recorded. Mavid thinks that he's being ridiculous, because what was recorded is not only measured by sight, it was also recorded 200 years ago. Besides, it looks ancient. Still, Shizade points out the inconsistencies in the wall's structure and how it's not making sense. But Gordon could tell that this was the work of Vandaloo. Shizade doesn't understand how our Dhampir could have done this, but Gordon told him that when it comes to Vandaloo, he will make the impossible possible. Like Mavid said, the wall was over 200 years old. It would have collapsed by now. Gordon can tell the wall is there only to mock them, and that Vandaloo is hidden somewhere inside with a plan. Mavid had to give the old man some credit, and thought of getting rid of him quickly so he doesn't find out about their schemes. Gordon orders that they should attack the wall like any other, and Mavid and Shizade follow his advice for now. Gordon notices the sun beginning to set, and is growing worried about the fight dragging on into the night, since monsters have impeccable night vision. Just then, one of the soldiers notices Vandaloo standing on top of the wall. Gordon is itching at slaying the child, much against the worries of his men. One of them wonders if this could be a trap. The soldiers also notice that Vandaloo is holding the ice spear, and the child snaps it in a show of disrespect. This angers the entire army, and they rush in with a vengeance. However, during the chaos, Mavid couldn't get his men to follow his orders, and with a little else left to do, Shizade orders his men to follow suit after the first wave. This angers Mavid since he doesn't have that kind of authority, but what else could he do, since he wanted to maintain links between each corps? Sitting back, Isla watches the men scurry like rats, and all this over a broken spear. Still, she has a mission to do, so she will proceed as planned. Vandaloo watches as the army comes charging towards him, and he takes off into the sky, further angering the soldiers. Vandaloo meets back up with Tadia and tells her that his earlier plan is working smoothly, partly due to the smiling training he did with the other women. Anyway, we find out that the spear Vandaloo broke wasn't the real deal. It was a replica made by Datara. Still, Vandaloo tells them they should probably evacuate like everyone else. But how could they when they desperately want to see their children in action? All the while down below, the army are trying to break through with a battering ram, until suddenly the wall starts collapsing on top of them. But this won't stop Gordon, as he orders his men to start climbing over the rubble. However, his confidence wavered upon seeing the second wall standing. Shizade said there's nothing in the records about a second wall, but Mavid doesn't think this is a time for reading, and orders him to pull his soldiers back. Before he could make the call, the rubble from the destroyed wall rebuilt itself, forming an army of golems. Now it's time to get serious. The golem army wastes no time in wreaking havoc upon the soldiers, but not all of them go down so easily, as we see Gordon putting up a good fight. He tries to stir his group's morale, telling them to keep formation, and this works as they continue to storm the wall. Suddenly, Tadia orders her archers to fire a volley of arrows into the army, pushing them back. And it wasn't just arrows, but flying boulders too. Shizade is at a loss for words. A fake wall, golems, archers, and now catapults? He interrogates Mavid, thinking he and the Empire were withholding information on their enemy this entire time. Meanwhile, on the second wall, we see Tadia commanding her group to keep up their attack, while both her and Atara are pleased to see the effectiveness of their weapons at work. Back on the ground, Ayla encourages the generals to hold steady and keep pressing their enemies. This doesn't sit well with the other men, as they're all getting slaughtered and she is just standing around. Still, Mavid decided to hear her out. She explains that in the state they're in now, they can't afford to run away, so instead they should keep pushing forward so that the catapults won't be an issue anymore. If they can manage that, then they can reform their line. Mavid could feel the pressure weighing on him now, and decided to just do as she says, commanding his army to keep pushing through. Shizade thinks the general is nuts for pursuing this, but Mavid tells him to shut up and do as he says. Mavid also looks to Ayla, telling her to pull her own weight during this fight, which she plans to do. Riley is holding his own well enough against the boulders, which Vandalu expected as much from him, but Riley doesn't know that they're golems. We see the humans still keeping up with the fight, even managing to impress the vampires. However, the tides begin to turn once the barrels start to levitate and spontaneously combust. Only there wasn't any fire, but the soldiers still dropped to the ground, wheezing and coughing like mad. Shizade wonders if the barrels were full of poison, and soon enough, all the humans fall to their knees, exposing the herd of vampires hidden among them. Vandalu successfully singled them out. Turns out this was the disease he was making all along, ill munition, and it only affects those naturally immune to his death attribute charm, and it doesn't work on ghouls, the undead, or vampires. Luckily, you don't have to worry about the human characters, since they'll be fine by the end of the day. This was on purpose though, since Vandalu doesn't want to risk any casualties on his side if the humans entered the city. Once they shake it off, he'll let them run away. Gordon tries to cast a healing spell on himself and orders the sorcerers to do the same, but this only seems to make things worse for themselves. As expected, Vandalu planned for this, and made adjustments to the disease to constantly mutate the more they try to heal themselves. Being outdone like this angers Ayla, and she orders her men to just kill the kid already. The vampires worry about exposing their identities to the other humans, but at this point Ayla couldn't care less. They've already been found out, and she still has a mission to complete. The vampire rushes the wall, and Ayla readies her sword to strike down the Dhampir. That's when suddenly, the vampires were showered in a pillar of burning sunlight, lighting them ablaze. This was set up by Zadiris, using a replica of the Mercury mirror to act as some kind of sunlight sniper rifle. Still, the mission was finished, and Zadiris and the rest of the ghouls conjured another blast and struck the vampires once again. Ayla didn't expect to see what she assumed was the ancient relic on the battlefield, but before she could recuperate, Gordon rushed in and struck down one of the vampires, assuming they were on Vandalu's side. Ayla tried to take control of the situation, but she could only stand by and watch her men be sniped down out of the sky. Just then, she saw the traitor, Eleonora, greeting her with an army at her side. Meanwhile, underground, Vigaro and his men are waiting for their signal to strike, and once it's received, they sprout out from the earth and flank the human soldiers. The men are shocked to be toyed around like that, cursing at the ghouls, but Vigaro easily cuts them down for talking too much. Things aren't looking too good for the humans, as they're struggling to fight off the ghouls, the re-emerging golems, and the disease Vandalu infected them with. We watch as the humans are getting completely dominated in the fight, and Vigaro kicking butt and taking names. One soldier tried to perform a sneak attack, but it didn't end well for him. Still, Vigaro honored his bravery. One undead squad continued to lay waste to the invaders. Even Sam is getting in on the action, as he gleefully mows over the soldiers. He then presents the real ice spear that the men thought was destroyed, and continues on with this fight, thinking to thank Vandalu for his little gift. Some of the soldiers start to wonder if they're hallucinating, as they see two beautiful girls in risque armor on the battlefield. But it turns out it wasn't just in their heads at all. It was Rita and Saria now donning their new bodies. The sisters make easy work of the men on the battlefield, but one of the soldiers tries to shoot Rita in the chest with an arrow. But since she's a ghost, nothing happened to her. The men continue to mock the ladies, angering them into going ghost and becoming invisible. Taking the opportunity, the ladies finish off the rude men. But if you thought dealing with invisible ghost girls was the worst it could get, then you thought wrong. Nochin, with a swarm of undead bees, takes the stage and attacks the few remaining vampires. Of course, the vampires don't think they could lose to such lowly creatures and fire off an impressive attack. But in the end, it didn't do much to the bone chimera, and the arrogant vampire was swiftly cut down. Elsewhere, we see Rapacage stab a vampire through the chest with her tail, before delivering a satisfying kick that took his head clean off. Meanwhile, Isla and Eleonora are locking their swords in battle. Isla notices the orichalcum material Eleonora was using, but with her skills, it doesn't help her much in this fight. Isla is about to take the finishing blow, until Vandaloo warns her to move her head through telepathy, saving her life. On his mark, Vandaloo orders Zediris to fire another beam of light at the two vampire ladies, striking Isla as intended. She tried to move out of the light, but her body is too heavy, and wonders if Eleonora sneakily cast a spell on herself to shield her from the beam. Eleonora grabbed a fistful of Isla's hair, letting her know that the only reason she can step out into the light is thanks to Vandaloo's blessing. Isla accepts her defeat, but lets Eleonora know that Ternesia will kill her one day. Eleonora doesn't flinch at her threat and takes her head. Vandaloo drinks the vampire woman's blood, noting that it has a strong taste to it. Isla, still alive by the way, swears that she'll never talk no matter how much they torture her, before immediately changing her tune and eagerly ready to help the young boy. I guess they're easier to manipulate once they lose their spirit. Now it's Vandaloo's turn to work. Back with the remaining soldiers, we see Chizade furious upon knowing that Mavid was working with the vampires all along. The man swears that he was working with them at gunpoint, but Chizade doesn't believe him one bit. This causes the group to split between siding with Mavid as their commander or with Chizade. This isn't going well for Mavid, as he's worried about losing his position. But for now, Chizade takes control and orders a retreat. Mavid thinks that this was a ridiculous call to make, but considering what he himself has done, Chizade doesn't care. A soldier notifies that the last remaining vampire has fallen, and this puts Mavid in a tough situation. Isla was supposed to be their trump card, but even she too was defeated. Cutting his losses, Mavid orders an immediate retreat, and for his men to protect him as he runs away. Chizade sees the former general as nothing but a disgrace, and calls for his execution for desertion. However, the disease finally caught up to him, making him fall to his knees again. At the same time, we see Mavid frightened by something. Standing in the middle of the field was a ninja ghoul ready to take their lives. Mavid is left shaken, but Chizade stands tall, ready to die fighting as a soldier rather than a coward. Unfortunately, he stood no chance, and the ninjas finished off Mavid as well. Joining the ninjas was Bastia, who was holding a man at blade point. The man begged for his life as he was going to be a father soon, and Bastia asked if he's ever raised a child, to which he replies that he hasn't. This all but seals his fate as she cuts him down, seeing him as unfit to even challenge her. Another soldier tries to avenge his fallen friend, but he's quickly subdued and crushed between her thighs. The other men comment on how she is too strong, but Bastia sees this as praise, since mothers are quite strong. Elsewhere, we find Riley roaming the battlefield, overwhelmed and already low on his health potions. His party members beg him for aid, but he sees them as useless now. He orders them all to follow him so they can find the priest and be healed, but he's soon intercepted by Borkus. The undead sends a deadly attack Riley's way, but he narrowly dodges just in time. Borkus was slightly impressed, but he expected nothing less from an A-rank adventurer. Riley could already tell that Borkus was on a whole other level, but he stood tall and called him out for holding back on his first attack. He questions why Borkus would work for a Dhampir, to which he replied, "A request is a request." More importantly, Riley is calling himself the reincarnation of Mikhail, and he wants to test to see if that's really true. Riley thinks Borkus is full of it, acting as if he knows Mikhail's strength, but Borkus is the real deal. The adventurer starts shouting, accusing Borkus of just wanting to vent out his frustration on him, but Borkus doesn't really care if he sees it that way. Either way, they're going to fight. Riley isn't the type to fight one-on-one, and calls for his party members to act as his meat shields, much to their terror. Sacrificial lambs or not, Borkus doesn't mind slicing through them, and in their memorial, he'll make sure to enjoy a nice beer to honor them. As promised, Borkus charged straight towards the frightened adventurers and easily cut them down. But Riley used this as a chance to strike from behind, unleashing a flurry of jabs at Borkus. The undead was on high guard as he dodged most of the attacks, but unfortunately Riley was able to pierce his body. Borkus, upon seeing Riley's attack, was finally able to understand a certain skill: Magic Sword Breakout. It's been a while since he's last used it, and he plans on using Riley as a test dummy. He swiftly cut through Riley's spear, bringing the fight to an abrupt end. Turns out Riley wasn't worth the effort. Riley begins spiraling. He wasn't supposed to lose like this. He has to surpass Hines and become a hero. Unfortunately for him, he's not the main character of this story, and Borkus pierces his blade through his chest. But wait, it's not over yet. We then see Vandaloo scurrying across the field, his mind racing with the memories of the day his mother died. Leftia calms him, reminding him to keep his focus. All the while, Gordon is clashing with Vagaro and seems to be putting up a good fight. Still, the priest is nearly at his limit, with him losing his mana due to the healing spells cast on himself. That's when a soldier points out Vandaloo running through the battlefield. Finally, the two reunite for a final clash. Gordon, while letting out a warrior's battle cry, casts a magic bullet straight at Vandaloo. Our guy dodges those attacks while unleashing his many spiritual arms out of his back and returning fire at the priest. Loyal soldiers step in front of the blasts, hoping to shield the priest and take it head on, but then suddenly drop dead. Vandaloo didn't expect the soldiers to be so weak from that simple attack, and Vagaro was ready to chew him out for stepping on the battlefield. But Vandaloo explains that this battle is personal for him, so for this one time, he's going to act selfish. Vandaloo runs off to attack once more, and the soldiers prepare themselves, but Gordon warns them to dodge them and not take it head on. Seizing the opportunity, one of the ghouls figures they should rush in, but Vagaro stops him, saying how this fight is all Vandaloo's, so he can avenge his mother. Growing frustrated by the Dhampir, Gordon steps ahead, telling his men to stand back. He calls upon the aid of Alda and infuses his body with the heavenly power. The old man suddenly sprouts angelic wings and casts a ray of holy light upon the battlefield. This skill was the Angel's Advent, and by hosting the god in his own body, he grows stronger by the minute. Gordon's ultimate trump card. Gordon peers down at Vandaloo while adding more spells and buffs to his body before conjuring a holy blade of pure light. With one stroke, he brought down a beam of light upon the child, but Vandaloo deflected it with his barrier. Gordon wasn't finished just yet, and with swiftness, he sliced off Vandaloo's head clean off his body. The men erupt in cheer for their priest, thinking it was all over, but just then Gordon was hit with dark magic. Puzzled, the priest looked up to see the child's headless body still moving. Did he really think that by simply cutting off his head, he could kill him? We see that Vandaloo had split his spirit from his body, giving Vagaro a sigh of relief. Jumping back in time a bit, we see Vandaloo talking with Borkus about his skill, Soul Shatter. Borkus asked if that skill only works on spirits, but Vandaloo replies that it doesn't, and after testing it out a bit, he concluded that the skill reduces the mana of the target equal to the damage that he inflicts. Even if they heal themselves, they won't get their mana back. Back to the fight, Gordon already figured out that Vandaloo did something to reduce his mana, but he's not the least bit worried, since his is at 100,000. That number doesn't even make Vandaloo flinch, and he feels a bit foolish for being worried at all. Anyway, he at least takes this chance to continue their fight one-on-one, and tells Gordon that they can continue. The priest, feeling mocked, calls Vandaloo out on his hypocrisy, since Leftia is sitting on his shoulder, and he assumes that she is the source of Vandaloo's power. Vandaloo can already tell that Gordon isn't one for open discussion, so he figures it's his turn now. Using his abilities, he conjures multiple heads and arms, and unleashes an overwhelming attack upon the priest. Gordon still believes that Vandaloo is using the aid of a ghoul to attack him, and proclaims that his efforts were useless against his own magic. But Vandaloo took that as a challenge and upped the ante, casting several abilities at once to the point he was pushing back against the priest. Gordon was left bewildered at how a mere child could pull off such a feat until he took a moment to look up, now seeing an ungodly abomination of amorphous heads sprouting from his body. With a confident smirk, Vandaloo continued his attacks, now starting to break through Gordon's defenses. A soldier could no longer stand by and tried to aid the priest, but Vegaro cut him hastily, reinforcing that this was Vandalu's fight and his alone. Back to the fight, Gordon could feel his angel's advent ending, and Vandalu took that split moment to pounce. It was now just a dark void. Gordon was floating alone in this empty space, still driven by the mission his god entrusted to him. Suddenly, he was spoken to by a disembodied voice. This voice tells him that he didn't fulfill his duty, but it's willing to give him a second chance. Gordon is ecstatic at the voice's grace, and it replies that if he's able to answer his last expectation, then all will be forgiven. Gordon happily agrees. Immediately after, Gordon wakes up, now surrounded by his men who are ecstatic to see him. However, instead of a warm greeting, Gordon replies with his fist buried in the man's face. Everyone's left confused by his actions, but all they're met with is Gordon calmly saying how he's going to kill them all. The man begs the priest to come to his senses, but it does little to quench Gordon's growing desire to please his god. He runs off to slay his men, while Vandalu watches his new disciple at work. The celebration is in full swing after the war. Sadia and Rita are finally able to enjoy their meals thanks to their new bodies, although Sam is a bit distraught at how much his precious daughters have physically changed compared to when they were alive. Vandalu says that that was normal for them, since ghosts change their forms and personalities as time goes on, and Sam agrees, despite thinking he hasn't changed much. Vandalu disagrees, however. Rita chalks up her new appearance to her daily affirmations, and even teases Sadia for copying her. Still, the new changes weighed heavily on Sam's conscience, as he now regrets putting his daughters in such risque armor, despite Vandalu reminding him it was his decision. Borkus doesn't see the big deal since his daughters are pretty attractive, but that comment activated dad mode in Sam. Katya asks Vandalu if he finds women more attractive in that kind of clothing, and he's starting to think this is getting out of hand. Soon enough, he'll be called the Lecherous King. Jumping back to the aftermath of the battle, Gordon successfully slayed his own men, and Vandalu leveled up from the fight while also switching his job to Poison Master. Meeting up with Eleonora, she asks why he turned Isla into an undead instead of shattering her soul, and he replies that he simply had no grudges against her. Eleonora thinks this is because Isla is a woman, but he clarifies that he felt nothing towards her, and he already got the information he needed from her. From now on, Isla will be put under Eleonora's order, and if she finds any problem with her, Vandalu will dispose of her. Feeling satisfied, Eleonora agrees with these terms, and is looking forward to her new servant. Afterwards, Borkus asked Vandalu if he was wrapping things up with Riley, to which he replied that he was. Now that Riley was an undead, Vandalu now has the names, faces, jobs, and skills of every member of Five Colored Blade. There was one exception, though, Martina, who apparently died in a dungeon where Zakhart became famous. Such a shame. She died before Vandalu could seek his revenge. But for now, Vandalu has the 5,000 troops of the expedition as his undead, which means it's now time to act. Somewhere in the mountainside near the end of the tunnel, we see a few soldiers wondering when they should be receiving a message from the expedition army. Just then, one of the soldiers spots a light in the distance. The other soldier assumes it's just a monster, but they quickly find out that's not the case. Instead, it was the army now risen as zombies. The whole fort is put into a state of panic as they grapple with the fact that the nation's strongest fighters were defeated and came back as zombies. The zombies steady on their invasion, forcing the captain to issue a retreat, as he could sense the incoming doom. As told, the men abandon the fort and retreat with the zombies chasing closely behind them. The men run through the tunnel and quickly bury it behind them, thinking they're in the clear. Unfortunately, the zombies begin digging their way through, putting the men in disbelief. Without delay, the men sent out a message stating their dire situation to Viscount Balches. Balches, too, was in disbelief by the current state and issued a defense force and an emergency evacuation. The citizens are thrown into hysteria as the Viscount prays for the defense to arrive swiftly. The next day, Balches is informed that all available soldiers and adventurers have arrived just in time. Now all they have to do is wait. Unfortunately, they've been waiting around all day now, and not a single zombie has appeared yet, but the Viscount assures them that they should wait a little longer. Hours pass, and not a single zombie in sight. The adventurers continue to grow restless, but it's not like Balches can do anything about it. He asks the soldiers who saw the zombies if they were sure that they were coming, to which they swore they saw them. The adventurers decided it was a waste of time and tried going home, but the Viscount begs them to stay just in case something happens. Sure enough, something did. Off in the horizon were the rumored zombie army pulling up to their doorsteps. The twisted faces of the infamous heroes put everyone on edge, and they gear up to fight. Despite being elite soldiers, they were still zombies at the end of the day, and despite facing casualties on their side, the army was slain and the city was safe. Balchess consults with a mage to get a better sense of what was happening, but even she couldn't tell him, since the spirits left their bodies as soon as the zombies were taken down. At the end of it all, this was a huge blow to the Merg Shield Nation. All according to plan. Now let's rewind to see what really happened. While the zombies were attacking the front of the tunnel, Vandaloo and his squad crossed right after them. As the villagers evacuated in a panic, Vandaloo stayed close to the exit while instructing the army to move as slow as possible. And while the defense squad was waiting on the attack, Vandaloo arrived at the colony. Finally, as the invasion army was reaching the city, Vandaloo looted them for all they've got. And they took everything from them, including their wheat. Sam wonders what happened to their zombie army, and Vandaloo assumes they got stomped. It wasn't a huge deal though, as they acted as a decoy for his group to finish their preparations. With this, they've accomplished 2 goals: loot everything they could find, and send the population in shock upon seeing their former invasion army. With a blow like that, it'll surely cause an economic crisis and trust issues between the 2 countries. Hopefully that will be enough to prevent them from crossing the mountain border for at least 10 years. Vandaloo decides to wrap things up, but Katya asks what they should do with the lingering zombies. He says to just leave them since he already poisoned the soil and water supply. Jumping ahead 2 months, we find out that Count Legston was retired from his post of army minister as a punishment for the failure of the invasion. Palpapek is now the new minister. Palpapek scoffs at this, knowing that this is all a part of his plan. The slow zombie army, human losses lower than expected, the lingering zombies, and finally the poisoning of their land. It's all Vandaloo's doing. Thomas can tell that the Dhampir's trying to do away with him like how he did Mavid, but he won't go down so easily. He's going to put a child in his place. We open up the next chapter seeing Turnisia losing her temper over the failure of her plans. Berkheim slides in with a few smug comments on her behavior, but she is not in the mood for his antics. Right now, all she can think about is coming up with a plan to eliminate Vandaloo. After suffering a huge embarrassment, Turnisia is in a really sour mood. Not only does the Empire know of their involvement, but they also lost a lot of human support. On another note, the Empire's subordinates and Thunderclap Schneider are on the move. So it's true that they've lost quite a few pawns, but it's nothing compared to Turnisia losing Isla, which is the main cause of her anger. Not only that, but they lost Riley, which mainly upset Gubamon as he really wanted to add him to his collection. In the end, they didn't gain anything, except learning that Vandaloo can command the undead like Turnisia and Gubamon. Still, with how many undead he's created in such a short amount of time, it still impresses the vampires, but Turnisia chalks it up to him using the aid of the ancestors of Vita, because there's no way he's that overpowered. But the main issue now is that now that Vandaloo has Isla, he could know more about them. The others don't see it as an immediate problem, since the Dhampir is holding out in the south for now, so presently they have time to come up with a plan. After the meeting, Berkheim is off thinking to himself about obtaining Vandaloo for himself to gain his powers. That way he could take out Gubamon and Turnisia himself. In Talashheim, we see King Vandaloo having an audience with the souls of the ex-invasion army men. Zadiris makes a comment about how there seems to be fewer spirits than before, to which Vandaloo explains it has been 4 months since the war, and eventually the souls would lose their consciousness and begin wandering. He then makes an announcement pardoning the army men's past actions of invading Talashheim, before handing over the rest to Cesare. Within the crowd, Mavid's soul recognizes Cesare and questions why he's siding with the Dhampir, leaving Cesare to explain that Vandaloo appreciates his capacities and gave him a new position. Adding to this, Vandaloo explained that Cesare is knowledgeable in law management and trade, something that Borkus isn't capable of handling. He's still a great fighter though. Cesare speaks to the soldiers, proclaiming that thanks to Vandaloo they now have new bodies and should dedicate their loyalty to the young king, making the men erupt and chant for Vandaloo. Among the crowd were Riley's party members who aren't sure of what to do now. Meanwhile, Mavid wasn't going to so easily accept a Dhampir as his new king, prompting Vandaloo to ask if he had a problem with it, to which he immediately backed down. Cesare excused his behavior, and promised to make use of his good-for-nothing soul. So, starting today, Shizade ordered that Mavid would be starting again as a foot soldier. With that problem solved, Vandaloo called in the spirits of Gordon and Riley. He asks the two to come closer, and they do, assuming it's under good graces. That assurance is quickly stripped away as Vandaloo pierces his magic through the two. Gordon was taken aback by this, still seeing Vandaloo as his benevolent deity who forgave his past sins. Vandaloo replied that he did forgive his latest sin, but he didn't forgive him for killing his mother. The two pled that they were just following orders, and Vandaloo knows that and was trying to be understanding of their predicament, but his pure hatred of them outweighed it. He snatched the souls of the two men and shattered them, marking their names off his list. 5 more to go. Back in heaven, or somewhere, we see Rodcart checking with the system when he suddenly receives an error, saying 2 souls were shattered. He says how if this keeps happening, the system will have a critical effect, so he decides to look into it and finds that Gordon's soul was destroyed. This doesn't mean all that much to Rodcart, but the real issue is Riley's soul getting destroyed. He quickly tries to patch things up and wonders if this is the work of the Demon Lord's resurrection. He quickly goes through the system's data and finds Vandaloo to be the cause of all of this. Rodcart is shocked to see him become so powerful, in spite of his curse, and fears that he may be as powerful as the Demon Lord. Of course, Rodcart can't let that happen, so he devises a plan. But he can't think of one. He mutters to himself about the trouble he'll be in if the gods of that world find out he sent a reincarnated soul to Lambda, and concludes that the only reason Vandaloo shattered 2 souls was because he implemented some kind of rule for himself. This somewhat eases the god's mind, but to be extra sure, once his classmates reincarnate, he'll use them to hunt down Vandaloo. Back in Talosheim, everyone's in a festive mood after securing their victory. Delicious food is served and everyone digs in. Even Darcia is able to enjoy the feast thanks to Vandaloo's magic. He also uses his skills to duplicate himself to work in the kitchen as well. Tadia wished to help him out a bit, but Vandaloo says how he's using this opportunity as training. Even during a celebration, he never rests. Still, with all these clones, Tadia figures she could help herself to bring one home with her. Meanwhile, we see Masada, Riley's ex-party member, telling Vandaloo a way to revive someone by making a contract with the 4 pillars of the evil god. Darcia is hesitant of him doing so he figures his next bet is to fix the resurrection device. He wonders if receiving a divine revelation of Vida could help him, like if he followed her teachings or something like that. Nuaza informs him that he's already doing that simply by praising life and loving others, as well as eating without leaving anything, and other generally good moral things. Vandaloo asks if he could just pray to her, but Nuaza says that's not necessary. There's nothing special that needs to be done. As long as you don't forget the importance of life and love, do as you want. She's a simple but frank goddess. Still, even if receiving a divine revelation has nothing to do with her teachings, the goddess is asleep due to the wounds she sustained from fighting Alda. But Nuaza still holds out hope that she'll be able to speak to Vandaloo one day. Elsewhere, somewhere out in the beyond, we see the goddess Vida. We open this chapter with a sullen atmosphere. A man is on the verge of ending his own life. We see small glimpses of the events leading up to this. A businessman walking out on an agreement to finance the man's factory. He pleads for the businessman to give him one last chance, but it's useless. Left with few other options, he apologizes to his father for his failings. Before he could do anything, a voice calls out to him, and he sees a heavenly woman descend. She introduces herself as the goddess Vida, and proclaims she's here to give him hope and a new mission. With those words, he gladly accepts his death, if it means a beautiful woman like her is in the afterlife. Rightfully so, Vida tries to stop the man, and the two fall over. After saving his life, Vida was slightly annoyed that her grand entrance was ruined, and he apologizes. But if she isn't here to take him to heaven, then what does she want? That's when she tells him about her world, Lambda. Cutting to the chase, she wants him to go to Lambda and save the world from the Demon King's army. The man asks why she can't find someone more capable than him, and replies that anyone with a good life here wouldn't listen to her. Plus, he was going to end things, so he's the perfect candidate. The man reluctantly agrees, but he's still worried about getting killed. But he's in luck, since Vida will send him over with a new body and a special ability to his liking. The man asks for the ability to create things, and Vida scolds him for choosing a lame power. She wants him to choose something that's good at fighting his enemies, not for arts and crafts. He reiterates that he's not the fighting type, but Vita reassures him that she'll make him stronger. Still, he declines her offer, frustrating the goddess. But in the end, she does need someone, and he already agrees to help out. Next, we see Vita introduce the man, Sakado Keisuke, and his cheat ability, Creation. The other gods are not impressed with her candidate or his new ability, but she notices that the other gods also brought over candidates of their own, who also share the same creation abilities. I guess they all had the same idea. The candidates meet with Sakado Keisuke. We learn their names are Akutsu Haruka, Okayanagi Shinji, and Handa Ryoko. Vita congratulates Keisuke on not being the only weirdo of the group, but Alda scolds her for taking things lightly. She asks if the fighting heroes he brought over are any good, and he confidently says they are, since they're the only ones who chose fighting skills. These guys are Tuyama Sanji, Kudo Hina, and Suzuki Shohei, or Bellwood as he calls himself now. Bellwood greets Keisuke and gives him a new name, Zakhart, since he'll be needing a new one on Lambda. And that's how it started for the 7 legendary heroes of Lambda. Zakhart was given a second ability by Vita to nullify any damage from the weapon type he named. Bellwood also had an ability to copy another hero's power once a day. Things were going well, until one day Zakhart wanted to accept the former servant of the Demon Lord as their ally. Naturally, Bellwood was opposed to this, but Zakhart explained that if humans can defect to the demon side, then wouldn't the opposite be true? The gods aren't too fond of his idea, but Zakhart walks off, figuring to do it himself then. But when he came back with a new ally as promised. The demon's name was Gfadgarn, and everyone was left in shock by what was happening. Even though the demon wasn't a high rank, its defection from the demon army still affected both sides. The other heroes with creation abilities decided to help Zakhart out more, and over time, more demons flocked to their side. But we see Bellwood still isn't fully on board with this. All the while, the Demon King finally had enough of this, and decided to show himself on the battlefield. The heroes fought hard, but their efforts were useless against his barrier, and they were forced to retreat. Bellwood was furious at their inefficiency, to which Zakhart proposed an idea. Since the Demon King is also from another world, and none of their enemies fight with similar weapons as themselves, he plans to combine their knowledge, abilities, and the magic of this world to craft weapons from Earth. Perhaps nuclear weapons. Bellwood is against the idea of just nuking the place, but Zakhart specifies to just blow the demon territory to sky high. Again, Bellwood tries to drill into Zakhart's head that by introducing such great power to this world, it could cause chaos even greater than the Demon King. Has he learned nothing from Earth's history? Besides, what will he say to the demons who sided with him, that he was going to destroy their homes? Zakhart says that he doesn't want to sacrifice anything, but how can he win without any sacrifices? If they don't do something now, Lambda is screwed. Besides, once they win the war, they can get rid of the nukes later. Bellwood thinks this is all a ploy for Zakhart to test the full extent of his creation ability, and Zakhart asks if he really thinks that. Before he could answer, Vita interrupts and asks if Zakhart really believes a nuke is enough to break through the Demon King's barrier. He said he could analyze it, but for now, he knows that the Demon King has 2 powerful barriers for physical and magical attacks. If he can break through one of them, then they could do some damage. But even if it's true, there's no magical attack strong enough to pierce through even with the combined aid of the gods. Zakhart figured that, which is why he's planning a physical attack, specifically to have Bellwood attack the Demon King while they try to nuke the barrier. Bellwood would probably die if it weren't for his copy ability, and he could copy Zakhart's ability if he announced Earth weaponry. That way he can stand inside the nuclear fire and attack the Demon King. It sounds like a solid enough plan, but Alda wasn't pleased by it, as they were still afraid of the after effects of the nuke, so for now it was shelved. But this didn't stop Zakhart, as he and the other creation heroes continued to work on the special nuke. He planned to clean the poison from the after effects of the weapon, but the god wouldn't listen. Soon after, the Demon King attacked the god's base. Everything is in chaos, and one of them shouts how the demon army is also attacking Zakhart's group. Vita rushes to save Zakhart, but Alda tells her that they're still heroes and should be able to handle themselves. For now, they have to protect their base. Vita reluctantly agreed, thinking he was right. But that's not how the story went. we see the Demon King effortlessly kill the heroes by shattering their souls. Turns out the one attacking the gods was a decoy. The real one dealt with Zakhart and the others. Elsewhere in the Beyond, we see Rodcart seeing the effects of shattered souls being a problem for the system. To fix this, he decided to merge them into one. Back on Lambda, Vita is sullen by the aftermath of the attack. Bellwood and the last two remaining heroes won the fight, but the allied army got wiped out, along with the gods besides Alda and Vita. But even they were close to death. The Demon King's land was also corrupted and became a land of monsters. Later, we see Vita with the husk of Zakhart. She tried creating a resurrection device, but it couldn't bring him back. This pushes her to the brink of defeat, but Bellwood tries to extend a hand out to her. However, she angrily rejects him, accusing him of purposefully letting Zakhart die. Furious, she leaves, declaring that she'll save the world her own way. After the war, there were only 3,000 humans left in Lambda, and Vita thought it would be best to work on the new humanity who has to survive the chaos of the world. She merges them with the demons and devils, creating a new species, and implementing a new resurrection system that Rodcart wouldn't have any influence in. Finally, with Zakhart, she birthed the vampire ancestors. As history told, Alda saw her deeds as unholy, and together with Bellwood they challenged her, and she lost. Now she couldn't tell how long it's been, perhaps thousands of years. Her new body won't heal due to nobody praying to her anymore. In the end, she holds Zakhart's hand, regretting that she couldn't make anything for him. Suddenly, she received a premonition that Zakhart's soul will return. This brings her to tears until she realizes something is off. She then sees Rodcart and curses him for merging the four souls. Zakhart is gone for good, it seems, but Vita promises to aid the newly merged soul for his new life in Lambda. After sending a prophecy to her followers, she tries to use the very last ounce of her strength and couldn't. For the last time, she asks Zakhart for strength and uses her magic to change his new soul's fate. She knows he'll live in misery, but she still hopes that he can learn to love this world and to be happy. We then see Darcia greeting her newborn son. We start this chapter off by seeing the gods observing the memories of the souls of Lambda, particularly of their followers. After reviewing the horrors of their final hours, it leads them to discuss the actions of Vandalu and how much chaos he's caused for them, prompting one of the gods, Fitun, to chuckle to himself. The other gods call him out for making light of this dire situation, and he simply explains that despite what Vandalu has done so far, he didn't do anything else. The child could have done a lot more damage, but instead he held back, because Vandalu has a soft side. Kiratos accuses Fitun of not taking Vandalu seriously, and Fitun replies that they should all just chill out, and surprisingly, Alda agrees. However, he clarifies that they should continue to stay on guard, since it was Vandalu who destroyed part of Yupion's soul. Everyone is sent into a panic about this information, but Alda commands them to stay silent, reminding them that their words are powerful enough to reshape Lambda. By simply speaking Vandalu's name, or calling him the reincarnation of the Demon Lord, they could accidentally make him even more overpowered. The other gods ask if they should use a divine revelation to deal with Vandalu, and Alda is hesitant on this, as whoever receives it needs a high aptitude, not to mention the unforeseen side effects. If even their words are misunderstood, then a simple expedition could lead to a massacre. This actually has happened before with the S-ranked adventurer Schneider the Thunderclap. Although no massacre happened, the god's words of, "This man is dangerous," was heard as, "That man is in danger," and since then he's been worshipped and praised by everyone. The rest of the gods scramble to figure out what they should do now, and Fitun exits, feeling unwell, as he puts it. The remaining gods begin talking behind his back, discussing his previous life as an ex-hero who became a god, and mocking his lack of cooperation. Alda dismisses their disdain for Fitun, since in the end, new gods like him are necessary for Lambda, although we see that Fitun shares the same disdain for the other gods too, so the feeling is mutual. Back on Lambda, we see a guard finishing up his report to Emperor Marshak Varl von Bellwood Amid. What a name. The guard concludes his report about the traitors working with the vampires, but the Emperor was more interested in learning more about Vandaloo and wants him for himself. The guard suspects that seizing the child would be a hard thing to achieve, and the Emperor agrees, but corrects him, saying that he wants the child as a subordinate instead. The guard objects to that, saying how the Emperor, being the descendant of the hero Bellwood, shouldn't be cooperating with the undead, but the Emperor simply states, "It's fine." The guard still states the concerns of the people who wouldn't be too happy about that, but again, the Emperor says that as long as they paint this as a divine revelation, then it's a no big deal. Even further going on to position someone who shares the same thought as them as their new pope. Still, the guard pushes against cooperating with the undead and adding him into their army, but the Emperor clarifies he doesn't want Vandaloo in his army, just to utilize his death magic to have a small undead army as his own. The guard, still shaken by this, reminds the Emperor that it was them who was responsible for killing Vandaloo's mother, so simply, there's no chance he'll join them. If that's the case, then he's lost, the Emperor replies. He sees no point in working with people who hold grudges. The guard then informs the Emperor about the report of someone requesting help from Thunderclap Schneider, and the Emperor suspects it was from his cousin, Duke Marm, and says to leave it be. But in case Schneider accepts, then they should probably stop that. Elsewhere south of the Amid Empire, we visit a tavern full of boisterous attendees and lovely dancers. Among them are envoys from the Duke Marm who wish to speak to the legendary Thunderclap Schneider. The conversation isn't going so well, as Schneider himself isn't all too interested in the topic, and the men keep getting interrupted by other drunk patrons. The envoy tries to remain professional. However, Schneider is more interested in the pretty waitresses than whatever the man is talking about. Still, the man shouts, saying they have a request from Duke Marm, and that they should speak about it privately, but Schneider rudely declines, forcing one of the other envoys to get more aggressive, as his patience was running thin. Schneider immediately grabs his face and sends him flying through the wall, before turning to the other men asking if they need help being escorted out of the tavern as well. The man quickly apologizes for his subordinate's actions and quickly tells him why they're there. After the discussion, Schneider now understands that he's being asked to kill Vandaloo on the behalf of the Duke, and the envoy explains just how dire things have become for them. Even with that in mind, Schneider refuses. Why? Because he's simply getting too old for this stuff. The guy is already 50 years old. Frustrated, the envoy leaves. One of the girls wonder what the men will tell the Duke, and Schneider asks his crew what they thought about all of this. Zorkadrio, the vampire, Dalton, the dark elf, Murden, the dwarf, and Alyssana, the reincarnation of the evil god of intoxication. Each of them have their own opinions, like Dalton not wanting to do this simply because he doesn't want to head south. Marden asks Schneider if he plans on actually meeting Vandaloo instead, to which he said he would love to, if not for the Emperor keeping a close eye on him. In fact, the Emperor might already suspect him of being a follower of Vita. Lysana is panicked by this, wondering if her true identity was also discovered, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Getting back to it, Schneider knows the Emperor is smarter than he looks, already piecing together that the previous divine revelation about himself was actually a warning from the gods. If Schneider gets too close to the border, then the Emperor would think he's siding with the vampires and is worshipping Vita. Still, he plans on meeting Vandaloo one day. Meanwhile, out in the forest, we see a group of adventurers battling some monsters, and things are looking dire for them. Suddenly, a seemingly random attack saves their lives. Walking in on the scene, we see Vandaloo sporting a new outfit. The fight continues with the adventurers still hunting down the goblins with a little assistance from Vandaloo. After clearing out the monsters, Vandaloo introduces himself, and we meet the other characters, Kasim, Fester, and Zeno. Kasim explains how they're adventurers, and newbies at that, and he then asks Vandaloo what he is, and he says that he's half dark elf and half a vampire. This shocks Kasim and the others, but that shock quickly turns to admiration, as they've never seen a Dhampir before. This makes Vandaloo a little uncomfortable, and he wonders if Dhampirs are considered exotic in the Orbom Kingdom. He shifts their attention back to the goblins, telling them to collect their ears so they can get rewarded for their efforts, and Kasim offers the ear of the barbarian as a sign of thanks. Vandaloo declines, saying he's not an adventurer. In truth, he's actually looking for a city following the will of his dead mother. Kasim and the others show their sympathy and offer to take him back to their village for a meal, and Vandaloo agrees. In reality, Vandaloo feels slightly guilty about lying to them about what he's really here for, but he's doing this for everyone's sake. Jumping back a bit in Talosheim, we see Cesare chastising Vandaloo about starting up a currency for Talosheim. Vandaloo hadn't thought about that since he didn't plan on making Talosheim independent from Orbom, but Cesare wasn't willing to back down. So now Vandaloo needed to get his hands on Orbom currency for a reference. Not too bad, but then the requests kept piling up. Borkus wanted Vandaloo to send a letter to his daughter, Nuaza wanted him to give something to Lady Levia, and so on and so forth. Also, he planned on looking for the Talosheim citizens who fled to Orbom 200 years ago, and for that he needed to get his guild member card. Darcia is devastated at having to be left behind. And not just her, but all the women in his life wanted to tag along. But this is a solo mission and he must do this alone. Except Eleonora, she's cool, she can come. In all honesty, she's the only one who wouldn't stand out too much, so that's why she gets to tag along. Now, Vandaloo needed some sort of identification papers like a guild card if he wants to get recognition for his achievements in Orbom. Not to mention he could get his hands on some banned books about the evil gods that could help him in resurrecting his mother. Back to the present, Kasim introduces Vandaloo to his village. After looking around, Kasim tells Vandaloo that the closest city with the guild is pretty far, so for now he should stay and rest up. After entering a small shop, the owner is startled by Vandaloo's appearance, thinking he's a ghost, but they assure him he's actually alive. Then we see Rina come in, sticking up for the young boy, but Vandaloo said that he's used to it, and it didn't bother him. After some quick introductions, Rina thanks Vandaloo for helping out the group earlier, and Fester gives her their loot for an exchange. Kasim and Zeno then tease Fester about his crush on Rina, and how he won't propose to her already, and Vandaloo asks if those two also have girlfriends, to which they simply stay silent. After collecting their money and splitting it, Vandaloo asks how much that is worth, and it's about 1 month's of work. Fester explains that they can live off of this money mainly because Rina's father lets them live here for free, and her father comes in apologizing to Vandaloo, calling him Miss. That's when Vandaloo corrects him, saying he's actually a boy. This surprised everyone, and they all apologize, but it's okay. Vandaloo's only 7 years old, and when he grows up he'll be more masculine so no one will ever confuse him again. Although, Kasim is starting to wonder if Vandaloo is trying to convince himself of that. Anyway, Rina is impressed by the group's efforts in slaying a goblin barbarian, but Fester admits it was Vandaloo who did that. She is surprised to hear that a child could defeat a monster like that, and Fester tries to convince her, but it doesn't seem to be working. Just then, the village chief and priest walks in on them looking for Vandaloo, and the child immediately spots the symbol of Alda's cult. The chief comes to shake the boy's hand, thanking him for his efforts in saving Kasim's group, and it's framed in a way that the child acted as bait rather than being the one who actually killed the goblin. Vandaloo shows his appreciation, and the village priest steps in to call him a brave girl. They also drop that he knows Vandaloo is a Dhampir. He says that regardless of his species, so long as they walk in Alda's light, then they won't suffer his wrath. The priest then asks if Vandaloo has been baptized yet, offering to perform the ceremony himself, but the boy declines, saying that his mother already did so for Vida's blessings. The priest praises Darcia's parenting. Despite the different teachings here, Vandaloo can't sense any murderous intent, so maybe the priest isn't a bad guy. Just then a man storms inside, calling out to the priest about a dire situation. Meanwhile, at a seemingly abandoned building, there's a woman being held hostage by some goons armed with guns. The men hear gunshots going off in the distance, while behind them, they're snuck up on by a young man who quickly deals with them and saves the young woman. This is Kaito Kanata, one of the students who lost their life on a school trip. Like the others, he was given abilities and sent to another world. Everything seemed well until he met Amemiya Hiroto, the special guy who got 8 abilities from God. Hiroto thought they should be using their abilities for the greater good, and created the 100 Braves organization, making the others like Kaito Kanata work under him. He wonders why he's suddenly remembering all of this, until he looks down and realizes he's been stabbed by the woman. He thought she was the president's daughter, but it turns out to be Shihoen Marie, another member of the Braves. But she doesn't see Kanata as her comrade anymore, due to all of the horrible things he's done to her mother. Before Kanata could say anything else, she sent him back to God. Back in the void, Kanata meets again with Rodcart and starts begging for another chance since he only lived a short life. Rodcart already decided on giving Kanata a 3rd life, and this pleases the boy since he'll have a chance at revenge on Mari. However, Rodcart has a special request for the boy before he lets him reincarnate: to kill Amamiya Hiroto, the student who he reincarnated first. Back in Lambda, we see the village man urging the priest to aid Ivan, who fell off the roof. While the two talk, Vandaloo sneaks out, hoping to help Ivan so long as he's not dead yet. Looking down, he sees the injured man, but Vandaloo could smell death upon him. His injuries are more serious than what he thought. He wonders if the priest would be able to save him at this point, and even though he doesn't want to stand out, he's not the type to sit by either. He approaches the distraught family and attempts to use his magic, but only in his astral form so they don't see it. The woman questions what the boy is doing before Ivan suddenly gets up, completely fine. The family rejoices, and Vandaloo is about to take his leave until the priest and others spot him, asking how he got there before they did. Vandaloo tried to lie, but the child outed him as the one who healed his dad. So much for not trying to stand out. Later at dinner, everyone sings Vandaloo's praises, including the priest, who's willing to set aside his religious beliefs as that doesn't matter when it comes to good deeds. Vandaloo, although thankful, says he's no saint and asks for another bowl. The children suddenly start poking Vandaloo before cheering that they were able to touch a Dhampir. Kasim tries to excuse them before bringing up the fact that Vandaloo wanted to go to the city to become an adventurer. But which city was it? Vandaloo said that he heard that there was an urban area south of where they are, but Kasim says there's no city there besides some mines and a territory of some duke. Though there was a city there 200 years ago, but it makes Kasim question where he heard that from. Zeno suggests that it could have been his vampire parent who was around for 200 years, but in reality, Vandaloo heard it from people who died 200 years ago. Still, Kasim was right. The city is no longer around anymore. It used to be a prosperous place until the war with Talasheim happened, and the city became poorer and poorer until Duke Hartner destroyed it. This makes Vandaloo wonder what happened to the first princess who fled to Orbam, but for now, he'll keep his thoughts to himself. Kasim praised Zeno's extensive knowledge of the fiefdoms, which makes Vandaloo ask if Kasim isn't from around here. Kasim explains that they're actually refugees after their home was invaded by Ahmed 5 years ago. Fester adds how the Empire only seemed interested in destroying their small village, which led to the deaths of his older brother and fiancé. Kasim tried to steer the conversation from such a heavy topic and simply explained that since the attack, they started living in this village for refugees. Their conversation is interrupted again when a man from another village calls out to the priest. He states an epidemic broke out and several people already died. Kasim asks if the priest should be leaving this late at night. He agrees to this and suggests that they should leave in the morning, but the man pleads to him that they won't make it. The priest still denies him, saying how there are too many monsters roaming around at night, and the man still begs. Kasim was about to offer his services, but Vandaloo speaks up asking if he can go since he can fly. We then cut to seeing the man desperately clinging onto the boy as he gives him the scariest carpet ride he's ever had. Meanwhile, back in the void, Kanata is talking to Rodcart about Amemiya Hiroto, who he believes has died, but the god tries to clarify that he means Amamiya Hiroto, someone who Kanata has never heard of, and he asks for an explanation. Rodcart gives him the rundown, and this jogs Kanata's memory of Hiroto, who was the undead that the scientists were experimenting on. Rodcart informs him that Hiroto plans to exact his revenge on him and the rest of his classmates, and so Kanata needs to put a stop to it. Kanata thinks that's ridiculous, and says that he should wait for the rest of his classmates so they can jump him. Rodcart says that Hiroto is much weaker than he was back on Origin, and that he alone should be enough to stop him. But he purposefully leaves out the soul-shattering ability. He should be fine, right? Still, Kanata refuses, clearly seeing through the god's plan of just using him to clean up his own mess. Rodcart warns Kanata that Hiroto would be dangerous if he's left alone, but Kanata couldn't care less. He thinks that if he tells Hiroto that the other Amemiya forced them to kill him and begs for his forgiveness, then they should be fine. The god sighs and asks Kanata what he wants in return, something the boy knew a god would say. In exchange for the Dhampir's head, he wants to go back to Earth, but this time reincarnated into a handsome young man and born into a rich family. Rodcart explains that this means he wants a fourth life, meaning he'll die in Lambda. And Kanata understands that and simply doesn't care about Lambda. Once his mission is done, he'll finish himself off and go back to Earth. Rodcart accepts his terms and asks what else he wants, to which Kanata says that he wants a power that'll make it easy for him to kill the Dhampir. Now, that's asking for too much. It's not like Rodcart is all powerful, you know? Instead, he'll give Kanata all that he can for now, such as making him reincarnate as an adult with all the abilities he had on Origin. To sweeten the deal, he'll also throw in several resistance skills to poison and magic, but since death magic is pretty unknown, he can only give him level 5, but at least he'll also have the ability to detect those who use death magic. Kanata thinks the god is holding out on him still, like what about weapons? Rodcart explains that everyone who gets reincarnated comes in naked, and making him spawn in as an adult is already pushing his limits, so that means no snipers and no rifles. At the very least, Rodcart is letting him keep his clothes. The god then starts explaining the rules of Lambda, like the skills and jobs and such, but Kanata is having a hard time following this. Rodcart tells him that's simply how the system on Lambda works, and Kanata starts to think this sounds like a video game. Growing frustrated, he tells Rodcart to just send him to Lambda already, and the god sends him off. Meanwhile, we see Vandaloo teaching everyone how to prepare a delicious meal. They all dig in and are delighted by the various textures and tastes. This pleases the little chef. Suddenly, Kasim and the others finally arrive at the village after following him and ask him to come home, since everyone's worried. Through Kasim, we learn that after Vandaloo left to visit the village struck by the epidemic, he used his magic to heal everyone. Not only that, but he went to another refugee village to heal a man suffering from burns and went to another village to dig up a well. Basically, Vandaloo's been busy. Kasim asks him what his next miracle is, and he replies he's not making miracles, he's just being a good person and teaching these people how to cook goblin meat. The priest asks how he's able to do all of these things, and Vandaloo says that he's trying to become an adventurer so he can't give out trade secrets. But this didn't stop the priest from prying a bit more. But after the others explain why what the priest was doing was rude, he apologizes and asks why Vandaloo is settling on becoming an adventurer. He could strive for something greater. Vandaloo replies that he's still inexperienced and wants to learn more about the world, and that answer somewhat satisfies the priest. That night, Vandaloo is tired from all his busy work when he hears a knocking at his window from Eleonora. She questions why Vandaloo is going on all these side quests instead of going straight to the city, and he says he's doing this simply because he wants to. Still, Eleonora warns him that he's causing too much of a scene, and that it could attract the vampires. He agrees, saying that he's not planning on staying in the village long, but he's almost certain that the vampires wouldn't have spies all the way out here. He then drops a proverb from his old world, "Don't count the amount of good you do," and says that he sees his actions as an effort for bringing himself happiness. Eleonora is defeated and drops the topic, but Vandaloo adds that there is something else bothering him. Elsewhere, we see a mother finishing up dinner when she tells her daughter to go find Vandaloo. She runs off, only to be distracted by a dog barking at something. Going to investigate, she comes across a giant monster breaking through the fence. Poison? Eleonora asks if the disease spreading around the village wasn't a disease, but poison. Vandaloo figures that, since he was able to use his poison cure spell on the sick to cure them. The problem is that nothing special happened the day everyone got sick, except for one merchant visiting. Both Eleonora and Vandaloo think the merchant is the culprit, but it seems that only they think so. Not only that, but another village who suffered a bad harvest could be due to the insecticide the knight brought to them. Eleonora asks why the knight would do this, but Vandaloo doesn't know, and also thinks he could be overthinking things. Still, if there's a conspiracy, Eleonora suggests they should leave, but before she could say anything else, Vandaloo senses someone coming. It was the village chief who came to the boy in a panic, saying how orcs are attacking the village and that he and Kasim's group need to leave. Without saying a word, Vandaloo flies out the window, telling Eleonora that he'll handle this alone. We then see the orc about to attack the young girl, but her dog jumped in and bit the creature. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to stop it, and the orc begins crushing the dog. Luckily, Kasim rushes the beast with his shield just in time, assuring the little girl that her dog is fine. His other party members show up right as the other two orcs do, but Kasim tells them to run and help the villagers evacuate, as he'll hold them off. Zeno thinks Kasim has officially lost it, but Kasim stands firm in his decision and is putting the safety of the villagers first. Zeno and Fester decide to leave it to him, and Kasim rushes the monster with a new sense of confidence. However, that confidence was ripped away the moment the orc grabbed and tossed him into a wall. This looks like the end for Kasim, the orc preparing for their final strike, until Vandaloo rains down and swiftly ends the creature. He tells Kasim to hang tight while he deals with the second orc, before charging up an attack and punching the creature so hard it dies. Vandaloo goes to check in on Kasim, asking if he needed to be healed,
but Kasim was more worried about Vandaloo since his hand was bleeding. The boy cheerfully tells Kasim that that was a side effect from bare fist fighting, and that he'll heal himself. Actually, Vandaloo's body is quite fragile, but the question of why Vandaloo seems so happy about that will never be answered. Getting back to it, Kasim remembers there was another orc still in the village, but Vandaloo took care of him off-screen. With that settled, the two commend the other for their brave actions and head back to dinner. Meanwhile, in the shadows, we see that not everyone is so happy about the outcome. The next day, Kasim is still singing Vandaloo's praises and asks if the boy is willing to train them so they can become stronger. Vandaloo is a bit hesitant about it, but Fester and the others insist until the boy gives in. All the while, Kasim asks the priest why he seems so serious, and he abruptly apologizes before taking his leave, confusing everyone else since they were supposed to head back to the village together. The priest again apologizes and says that he's already seen enough miracles from Vandaloo and heads back, but not without a venomous look in his eyes. Later that day, we see the priest in a secret meeting discussing Vandaloo's actions and how he's the reason for the failure of their plans of making everyone abandon the villages. Lord Karkin, the one leading the mission, finds the priest's claims about Vandaloo hard to believe, but he swears they're all true. Even still, the boy puts a wrench in their plans of foiling Lord Belton's reclaimed village project. Karkin asks if Vandaloo is just passing through, and if he is, then all they have to do is wait. Since Vandaloo is planning on studying at the Adventurers' School for a year, that's their time limit to make Lord Belton's plan fail, even if they have to resort to extreme solutions. To do that, they'll need Frodo or the fake priest to aid them. The next day, everyone is seeing Vandaloo off, and he leaves in good spirits. Meeting up with Eleonora, she asks if he should really be leaving, especially after talking to the ghosts of the orcs. Humans seem to be behind all of this. Vandaloo agrees, but he can't do much since he doesn't know who the culprit is. But as a safety measure, he left a few stone golems around marked by Vita's symbol. If anything happens, he'll know about it. He then adds how Eleonora is a kind person to be worrying about the villagers, which makes her blush. Also, this whole situation made Vandaloo think of how it would have been a faster trip had he had everyone on his back as he flew. So he thought of a solution: to become a big bird. We then cut to Eleonora riding on the back of Vandaloo, who transformed himself into another ungodly abomination, but in a bird-like form this time. We open this chapter at a library. Someone selects a book and opens it, unknowingly unleashing a dark spirit from its confines. The spirit happily takes this opportunity to strike, reaching out to devour the person's soul. But the more he reached out, the more he was able to tell that something was wrong. Rather than a single soul, it seemed more like a patchwork of multiple souls linked together. Suddenly, a long tongue whips out and snatches up the spirit. The person holding the book was Vandaloo, and he learned a new trick of stretching out his tongue. Still, his efforts of sneaking into the Mage Guild's library proved to be useless, since nothing there could help him resurrect his mother, so he called it a day and figures to try again tomorrow. The next day, in the city of Niarki, Vandaloo visits a stand and asks for some apples, paying with a silver coin. But the vendor thinks it's counterfeit since he doesn't look like the type to have much money, and calls him a refugee. He asks why everyone in the city seems to hate refugees, and she explains that ever since they came to the city, there haven't been enough jobs, leaving the citizens poorer off. She tells him to leave before gleefully looking at the silver coin. All the while, Vandaloo snatches an apple for himself. As he walks off, Vandaloo wonders how people from the same country can discriminate against one another, but the spirits around him reply that it's because they don't see each other as kin. One of the spirits says how Orbom is a conglomerate of smaller states, so everyone is seen as an outsider. This doesn't spell a bright future for the reclaimed villages. Later, after finding Niarki's guild, he goes in to try to become an adventurer, but everyone laughs in his face, seeing as he's too young. This made Vandaloo blow the whole building into pieces, but it turns out those were just his thoughts. In reality, he walked into the hall and no one seemed to pay him any mind. He goes up to the desk and fills out a form, figuring it would be best to not fake anything. After handing it back to the clerk, she reads it over and asks him if he's actually 7 years old and a Dhampir. He tells her he is and removes his eye patch, revealing his other eye. The woman sadly informs him his application can't be registered. This confuses him, since those under the age of 10 should be allowed to take the entry test. However, those rules have changed under Duke Belton. Now, those of monster species and mixed blood can't register. Vandaloo is displeased, but he can't argue with them about it since those are the rules. Before he chooses to go home, someone speaks up, saying how they've never heard of those new rules and wants to know more about them. Vandaloo has heard that voice before, and it turns out it's the A-ranked hero, Heinz, the same man who murdered Vandaloo's mother. Heinz asked to speak with the guildmaster about the new rules, and when he's denied, he creates a bigger scene about this, stating how these rules are here to please the gods. The other patrons all gather on Heinz's side, and this forces the clerk to give an introduction letter, which Heinz thinks is more than enough for now. As the man walks off, he speaks to Vandaloo, who this entire time was shaken to his core with bloodlust. However, he overhears the other patrons speaking highly of Heinz, saying his actions of helping Vandaloo, a Dompier, was some sort of repentance for his past actions. Vandaloo looks up at Heinz and wonders if this is all a sick joke. Memories of his mother come flooding in. Vandaloo doesn't believe for a second that Heinz can just get off scot-free for simply helping other people. Not a chance. He doesn't believe that he should forgive him. If Heinz can change his beliefs once, he can do it again. As his only assurance that he won't harm someone else again, he has to kill him. Vandaloo begins thinking of ways to kill him, any way at all. He scrolls through his list of possibilities, but they all end in his death instead. Does that mean Heinz is immortal? Vandaloo thinks about Mikhail and how he easily killed Borkus in one blow, truly the strength of an S rank. But it's not only that. Heinz has a party of his own: Edgar, Deliza, Jennifer, and Diana. Although they're not as strong as Heinz, together it could make things even harder for Vandaloo. This infuriates him. The man he's been looking for to exact his revenge is right in front of him, and he can't do anything about it. Suddenly, a little girl named Celine reaches out and grabs Vandaloo's hand, saying how her big brother will help him the same way he helped her. Seeing everyone crowd around the Dompier girl with the love and smiles confuses Vandaloo, making him shove the girl away and run out of the building. Heinz is puzzled by this until he sees the name written on the documents. That boy was Vandaloo. At the same time, Vandaloo is seen screaming out and crying in frustration as he runs through the city. Later, in a forest not too far from the city, the female vendor woman from before finds Vandaloo and plans to rob him for cash. As soon as she touched the boy, Vandaloo let out an incoherent screech that rang through the forest. Suddenly, seemingly out of sheer madness, the man and woman turn on each other, brutally beating one another as a giant skeleton head rises out from the soil. Once it was over, Vandaloo stood alone, laughing to himself. Vandaloo slowly comes to, finding Eleonora calling out to him. After hugging the boy, he assures that he's fine and asks what happened. She doesn't know herself and asks him if he met anyone at the guild, and it suddenly starts coming back. After replaying the info to everyone through a communication device, Vandaloo decides to drop his plan on enrolling into the guild, since it's against the rules, and the last thing he wants is help from Heinz. Instead, he figures to continue his journey, since he still hasn't gotten any useful information. But he's not going back to the city, since Heinz might have figured out who he is. Plus, the mere thought of him apologizing with that Dompier girl next to him made his blood boil. His answer pleases Borkus, as he and everyone are ready to fight Heinz. But Vandaloo never said he'll fight him. This immediately kills Borkus's vibe, since he was itching for a fight. But Vandaloo explains they're not strong enough to fight him just yet. But when the time comes, they'll be ready. Borkus settles with the new plan, but reminds Vandaloo that each and every one of them is ready to give their lives to him, and tell him to not hold back. The boy thanks everyone for their support, and with that settled, Vandaloo plans to head to the capital of Hartner's Duchy, Nineland, to gather more information. But before they leave, Eleonora turns to see the giant skeleton head-shaped rock behind her. She figures that it's a dungeon, but something feels off about it. That's when Vandaloo remembered that right before he lost his mind, he learned a new skill: dungeon creation. Vandaloo says they should just leave it for now, and the two walk off. Meanwhile, inside is a horde of the undead with the intent of killing Heinz. Somewhere far from the city, we see Kanata waking up after being reincarnated. As Rodcart explained, he came in naked, but next to him was a skeleton wearing some old clothes and a bag of supplies provided to him by the god. After getting oriented, he suddenly hears a message from the gods telling him to gather his things and how to work the status screen. After viewing his new stats, Kanata pulls up a radar to find Vandeloo and asks the god why he didn't make him spawn in closer to the boy. Rodcart tries to tell him to join a guild to get his job and skills, but Kanata waves it off as he's ready to get this over with. Just as he finds an open road, he stumbles upon a group of bandits robbing a merchant and his daughter. Kanata finds this extremely cliché. Annoyed, the bandits all rush to attack Kanata, to which he uses a spell to incinerate the girl and what she's wearing. The father is horrified upon seeing his daughter combust. However, the girl is completely fine, and Kanata explains that it's one of his skills, Gungnir, which allowed him to choose the target of his spells. Everyone is amazed by his skill, and the father goes to thank him, but Kanata asks to know where the closest city is. After giving him directions, they ask him if he's lost, to which the girl happily goes up to him asking him to join them on their journey as payment for his deeds. Kanata accepts, but says that he'll be taking the carriage instead, while plunging a dagger through her chest. As the girl drowns in her own blood, Kanata is taken aback by how he was able to stab her, thinking it's all a game. The guard asks why he killed the girl, and Kanata explains how she shared the same name as the last girl who dumped him. The man charges in to end his life, but Kanata uses his skills to misdirect his attack and lands a powerful blow. Kanata is ecstatic at his newfound skills and uses them to take out everyone else. The father, still holding his daughter, asks why he would do something like this, and Kanata replies by incinerating him. To him, it's just a game. After taking control of their carriage, Kanata heads off, now starting to think that Lambda is more fun than he expected. Maybe he'll take his time here. Back in the city, we see it being under attack by the zombies, now merging as one. A few adventurers try to hold it back until Heinz rushes in and slashes the creature in two. It seems to have done the trick, and everyone congratulates Heinz for his efforts, but he thinks about the animosity the zombies had for him, and of the name Vandeloo. Back on the road, we catch up with Kanata, who has been causing more problems everywhere he goes. Firstly, he tried registering as an adventurer like Rodcart suggested, but he was discovered by the guards after selling the loot, and burned them and the receptionist alive out of anger. Then, this caused a fight to break out between him and the other adventurers, but thanks to his skills he was able to phase through their attacks, and escaped by walking through the walls. He did end up losing his carriage, but robbed another merchant for theirs. After a while, he ran into some female adventurers, and captured and tortured them until they died. Kanata was beginning to grow bored of the world, and figured he should just kill Vandeloo already. All the while, Rodcart is witnessing all of this, and didn't expect him to be such a nuisance. Still, he figures it's for the best, since having Vandeloo around would be worse. But the real question is if Kanata will be a challenge for the boy. All he can do now is watch over him. Elsewhere, we catch up with Vandeloo as he's flying with Eleonora. They soon land in Nine Road to avoid being seen. In the capital, we see a fortune teller sitting, apparently waiting for someone. That's when she meets Vandeloo, who she admits was more adorable than expected. Vandeloo asks if she was expecting him, to which she replies that with his aura, it was hard to miss him. The boy asks if she can see into the past and asks what happened to Princess Levia 200 years ago. Sensing the spirits following Vandeloo, she figures not to lie and tells him that the princess was sentenced to death by Duke Hartner. This confused the boy, since Orbaum and Talesheim were allies back then, but the woman replied that only the Duke's family and elected officials knew about this. To the public, she simply died of an illness. As for the fortune teller, she knew about this through the spirits, but kept it to herself. Vandeloo figured that after looting Talesheim for everything it had, Orbaum no longer had a need for the princess. The woman explained that originally Duke Hartner was a believer of Vita, and the relations between Orbaum and Talesheim were good, but the next lord was a follower of Alda and didn't favor the trade relations. The invasion of Talesheim happened at the same moment, and when they needed them the most, the Duke waited on purpose to dispatch his soldiers, only doing it after the city was destroyed. In other words, he had left them to their fate. To make it worse, the Duke happily welcomes the princess and all refugees before sentencing them to death for unfounded crimes while he looted their city. Vandeloo questions how no one realized what was happening given their trade history, and the woman adds that that's why the Duke renounced them to the city, so as to make them forget about the tribe. After time went on, people eventually forgot about the story. He then asks where the princess and other giants are buried, and they're hidden somewhere in the catacombs under the city. The woman herself doesn't know precisely, but she suggests that someone important like the guildmaster would know. However, she warns the boy to not mess with the guildmaster Kinarp, who has connections to the vampires. This doesn't deter Vandaloo, as he later pulls up to the mansion where the guildmaster is and infiltrates it along with Eleonora, easily dealing with a few goons. Later, under Kinarp's mansion, Eleonora asks what he did to Kinarp, and Vandaloo explains he used a new skill, mind erosion, and might have scrambled the man's brain to a point of no return. But he did get some useful information out of him. Turns out he was doing a lot of evil things in hopes of knowing more about the vampire Tarnesia. But in the end, without magic, he's just an old man. The two kept traveling underground until they reached the catacombs. After Vandaloo easily dispersed the barrier, they came across a coffin sealed by a whip. Eleonora wonders if this was the Demon King's fragment that was kept sealed down here. But before she could tell Vandaloo, he recklessly opened it, which caused her to chastise him for it. Unknowingly, a black goop sprung out from the coffin, but Vandaloo just slurped it up. She tries to get him to spit it out, but he already absorbed it, whatever it was. Suddenly, the room was surrounded by spirits, and particularly one of a woman. Meanwhile, Kanata was still tracking Vandaloo down underneath the guildmaster's mansion, until he came across Vandaloo, Eleonora, and the spirits. He's finally found him. Kanata wasn't able to listen in on what they were saying, but from how they were acting, he figured Rodcart was right about Hiroto recruiting the undead to his side. Luckily, before he followed him, he doused himself in holy water. Despite the narrow spaces, Kanata figures he should strike here. All the while, Vandaloo determines that they were surrounded by the spirits who became monsters, or simply just ghosts. This might have something to do with the hero's seal that happened once he opened the coffin. Also, to add, the blood he drank earlier was actually the blood of the Demon King, but he's keeping that to himself for now. Vandaloo introduces himself as the King of Talosheim, although the ghosts don't believe him right away. Their doubts are silenced by Princess Olivia, who approaches the boy and asks what happened to them. After a brief explanation, she and everyone are caught up to speed, and thank him for his efforts in their homeland. Vandaloo then asks what exactly happened to them right after they escaped from the war, and she tells. Turns out, after she and 500 refugees fled, they were welcomed by Duke Hartner with a lovely banquet. However, it was poisoned, but due to their trust in the Duke, they ate the food before being captured and killed. Levia was left to be framed for plotting against the Duke and was executed. Afterwards, they were buried, and their souls were bound to the place, unable to pass on. She also added that the knights who captured them were buried alongside them too. Levia then tells Vandaloo that she believes the refugees who escaped with her might still be alive somewhere in the gulag that they were sent to be slaves in. She's not sure if everyone is there, such as the elderly, but the children might still be alive. Vandaloo agrees to help her, and even offers to let her speak with her people back in Talosheim as proof of his story, but she politely declines, seeing that she trusts him, and happily passes the throne on to him. With that, she and the other ghosts prepare to pass on, but Vandaloo asks them to wait a moment as he wants their help in freeing the people from the gulag. The princess isn't sure she's much help, but Eleonora tells her that she doesn't need to do anything except for show her support for Vandaloo to the people. Levia is a bit hesitant on that, since she wasn't able to aid her people when she was alive, and quickly tries darting out of there so she can move on to the afterlife. Vandaloo questions if that's how she really feels given everything she and her people have been through in the last 200 years. Does she really have no anger or hatred towards the ones who did it? Vandaloo tells her that revenge is a justifiable action, since anger and hatred are natural emotions. He adds that he couldn't pass on feeling nothing towards the people who did this. He keeps poking and adding on all the horrid things those people did to her, and urges her to feel that anger once again. This forces those memories to come flooding back into Levia's mind. She remembers the twisted smiles on their faces as she was burned at the stake, and she remembers how it felt. Vandaloo's words reignites the anger sleeping deep inside her, her hatred. She now reawakens as a rank 4 flame ghost. Levia turns to the ghosts of the fallen and reignites their resentment towards those who wronged them. All the while, Kanata is still eavesdropping on them, and Vandaloo catches wind of this. Levia is now ready to rescue everyone, and he's happy for her. But before that, there's something he needs to handle first. Seeing as he's been spotted, Kanata jumps out, pleading for forgiveness for his actions, but Vandaloo doesn't recognize him. Kanata tries to jog his memory, while inside his head he believes Vandaloo is naive for not immediately attacking him. Kanata continues the act, even bowing to him, and surprisingly, Vandaloo accepts it. Kanata is confused by this, and Vandaloo adds that all of this is the god Rodkart's fault, and he has nothing against Kanata personally, so as long as he doesn't interfere with his life, it's fine. Kanata, however, sees this as an opening, and quickly pulls out a crossbow from behind and fires it at the boy, seemingly striking him. However, Vandaloo is relieved that he finally showed his true colors.